Energy to every stage they perform on. Prepare to be captivated by their musical talents. Please welcome the Lucky Devils Band.
Good morning, everybody.
Feels good.
Thank you.
Oh, listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby.
When you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far.
Don't worry, baby,
just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry.
You don't have
to worry,
'cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough,
ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe.
Remember the day I set you free, I told you you could always count on me, darling. From that day on, I made a vow, I'll be there when you want me, some way, somehow.
Know that there is no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide
Thank you.
Woo! Thank you. Woo! Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome. Let's rock this town. Welcome to Vegas.
My baby and me went out late Saturday night. I had my hair piled high. alright. Well, pick you up and tell you gotta have you home by 2. Mama, don't you know what's in store for you? And that's alright, cause we're looking as cool as can be. Oh, well, we found a little place that really didn't look half bad. I had a whiskey on the rocks and changed to $50 on the jukebox. Well, put the quarter right into that can, but all they played was a disco man. Come on, baby, baby, let's get out of here right away. We're gonna rock this town, rock it inside out. We're gonna rock this town, make them scream and shout. Well, let's rock, 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 man, rock. We're gonna rock till we pop. We're gonna rock this town. We're gonna rock this town. We're gonna rock it inside out. Oh yeah.
That's right. Oh, well, we're having a ball, just bopping on the big dance floor. Well, there's a real fast cat, he looks like a 974. Well, you look at me once, you look at me twice, you look at me again, there's gonna be a fight. We're gonna rock this town, we're gonna rip this place apart. We're gonna rock this town, rock it inside out. We're gonna rock this town, make them scream and shout. Well, let's rock, 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 man, rock. We're gonna rock till we pop. We're gonna rock till we drop. We're gonna rock this town, rock this place apart. Come on, Zach. Mr. Andrew Friedlander on the saxophone, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna rock this town, rock it inside out. We're gonna rock this town, make them scream and shout. Well, let's rock, 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 man, rock. We're gonna rock till we pop. We're gonna rock till we drop. We're gonna rock this town, we're gonna rock this place apart. We're gonna rock this town, rock it inside out. We're gonna rock this town, make them scream and shout. Well, let's rock, 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 man, rock. We're gonna rock till we pop. We're gonna rock till we drop. We're gonna rock this town. We're gonna rock this place apart. We're gonna rock this town, rock it inside out. We're gonna rock this town, rock it inside out. Yeah. Woo! Oh, baby. That's right. True story. Brandon, everybody, singing that one.
Thank y'all.
Sing along with us on this one, too.
We'll go back in time on this one.
Yeah. The power of love is a curious thing. Make a one man weep, make nothing but say. Change a heart to a white dove.
His hands hold you. With a little help from above, you feel the power of love. You feel the power of love. Can you feel it? Wow, wow. What you got, Larry? Hey. Don't take money, don't take fame, don't need a credit card to ride this trade. Tougher than diamonds and stronger than steel. You won't feel nothing till you fail. That's the power of love. That's the power of love. You feel the power of love. Feel the power of love. Feel the power of love. Yeah. Woo. Come on. That's the power of love.
All right. Give it up for Dana.
Got some Huey to wake us up this morning. Some Huey.
A bright light sitting gonna set my soul, gonna set my soul on fire. I got a whole lot of money that I'm ready to burn, so get those things up higher. There's 1,000 pretty women waiting out there, and they're all living the devil may care. I'm just the devil with the love and despair. So Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas. How I wish that there were more than 24 hours in the day. But even if there were 40 more, I wouldn't sleep a minute more. Oh, there's blackjack and poker and the roulette wheel, a fortune won and lost on every deal. All you need's a strong hand and a nerve of steel. So Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas. Oh, Viva Las Vegas with your neon flashing and your one-man is ramming all those homes down the drain. Oh, Viva Las Vegas, turn at night in the daytime. If you see him in the daytime, if you see him once, you'll never be the same again. I'm gonna keep on the run, I'm gonna have me some fun. If it costs me my very last dime, I'm the broke, well, I'll always remember that I had a swinging time. I'm gonna give it everything that I got. Lady, please let the dice stay hot. Let me shoot a 7 with every shot. Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas, Viva, Viva Las Vegas. Thank you. Thank you very much. Elvis has left the building.
That's right. Why did I try that?
Come on.
I got this feeling down in my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. All through my city, all through my home. I know I don't see them when I'm in my zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet, got that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off it, moving so phenomenally. From on lock the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights, when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When you move where you already know. So just imagine, just imagine, just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feeling good, good creep up on you. Just dance, dance, dance. Come on. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. Can't stop the feeling. So keep dancing. Ooh, there's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing.
It's rushing on.
Don't need no feeling, don't need control. There's no high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. 'Cause I got that
Sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet, got that hot blood in my body.
when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes up off it.
Moving so phenomenally,
Move on like the way we rock it.
so don't stop, stop, stop,
Under
stop.
the lights where everything goes. Nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When you move where you already know. So just imagine,
Just imagine,
just imagine.
nothing I can see but you when you
Dance, dance, dance.
Feeling good,
Feeling good, 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 up on you. Just dance, dance, dance. Come on, all the things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. Ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Can't stop the feeling, but just dance, dance, dance. Can't stop the feeling, but just dance, dance. Can't stop the feeling, so just dance, dance, dance. Can't stop the feeling,
So just dance, dance. Break it
hey.
down.
Oh, well, come on. Hey.
I can't stop the.
Oh,
yeah. I can't stop the. Can't stop the. Can't stop the
Nothing I
feeling.
can see but you when you dance, dance, dance.
Can't stop the
Ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Can't stop the feeling. But you dance, dance, dance.
Can't stop the feeling.
Ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Got this feeling in my body. Got this feeling in my body. Wanna see you move your body. Got this feeling in my body. Got this feeling in my body. I can't stop the feeling. Got this feeling in my body. Come on. Got this feeling in my body.
Let's hear it for the Lucky Devils.
Please find your seats. Our program is about to begin.
you know what? Today we're going to focus on all the great things you guys do every single day in your communities. All right? Here we go. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your love to me. I'll give a little bit. I'll give a little bit of my love to you. There's so much that we need to share, so send a smile and show you care. Alright, I'll give a little bit. I'll give a little bit of my life for you. Oh, give a little bit. Give a little bit of your time to me. See the man with the lonely eyes. Oh, take his hand, you'll be surprised. Oh, take it, give a little bit. Give a little bit of your love to me. I'll give a little bit. I'll give a little bit of my life for you. Now's the time that we need to share. So find yourself. We're on our way back home. Oh, going home. Don't you need to feel at home? Oh yeah, you gotta say. Ooh, you gotta get a feeling. Ooh, yeah, come along too. Woo. Come on, come along now. Come along too. Check it to me. Oh, come along too. Yeah, come along too. Sing Betty Lou. Come along too. What a long ride. What a long way. Ooh, sing it tonight. Ooh, yeah. Have a great show, NADA. Thank you.
Please welcome back your host, 2024 NADA Show Chairman, Bobby Sight.
Good morning and welcome back. We have a lot going on this morning on the main stage. Today, our chairman, Jeff Pohanka, will turn the reins over to Gary Gilchrist, our incoming 2024 chairman from Tacoma, Washington. Then we'll have the presentation of the prestigious Time Dealer of the Year award. Then later, we'll hear from our special guest, Danica Patrick. Now, I hope you've had a chance to explore the expo hall in the Dealer Learning Lab and the EV Solutions Center. And have you stopped by the NADA Live stage yet? Great things are going on there. Be sure you hit all these spots by tomorrow afternoon. And don't forget about the NADA Foundation auction today at noon at the Open Lane booth, number 3741 in West Hall. This is our 20th annual auction to benefit K9 companions. Just follow the puppies to the auction booth. Now, let's kick things off by getting to know our 2024 chairman, Gary Gilchrist.
Tacoma is like none other. You got the water, you got the mountains. It's God's paradise. I am full of energy.
I like to have fun.
I'm passionate. I'm committed. I love the car business.
I have no idea how he fits all the stuff he does into his schedule.
I grew up right here in University Place, Washington. My grandfather in 1927 immigrated from Scotland. And then in the 40s, he ended up selling Studebakers in Plymouth. And then in 1958, added the Buick franchise. And my dad ran that. Then in 1988, my brother and I added Chevrolet. And in 2007, my brother and I added GMC. And then just recently, we just acquired a new dealership, and we have about 120 employees between the three stores.
Gary's extremely passionate about his business and the community in which our family's been a part of for 96 years.
Gary loves this industry, and he's seen a lot of change in the industry. As a dealer, he's had to adapt to those changes.
So my son, Nick Gilchrist, and my niece, Stephanie Gilchrist-Liguri, about 5 years ago, I finally decided to let them run the store. It was a good move.
Dad and his brother John, it was very important to them to have it go to the next generation, the business. There are challenges to that. It's not automatic. Dad let me make mistakes. He let me blaze my own path. It was really valuable.
I went to my son and said he had to write me a letter of why he wanted to go to NADA school. Had a great experience. And back when I went to his graduation, guess what I gave him? A frame of the letter and what he wrote.
Having a family atmosphere is really important. You have to do that on purpose. It's not just something that happens.
Gary was my mentor in the business, and working for the Gilchrist family was a good working environment for me.
I've been at Gilchrist Chevrolet for 36 years. Gary gave me an opportunity in the fleet department, and Gary always let me run that department the way I saw fit. And that's what I kind of like about Gary, his tenacity here at the dealership.
Gary is very well known in the community. When he puts his mind to something, I mean, there's no one that can match that drive.
Gary has a reputation for high integrity, high character, high ethics. And in our community, Gary brings that to the table.
Well, I think Gary Gilchrist has been a guardian angel of sorts. The public schools in Washington rely on the support of local citizens, and Gary Gilchrist has been the person in our community who has continued to step up when we've needed him, and he's a natural leader.
Gary and I got to meet each other through his brother John. John was diagnosed with a very aggressive form of lymphoma, and I was his treating physician.
I was partners with my brother for 44 years, and unfortunately I lost him. He was my best friend, and I miss him truly.
Both Gary and his wife, are really ambassadors for our foundation and for research in general. They recognize that the way we're going to make progress in this fight against cancer is through science and great research.
Gary is a very good family man. He puts his family first.
What I like to do for fun is play with my 4 grandkids. My wife, Gwen, has had a big influence on me. And before I ran for this, I sat down with her and I said, "Are you sure, honey, you want to do this? Because it's a lot of time." And she goes, "I'm in 100%. I want to give back." I got a lot of energy and I got a lot of passion for this business. I think with the leadership of NADA, I think we are heading in the right direction. The important thing for me is engagement with the dealers, to engage with as many OEMs as we can. And for the engagement of the ATAs today, the ATAs are the frontline defense for franchise auto dealers. And until we start continually communicate to them, we're not going to be as effective going forward. If we're to succeed, we can do it with effort, commitment, and involvement, and using the resources NADA has to offer.
Gary will be an amazing chairman.
Dad's going to be a great asset to NADA. He is very serious about our industry and definitely recognizes the challenges that our industry faces.
He has those characteristics, I think, of a leader that you want.
I have great confidence in Gary that he brings to your organization the leadership qualities to successfully execute your mission.
What makes Gary the ideal choice for NADA chairman? Gary, you bring a wealth of experience to the table. For you, this industry isn't just a profession, it's a lifetime's calling. We're all eager to see the direction you will chart for NADA, and here's to the future, and here's to the journey ahead.
I'm really excited about doing this job. I really want to get going.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our 2024 NADA Chairman, Gary Gilchrist. This is an incredible time in our industry. You and I both know that there are significant challenges that lie ahead. We need an exceptional leader. I know we're in good hands with you at the helm. It's my privilege to turn over the reins to you right now. Have a wonderful year, Gary, and congratulations.
Wait, Jeff. It's been an awesome pleasure working with you this year. Your leadership and strategic planning has served us all well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gary.
It has been an incredible 47 years as a dealer. It has been an exhilarating year as your NADA chair. And what a job by Jeff Pohanka. And it's going to be a remarkable year as your 2024 NADA chair. Today, I want to talk to you about passion and intent, but not mine, yours. I want to talk about how your passion and how your intent, which has served you so well in your careers, needs to be harnessed and channeled as never before on behalf of this entire industry. Every year is critical. Every decade is significant. And every pivotal moment this industry faces is monumental. And boy, this year is no different. Let's look at what we're facing today. First, never before in our nation's history has the government committed so much time, energy, and resources towards a single goal of changing the way that the millions of new vehicles that Americans buy every year are fueled. That is just a fact. Second, not in decades has a federal regulatory agent so upended the auto retail marketplace with unresearched, untested, and frankly, uneducated mandates and restrictions on the shopping and sales process. And yes, I am talking about the Federal Trade Commission. The FTC's vehicle shopping rule is going to burden consumers with hours of time, forums, frustration, ultimately mistrust during the shopping experience, and certainly during every sale. There are other issues, many others, but these two are NADA's highest policy priorities for 2024. But I also take a parallel view of what's most important to dealers. Because here's the truth. These two issues will be resolved one way or another. Not tomorrow or not today, but soon enough. And what will happen then? Well, other issues will take their place. There will always be an ebb and a flow to the things that set off the fire alarms. But how we wrestle with today's tough issues will have a lasting effect for generations of dealers. And that's where passion and intent, your passion and intent, come into play. Here's what I need from you, from every dealer, from every manager, and every dealership employee. in this room and back home. I need you to be passionate about the defense of the entire franchise system as you are about your own franchises. And I need you to be intentional every single day about doing the things to unite us behind our immediate priorities and about the ultimate priorities, protecting the franchise system and the customers we serve. Speaking of unity, my friends, I'm afraid to say that when it comes to one of our biggest challenges, the too far, too fast transition to EVs, it seems like we don't have it. Let me explain. I hear from dealers every day that NADA needs to do more on EPA. That's a tough critique. Why? Because I've been watching our efforts for the last year, and the team is working tirelessly to curb the implementation of the flawed and unachievable standards. So let me try and break this down. The EPA has the power to set EV regulations. The Supreme Court decided that 15 years ago. And the Biden administration controls the EPA. So since last summer, along with the manufacturers, NADA staff and dealers have been having more than 15 meetings with senior officials in the White House and EPA, and literally hundreds of meetings with key members of Congress. The first thing we need to do is try to get the president to bend his policy in a more realistic direction. That's the bottom line intent of every single one of those meetings. This is hard diplomacy, and you do not do hard diplomacy by being in the newspaper. You do it by negotiating and by being at the table. We're making progress, but I will admit, it is tough going. If that doesn't work, Congress will try to override the EPA rule, either through cutting off funding or by rejecting the rule outright. Moving legislation is NADA's sweet spot, and a lot of folks think we should be working this lane. Here's the problem. All legislation has to be signed by the president, and a rapid transformation is a key issue for him. See the problem? The third way is to roll it back when the new administration comes to power. We know there's no broad-based appetite for banning ICE cars, and some presidential candidates are already campaigning on this. Remember, elections have consequences. And the fourth way would be to get the courts to strike it down once the regulations come out. My fellow dealers, this is heavy stuff, and we have a lot of powerful brains and influential people working on it. And we have plans laid out for each of those 4 scenarios. Now I'd like to take and talk about waking our passion. I get it. Heck, I'm in a Z state. I know firsthand the collision course we're on. As Jeff Pohanka rightfully called it out yesterday, it fires me up too. We don't need help with passion. Honestly, passion alone is probably counterproductive. What we really need help with is intent. I have to be intentional on what I say and what we do to bring about the changes we need. We need unity. Unity behind the reality that dealers are already bought $5 billion worth of EV inventory. And you better bet that we will sell every darn one of them. We need unity behind the reality that we're already invested hundreds of millions in chargers, training, and service equipment. Within a decade, that figure is going to eclipse another 5 million. And you better bet that dealers are going to fight for every single EV service opportunity there is. And more importantly, unity behind the message to regulators that dealers are going to do their part, but it's our customers who aren't signing up. So let's find a way forward on the environment that doesn't crater our workforce or our customers' pocketbook. By requiring them to buy expensive and that they are not yet ready for their lifestyle. Let's take a pause. Let's look at plug-in hybrids and other ways we can lower emissions responsibly to create the future we all want for our kids and our grandkids. My fellow dealers, let's try to do that together. And if you stick with me, I promise you, we will bring about the biggest change possible because the unity of mission works. We've already altered the trajectory of the FTC shopping rule by sticking together. Last month, NADA and the Texas Auto Dealers Association brought forth a legal challenge to the vehicle shopping rule, and we asked the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals to delay this flawed rule. And then, 2 weeks later, the FTC acknowledged that justice needed to be served, and it stayed the implementation date of its own rule. Our efforts made a difference. And on this issue, passion was easy, let me tell you. But even more important was our intent. And I will tell you, it was not unanimous. That's the truth. There were dealers who were hesitant to challenge the FTC and take on this rule in court. But we talked, we listened, and we came together in your best interest. I know how dealers think. I know we'll always have your passion, but it's your intent that we desperately need. You have a chance, frankly, to determine the future of this industry like few before you. You really do have a chance to build a legacy for all of us. Now that's powerful. Because here's what my individual legacy will look like. That guy, Gilchrist. Oh yeah, he was the NADA chairman 2020 something. And that's okay, that's just fine. But if only one dealer looks back and says, oh yeah, it was that critical EV year when I realized I better get involved, I better get engaged, and I better work towards getting us aligned. Well, that's a legacy that any of us can only dream of leaving behind. My fellow dealers, I guarantee you, I will never give up on any of you or any franchise dealer anywhere. Nor will any NADA chair. I'm counting on you to never give up on NADA. Well, I'd like to take a moment to thank the people that have been with me for over the years, my coworkers, my friends, and family members. To my very special ATA Vicki Giles Fabre, my business partners, my son Nick, my niece Stephanie, and to my late brother and partner for 44 years. To my wife of 47 years. Gwen, your unwavering support, boundless love, incredible wisdom, you are the pillar of our relationship. To the board of directors and the NADA staff, who every day roll up their sleeves to go to work on behalf of the franchise auto dealers, thank you all. I look forward to the opportunity and the challenges we will face this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And now I'd like to take a moment to recognize the 2024 Executive Committee. Thank you, and I am looking forward to a fantastic 2024.
Coming up next, it's the Time Dealer of the Year Award. Then stay tuned for entrepreneur and former race car driver, Danica Patrick.
Now, it's time to honor the best of our industry. For over 50 years, the Time Dealer of the Year Award has stood as the most prestigious honor a new car dealer can receive. The standards to be nominated are the highest in our industry, with our nominees displaying an unrivaled commitment to their communities. It's a true honor. Please welcome the 2024 Time Dealer of the Year Award nominees.
And now, please join in honoring the men and women who build America's communities. Presenting the 2024 Time Dealer of the Year nominees. Dale Benton, Hoover, Alabama.
Dale has founded multiple organizations aiding those in need.
Scott Beeler, Hamburg, New York.
Scott is dedicated to improving the community through meaningful support.
Michael Carroll, Burlington, Washington.
Michael is committed to building a stronger community in Skagit Valley.
Rita Case, Davie, Florida.
Rita acts as a strong advocate for area youth.
Ray Katina, Edison, New Jersey.
Ray supports a wide variety of charitable causes throughout the tri-state area.
Matt Cook, Burley, Idaho.
Matt funds projects in his community that give back to educators.
Sean Coughlin, Westchester, New York.
Sean raises funds to support pediatric emergency services.
Robert H. Cruz III, North Charleston, South Carolina.
Robert provides support for cancer patients through the LLS.
James Davis, Houston, Texas.
James advocates for the vulnerable in his community.
Troy Duhan, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Troy helps to feed, clothe, and house those in need.
Gary Dunn, Stigler, Oklahoma.
Gary sponsors programs for kids interested in agricultural careers.
Aaron Emmert, Lander, Wyoming.
Aaron is devoted to making a difference in the communities her dealerships serve.
Michael Edelson, Hodgkins, Illinois.
Michael provides employment opportunities for those with developmental disabilities.
Thomas Ewald, Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
Thomas pays tribute and honors local veterans in his community.
Roland E. Ferris, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania.
Roland works to eliminate childhood hunger in his area.
Jeff Field, South Haven, Mississippi.
Jeff is committed to supporting first responders.
H. Lehman Franklin, Statesboro, Georgia.
H. Lehman is a proponent of education and training programs for young people.
Tim Glockner, Portsmouth, Ohio.
Tim sponsors town beautification projects and local events.
Amanda Grapponi-Osmer, Concord, New Hampshire.
Amanda is proud to have co-founded a nature-based preschool.
Cody Heyer, Winner, South Dakota.
Cody proudly serves as a mentor for the next generation.
Don Hamrick, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Don enables area youth to reach their full potential.
Jill Hatton, Wichita, Kansas.
Jill hosts and supports many events to help kids in her community.
Michael Herrick, Maple Heights, Ohio.
Michael is proud to spearhead initiatives to help local organizations.
John Heister, Fuquay, Varina, North Carolina.
John focuses on promoting mental health awareness.
Steve Hinchcliffe, Omaha, Nebraska.
Steve ensures that teens have access to the training and mentors they need.
Gary Housley, Rio Rancho, New Mexico.
Gary and his team work to make their community better every day.
Russ Humberston, Beaverton, Oregon.
Russ provides toys for local families during the holidays.
Danny Jones, Bel Air, Maryland.
Danny is a strong supporter of healthcare and education initiatives.
Ben Keating, Victoria, Texas.
Ben is dedicated to engaging young people through camps and programs.
Damon Lester, Bowie, Maryland.
Damon helps wounded veterans transition to civilian life.
David Mills, Davenport, Iowa.
David helps provide adapted tricycles for kids with disabilities.
J. Blake Murdoch, Santa Quin, Utah.
Blake is proud of his efforts to help fund parks dedicated to veterans.
Thomas Murphy, Bourne, Massachusetts.
Thomas supports food pantries to help combat food insecurity.
Barry Nelson, Martinsville, Virginia.
Barry gives back to student athletes and creates future opportunities for their growth.
Charles Notbaum, Miles City, Montana.
Charles advocates for organizations that directly impact youth.
Brian O'Meara, North Glen, Colorado.
Brian is committed to funding and expanding pediatric cancer research.
Steve Plow, Roseville, California.
Steve is proud to raise funds for breast cancer research and programs.
Mark Polite, Trenton, Maine.
Mark focuses on supporting and honoring local teachers.
Michael Pitts, Winona, Minnesota.
Michael is passionate about giving back to his community.
Trevin Reed, St. Joseph, Missouri.
Trevin ensures children in need begin each school year with the supplies they need.
John Roberts Sr., Manchester, Tennessee.
John empowers and supports those affected by kidney disease.
Dean Sides, Newport, Arkansas.
Dean makes a difference in the lives of local children and community organizations.
Peter Smith, La Crescenta, California.
Peter helps make quality education accessible for underserved students.
Nancy Sparks, Florence, Kentucky.
Nancy assists and supports the most vulnerable people in her community.
Thad Zott, Highland, Michigan.
Thad provides a comforting place for families dealing with their child's illness.
John Taffer, Paw Paw, Michigan.
John funds scholarships for students pursuing healthcare degrees.
Frederick J. Timbrook, Kaiser, West Virginia.
Frederick is committed to providing a wide variety of community outreach events.
Daniel Wilson, Fargo, North Dakota.
Daniel fights food insecurity by donating backpacks full of food for local families.
And Nicholas York, Plainfield, Indiana.
Nicholas ensures that children get a successful start in life by donating new books.
Presenting the 2024 Time Dealer of the Year nominees. Now, please welcome Time CEO Jessica Sibley and the interim CEO and President, Dealer Financial Services for Ally Financial, Doug Timmerman.
First, let me say congratulations to all of our 2024 nominees. It is an honor to be here with you today to celebrate your success and all of the amazing work that you do in your communities. And Doug, I am honored to share this stage with you and to present this award at the NADA Show 2024. Ally partnered with Time and NADA in 2011, and since then, we've brought an exciting energy to this program. They are not only an exclusive sponsor, but a true partner. And we're thrilled to continue this relationship with Ally on such an incredible program.
Well, thank you, Jess. Ally is proud to be part of the Time Dealer of the Year program for the 13th year and honor this group of 49 extraordinary men and women. The remarkable contributions each dealer has made in their communities goes way beyond their dealerships. They may not wear capes, but they are true hometown heroes nonetheless. And it's certainly an honor to recognize and celebrate the significant contributions they make each day. On behalf of Ally, I want to thank the 2024 Time Dealer of the Year nominees. Thank you for all that you do for your communities and for our industry, and congratulations on being recognized for this distinguished honor.
Thank you, Doug. Each of today's honorees was nominated by his or her state Metro Dealer Association. They had to demonstrate NADA's long-standing commitment to effective community service in addition to being an outstanding auto dealer. From the list of exceptional nominees, a panel of faculty members from Tauber Institute for Global Operations at the University of Michigan, go Blue, selects finalists from each of the NADA regions across the country. And this year, we have 5 finalists from which the 2024 Time Dealer of the Year will be chosen. All right, let's get to it. Doug and I will now announce the regional finalists for 2024. Our first finalist represents the Southeast region. This nominee, who has dedicated her life to breaking barriers and paving the way for women in a male-dominated space. She embodies the spirit of leadership, empowerment, and community service. Named general manager of her family's dealership soon after college, she demonstrated her commitment to operational excellence early on in her career and expanded her own automotive endeavors from coast to coast. Through persistence and a tireless work ethic, she has now become the largest female-owned and operated dealership group in the United States. Passionate about community service, this nominee and her late husband led various initiatives over the last 40 years, like collecting bicycles for children in need during the holidays, sponsoring over 70 Habitat for Humanity homes, and even establishing a scholarship endowment to provide higher education opportunities for children. Nominated by Ted Smith, president of the Florida Automobile Dealers Association, please congratulate President, CEO, and dealer principal of Rick Case Honda in Davie, Florida, Rita Case.
Congratulations, Rita. Fantastic. Right here. We'll do a little picture here. There you go. Our next finalist represents the Northeast region. After taking a job at a dealership as a lot attendant decades ago to put himself through college, this nominee found his calling. Moving to sales and eventually general manager, fate led him to a business with a mission that became his passion, providing the absolute best car buying experience. His dealership has set standards for integrity, winning top honors in customer satisfaction, both regionally and nationally. Beyond business success, this nominee lives his commitment to community. Once a caddy himself, he established a need-based college scholarship for young men and women who work at Massachusetts golf courses. Additionally, he's a long-standing supporter of organizations like Habitat for Humanity and has worked with local food pantries to fight food insecurity. Nominated by Robert Okuniski, Executive Vice President, General Counsel of the Massachusetts State Automobile Dealers Association, please congratulate Dealer Principal and President of Falmouth Toyota in Bourne, Massachusetts, Thomas Murphy. Congratulations.
Our next finalist represents the Southwest region. Born into the car business, this nominee's family legacy traces back to 1906 when his grandfather became the first Ford dealer in Colorado. When it was his turn to join the family business, he rose through the ranks and truly showed what it takes to run a successful dealership and legacy. Philanthropy is woven into the fabric of his business, with this nominee's extensive support of several organizations, including the Morgan Adams Foundation for Pediatric Cancer Research, Wings Over the Rockies Air and Space Museum, and Denver's Children's Home. Because community involvement is so important to him, he developed an annual awards program recognizing employees who volunteer their personal time to help others. Nominated by Matthew Groves, president of the Colorado Automobile Dealers Association, please congratulate President and CEO at O'Meara Motors in North Glen, Colorado, Brian O'Meara.
Congratulations. Very cool.
Congratulations.
Our next finalist represents a second nominee from the Southeast region. His journey in the automotive industry began when he joined the family dealership, originally founded by his grandfather. Starting in sales and working his way through finance, service, and accounting, he gained a deep understanding of the business. He sees his dealership as a platform for nurturing talents and making his community a better place. His support of the Georgia Police Canine Foundation demonstrates a commitment to public safety, ensuring the well-being of law enforcement canines. His collaboration with Fostering Bullock Hope Chest, which supports children and families in the foster care system, is case in point. And he works with the United Way to host an annual toy drive to spread holiday cheer. He also sponsors college scholarships, supports high school athletics, and provides hands-on training for students at technical schools, even hosting exchange students in a service department to shadow technicians. Nominated by Leah Kirshner, President and CEO of the Georgia Automobile Dealers Association, please congratulate dealer principal at Franklin Toyota in Statesboro, Georgia, Layman Franklin. Congratulations. Appreciate it. This is big.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Our last finalist represents the Midwest region. This nominee's journey began in the 90s when he took a leap of faith and switched careers to learn the intricacies of a dealership. Dedication and a unique background brought fresh perspectives and played a pivotal role in the dealership's growth and landed him to where he is today. Supporting his community is just as important. Since 2013, this nominee takes a hands-on approach to fighting childhood hunger through the Great Plains Food Bank, having contributed over $1.2 million to provide backpacks full of food to children in need. Another cause close to his heart is Wellsprings for the World, an organization dedicated to providing clean drinking water globally. During a fundraising campaign, the group completed 1,000 wells, impacting the lives of over 318,000 children and their families in 20 countries. Nominated by Matthew Larsgaard, President and CEO of the Automobile Dealers Association of North Dakota, please congratulate CFO and partner at Corwin Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Fargo, North Dakota, Daniel Wilson.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our 5 distinguished finalists. Like the entire Dealer of the Year class of 2024, our finalists are committed to community service and are on the front lines using their experience and business expertise to advance the auto industry one sale at a time.
Each owns and operates quality dealerships that have earned the trust of loyal customers, many of them for generations.
And importantly, these dealers and their dealerships have achieved great success by being involved in their communities and giving back on a grand scale to improve the local quality of life. But only one can be the National Time Dealer of the Year Award winner for 2024. Jess?
And so, ladies and gentlemen, our home time hero and the 2024 Time Dealer of the Year, Rita Case.
Wow. Most people would be lost for words, but I sell cars, so that's not happening. Jessica, Doug, my fellow Florida dealers, thank you very much for this recognition. But I stand on stage with an amazing group of other dealers, all generous, all giving of their personal time to support and improve their communities. Time Dealer of the Year, the highest honor, the most prestigious recognition an auto dealer can receive from their industry. I'm so humbled, I'm so grateful for this award. Every year for 45 years, I've come to NADA and I've admired the Time Dealer finalists that would be lining with their portraits in the convention lobby. To see my picture there this year was amazing. I am so proud to be an automobile dealer. To provide, yes, I am. To provide the freedom that mobility offers to my community. And all of us, every one of us, we are proof that the American dream is still alive and well in this country. And we're setting an example to the next generation that through perseverance, determination, education, the willingness to take risks, because we know that we'll do whatever it takes to find solutions, overcome the challenges, to fight for legislation that will protect our business, to take risks because we know that we'll do whatever it takes. We're true entrepreneurs. We are the American dream. Like my husband and partner, Les, the American dream. We should celebrate that. Like my husband and my partner for over 40 years, truly an example of the American dream, selling cars in his parents' front yard before he had a driver's license. And my father, my parents, taking the risk with Honda as the first Honda dealer in the United States, dealer number 1. And I was the first person to sell Honda cars in the United States because in 1970, you could not give that car away. We called it the pregnant roller skate. And my dad said, Rita, you got to drive that car to school and you got to sell it to your friends. And that's what I did. I demonstrated it and I sold it. $1,295. I said, you can have wheels like this too. I'm so excited and proud to prove to my children here, Raquel, our daughter Raquel, our son Ryan, my beloved son-in-law, Greg, that this is the greatest industry in the world. It's so much fun. And I'm hoping that all the dealers in the room will continue to pass their dealerships on to the next generation so that we can continue to prove that the American dream is alive and well. I'm proud to stand before you. I appreciate everyone. Thank you for this recognition. Woo!
Coming up next, entrepreneur and former race car driver, Danica Patrick.
Congratulations, Rita, and to all the nominees and finalists. Also, thank you to our partners, Time and Ally, for their continued support of this award. Now, I'd like you to help me welcome our very special guest, Danica Patrick. Danica is the first woman to race full-time in both IndyCar and NASCAR. She's a best-selling author, podcaster, and also owns Somnium, a vineyard in Napa Valley, California. She's a very busy woman. Please welcome Danica Patrick.
Joining Dana today is sports anchor reporter Tina Wynn.
All right, hi. God, I walked out here and I thought I had to do a speech, and I was like, I am not ready for that.
It's all right, I got your back.
Yeah, and I feel anticlimactic after Jess and her All-American Dream. She's kind of the All-American Dream. I think I want her purse.
It's amazing.
I think it was pretty amazing.
So awesome.
I thought that I was patriotic with an American flag tattoo on me that I won't show you.
Well, so great to see everyone. Hopefully your coffee's kicking in by now. Glad to see everyone survived a Friday night in Las Vegas. Listen, Danica and I aren't going to see you guys tomorrow, so everybody, be well and have fun tonight.
You're assuming they did survive the night last night.
Did you guys survive?
The giggles tell me no.
It's a pretty good crowd so far. Well, Danica, let's go ahead and jump right into it. And let's just start from the very beginning. You started racing and winning at a really young age. Your parents bought you a go-kart at just 10 years old. The moment you knew that you could be successful in racing and just in the sport in general, what was that moment like?
Well, that moment, I would have said that my career started when my mom and dad were set up on a blind date at a snowmobile race. That was probably the very beginning of it. And in fact, the woman who set them up on a date, her name is Sue, which is why my name is Danica Sue, because it worked out. And so I came along not too long after. And then my dad raced snowmobiles, midgets, motocross. So he loves racing. I'm going to even say he loves, no, this is a fact. He loves racing more than I do. But he, so when I was 10 and my sister was 8, she wanted to race go-karts. And there was somebody in our neighborhood that raced go-karts, and so we went and looked at them and then bought them and went out to the track. And I guess I kept asking to go out and practice because I really love instant gratification, and who doesn't? And lap times are all that. So I would always ask to go out to the track, and I'd come in and I'd ask my dad, okay, how fast did I go? So I got addicted to that instant gratification of lap time.
Now, I know you did something really brave. You dropped out of high school and moved overseas to start.
Does that really seem brave?
It seems brave.
I mean, at 16, doesn't that
That's
seem
brave.
like the coolest thing ever to just drop out of high school and move to Europe? Like, who wouldn't have done that at 16 years old?
What was your parents' reaction when you told them that, hey, I'm leaving the country and I'm going overseas to start?
I don't know. I left. I waved and smiled and said, see ya. I think they cried a lot, I heard.
What was that experience like overseas and just trying to get your start?
Well, I grew up a lot. But it was, the novelty wore off. Being alone, being over there at 16 years old, I all of a sudden really kind of had no rules. And but it was, the weather killed me. It's really cloudy and I'm solar powered, so I think it slowly killed me day after day. But more than anything, it was more of an education in life and growing up and learning who to trust and how much to trust people right off the bat. But I think that really what it showed the most was, because I know he's in here, Bobby, Ray Hall, where are you?
Give us a wave.
I know he's in here somewhere. Oh God, you're
Lights
gonna get
turn
a
on.
spotlight. Well, wherever he's at, what it really showed was my commitment to racing and how much I wanted to do it. And so Bobby was running the Jaguar Formula One team, and us being good old Americans, we went to TGI Fridays. Remember that, when we went to TGI Fridays? I do. In Milton Keynes, which is where the race team was based, and we became friends. And then he ended up coming back to the States, and then I came back to the States, and he had an IndyCar team, and so I was pounding the pavement with my dad looking for a ride. So I lived in England from 16 to 19 years old, and I came back like in the middle of a season. My family told me, come home, we'll figure it out. But this is like halfway through the season when I'm 19 years old, and so I don't do anything the rest of that year. Then the next year at 20, I didn't do anything for the first 3 quarters of that year. And my dad and I would just go to the racetrack every weekend and literally walk around and ask if someone would give me a test or give me a ride. And it was a really pivotal phone call I got before it was the Milwaukee IndyCar race. And somebody had called me and said, hey, if you have a Formula Atlantic team, I have a full-time sponsor for you. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. And he said, if you tell Bobby that and he puts a team together, we have a sponsor. And I didn't want to go to the track. I was having one of those days where I was just like, do I really have to like go out there again and have nothing happen? And it's just so boring. My dad and I would go to the bathroom for something to do. Like, that's how boring it was. And so my dad goes, let's just go for an hour. And I was like, great. So we went for an hour. And I found Bobby after like, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes at the track and told him this, and he agreed to it.
So you
and
just went up to him.
I found out recently he was told, like, are you crazy? And I'm like, I am so glad that I could make you not look crazy for that decision and make it work out. And so it did. And then I was racing IndyCars 2 years later or so. And, you know, just about won the Indy 500 my first try, so.
Not too bad. What is it like to have been a trailblazer and a pioneer in the sport?
Well, it's a very complicated question, including being like, what is it like to be a girl? I don't know. Like, I don't know what it's like to be a guy. I don't know what it's like to be anyone other than myself. Yeah. So all I can say is that I think that one of the most important things that I saw myself as, because perception is reality, is I just didn't see myself as being different. And my dad kind of groomed me that way. So it wasn't about being the fastest girl. It wasn't about even just being the fastest. It's like, how do you become the best you can possibly be? So even times when I was in go-karts and I was a half a second quicker than everyone, which it's a lot, I know that doesn't sound like a lot, he would keep pushing me to go even faster. And so, so I just think I was brought up to be the best me that I could possibly be, no matter what, and not setting like limits on it. Because I mean, if I was just trying to be the best girl, then, well, that's all my, that's it. That's my mental threshold, right? And I blew that away. So you have to think bigger. I encourage everyone to, even if, like, let's say a kid comes up to me and they say, I want to grow up and I want to be like you. My answer is very honestly, you should want to be better than me, or you won't be. Like, you should want to be better than me. You should want to be better than everyone. Not just the best this or the best that, but the best. And if you fall short, it's pretty good, right?
There you go. You mentioned, so your dad growing up taught you that just be the best. It doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl, but how do you keep that kind of focus and mentality when maybe the world is like, oh, she's the best female, best woman, X, Y, and Z?
Well, it wasn't even until I was 14 until I even really realized I was a girl. Like, I thought about it much. And that's because television started paying attention. There was this cool thing. I was 14. It was there was 3 of us that were featured in a piece for ABC. It was a Sunday special called Passion to Play, Making of a Champion. And there was so we were all 14. It was myself, Tara Lipinski, and Anna Kournikova. And I mean, like, whoever booked us, like, right on the money, you know? I don't think any of us had really, like, transitioned into big stardom or, like, a lot of success. And so, you know, MTV came to my school, and that's when people started talking about being a girl, and I was like, oh, wow, this is helpful, I guess. This is different. So, yeah. I know, it's funny, right? And then what's funny is that from that point on, I moved to England, and I tried everything I could do to not look like a girl. Like, not wear nail polish, not do my makeup, I didn't want to draw attention to it. But then I did a sexy photo shoot, and I was like, back on board.
What was it like to be in such a male-dominant industry? Like, how'd you hang with the boys?
How'd they hang with me?
There we go.
I get smart ass with the best of them. I mean, look, I think that when I was a teenager in England, it was probably the worst time because guys just had a different motivation. And I was like, nah, I was cramping that style. So I think that was the worst time. But after that, I think it's, you know, it's just a matter of them, like, finding a way to, like, us respecting each other. Everybody has to earn it. But I think, you know, being a girl, maybe there was a little bit more so the case of some I would never get it from.
What was it like getting people to believe in you? And I know you mentioned you credit Bobby for a lot of that. But
And I have to say thank you. I don't know where, I know you can hear me, but thank you. Like if there was one person that believed in me the most and gave me the most opportunity, it was Bobby. Yeah. We had a drink last night, and he also taught me about good wine and many other things.
More on that in just a moment?
Yep. Picked a beautiful Pinot for last night. And he also told me another one as we're walking out about young people and the things that we love doing and we can't do anymore, whatever. And I said, the youth is wasted on the young. And I said, do you know who told me that? He said, probably me. I was like, it was absolutely you. So thank you.
I want to dive a little bit more into just your career. So in 2008, you won the Japan 300, becoming the first and only woman to win in IndyCar history. Just take us through the mental prep for that race and what that experience overall was just like for you.
It was a teammate I had. His name was Brian Herta, and he said, one day you'll just be doing the same old thing that you normally do, and you'll win. And that's kind of what happened that day. It was just one of the, it was Japan, it was raining, it was a rain delay race, and so we raced the day after we were supposed to, and it came down to strategy at the end, and I did the best job of saving fuel and, won the race, so.
What was it like going from watching a race like that to racing it and winning?
Watching it like myself? Or
like as a kid, growing up?
As a kid?
Yeah.
Oh, I just slept through them. They were long. Like when we'd watch the Indy 500, my dad would put it on and I can just vividly picture the coffee table in the living room with the race on in the background, and I had Ritz crackers, nacho cheese dip, Tostito chips, it was the same table, and the race would start and I'd fall asleep and then I'd wake up for the end and I'd take a solid 3-hour nap. I was young. But then I started going, I went to my first Indy 500, I think I was 14. So, yeah, I didn't watch a ton. I don't even think I watched a ton of racing. I did it. We raced every weekend. Yeah. So, from the time I was 10 years old. So, when you're racing every weekend, that's when the races are.
What was it like to share that bond with your family?
Well, we started racing because it was something to do together as a family.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it was, driving to the races and spending all that time in the van together and hotels. My dad worked a lot. My mom stayed home with us, so it was a way to really get to know my dad. And I love my dad dearly, and we have an incredible relationship, and I wouldn't change a thing. But he was tough. He was tough on me. Yeah, but I wouldn't change it because it got me ready for the real world that I was going to have to deal with, which is why people can say, the shittiest things to me, and I just don't care. I don't care. All that matters is that I have integrity and I have work ethic for what it is that I'm trying to accomplish. And if I've put the right amount of effort in, if I've put the appropriate amount of effort in, nothing anyone can say really makes me feel bad because I'm doing everything I can. Now, if I was cutting corners and not doing a good job, then maybe I would feel insecure because it would trigger something that I'm trying to hide. But I worked my butt off, and I tried really hard, and I committed deeply, and I was, I think that's one of the words that people use to describe me. And in fact, I'm having a memory. So I was a cheerleader back in the day, and then I got kicked off the cheerleading squad. And
wait, I have to ask why.
Good, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. And sometimes I accidentally tell the punchline, and I'm like, shoot, I'm supposed to say I got kicked off the squad, and you're supposed to go, why? So I was gone for racing too much. Yeah, turns out I wasn't drunk anywhere and in trouble. No. I was gone for racing too much. But one of the girls that was on the cheerleading squad with me, I would be gone a lot on the weekends, and so, but when I wasn't, I would hang out with my friends, and she would tell me, she'd be like, you're just so dedicated. And I didn't feel like that. Because when you do something you really want to do and love doing and have a passion for and a drive for, it's just the way, right? If you have a hobby or an interest or passion, you're not counting the hours on the clock. You're just doing it because you love it. And so dedication, I guess, was the way that someone looked at it. But for me, it was just something I loved doing and chose to do. And I think that's what you have to find if you're going to go all the way. Like, you have to really be committed and love what you're doing, because times will always get tough. There will always be challenges. There will be things that test you. And I really think the difference between the very successful and not is the ones that keep getting up another time until the point that they figure it out, and until the point that they stand up one more time than everyone else. And that's just what I just kept doing.
You mentioned a while ago about your dad.
Aw, thanks. Like going to the track every weekend and finally baiting somebody to give me a ride.
You mentioned your dad giving you some tough love, and that really played a big role in preparing you. What were some of those examples of tough love that you could share with us?
Oh, I love you, Dad. I hope this isn't recorded. No. Like I'd come off the track, and there's a carburetor, and there's a high and a low, tuning device on it, and you have to like keep the temperature of the engine the right temperature the whole race, and you're tuning on it. And I'd come in, and if it wasn't perfect, he'd be like, "Are your effing fingers broken? What were you doing out there?" Or he'd tell me I was a moving chicane. At 10. Pretty sure that scarred me a little. My therapist knows all about it. We talked about therapists. They're
That's
so
in another
valuable.
session
That's
for
a
us,
whole other
so.
session. But I mean, look, like, he was extremely passionate, and I would always describe my dad as being someone that pulled me, not pushed me, because he always checked in with me as if it's what I wanted to do. If I really loved it, he's like, if you want to do this, then I'm going to help you do it the right way. So, and I'm glad for that. I'm glad for that.
So I'm curious to know, what was Mom like? What was Mom's role in all of this?
She was the referee.
Okay.
She actually described herself as being the referee, and wearing like the black and white striped jersey. Probably the worst time was when my mom raced too. It was better that she didn't. We need to eliminate issues. But no, she was great, and my sister was always the glass half full girl. She was the optimist. But my dad and I were pretty capable of duking it out together without help.
I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about you being an entrepreneur.
Duking it out. We weren't aggressive, okay? Let's be clear.
Got to clarify
I
that.
get the wrong impression.
So you're a podcast host and author. You've owned a winery and all that stuff. Talk a little bit about the business adventures you're on, and just where does this entrepreneur spirit come from? Who inspired it?
My family has always started businesses. So they had a glass business. They started an oil exchange. They started a coffee shop. They started my dad has a carbon fiber business now. So I think I'm modeled in this whole entrepreneurial way. But my mind does instantly always think of, actually, I have a question. This was something I was thinking the other day about a business. So I have a Lamborghini Urus. Does anybody sell Lambos here? Why do the brakes squeal? Are they supposed to? I was told they're ceramic. Nobody has an answer for me? This is the right room, I thought.
I thought I saw someone's hand up a while ago.
I was told they were ceramic, and if you don't use them hard enough, and let me tell you, I drive the living daylights out of that car. They told me you have to use the brakes harder, and it really kind of pissed me off, because I'm like, I drive more aggressively than anybody on the road. But like as an example, this is just the other day, I said, oh man, I should start a business for brakes for Lambo, the ones that don't squeal, because nobody wants to drive a Lamborghini around and have the brakes squeal. So anyway, nobody's really answering my question on that, but if anybody has any feedback on the brakes supposed to squeal on a Lambo Urus, please let me know, because I'm dealing with it right now, looking like I can't afford new brakes. But my mind instantly thinks like, oh, create a solution, just make a company. If this doesn't exist, just make it. And so, I just think in a very entrepreneurial way. And maybe it's because I also don't like to be an employee.
Working for yourself is great.
I was a terrible, let me tell you stories about that. So when I was in England, I came home and I got in a little bit of trouble for having too much fun. And so I got punished and I had to get a real job. And so I worked at the Limited too, TOO.
That's still, I think that's out of business now. I think limited.
Well, I'm 41, so that makes sense. And so while I'm working there, and someone comes up to me and they're like, do you have this, I'm looking for this lotion and this flavor. And I was like, okay, I'll go help you. And so I walk over there and I'm looking and I'm trying to find the flavor or the scent that they want. And I'm looking and the person goes, I asked you because I thought you'd know because you work here. And I was like, look, lady, it's my 3rd day. I don't know where it is. I'm doing my best. Written up. Then I was checking someone out one day and they bought a garbage can and they asked for a box for it because it's the holidays. And they wanted to give it as a gift. And I was like, that's a terrible gift, a garbage can. And I just thought of that. And she's like, you don't have a box for this? If you sell it, you should have a box. And I was like, well, lady, it's the only thing that size in the store, so that doesn't really make sense. Written up.
So far we've learned that Daniel's kicked off the
server.
cheerleading, written up a couple times at Limited too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm telling the driver on the way here to whip a Yui, and he's like, it's a one-way. I'm like, there's no one here. Just do it.
Not a rule follower.
Not a rule follower in the like, I'm not a dumb rule follower. I just seemed like a dumb one. It was an empty parking lot, basically. Right? That's not too bad. Actually, I do break a lot of rules. That's just an easy one. Yeah. Well, I don't know why I rattled off about that, but I'm definitely not a rule follower.
I don't know how we got on that topic.
I don't know, but it was fun stories, I guess.
Yep.
Last night, actually, so driving home from dinner last night, the Uber driver was driving down the strip, and he's commenting on the fact that there are new no U-turn signs. He's like, wow, they keep adding these. You can't turn around. And so then he just whips a Yui. He's like, oh, sorry, I'm just going to go for it. I'm like, I am absolutely here for it. I support that decision. And so he asked what I was in town for, and I sort of said, well, I'm here for this event. And he's like, oh, and then he made some comment about something technical within the industry. And I was like, I don't know. I'm just an entertainer. And so he's like, well, what do you do? And I was like, well, I was an athlete, so I told stories. He's like, well, what did you do? And I was like, well, I was a race car driver. And he's like, are you Danica Patrick? And I was like, yes. I was like, now you know why I told you I fully support the U-turn illegally.
So did he do more U-turns for you? No.
No, but you know, we had a quality time together after that. So anyway, those are my bad girl stories, I guess, for the last 24 hours.
What has it been like for you to transition from racing to this, you know, being an entrepreneur? What's the transition just overall been like?
It's hard. Actually, I was talking to Bobby about this last night, and Graham. Graham's here too, I think, somewhere. You know, when you race, you just show up. You know, you show up, the car's ready, everybody's there, the crew is there, your interviews are set up. You just do it. You don't even have to think. Like, I know that it's a lot more work to interview me than it is to be interviewed. Because with my podcast now, I know what it's like to have to ask the questions. And so I didn't have to do a lot of thinking, and I'm a very good doer. Like, plug me in a room, put me in a situation, tell me to, like, I'm great at doing. But, you know, the whole, like, being a boss, planning, lining things out, thinking ahead, oh, that's not me. Details? No, I don't do details. Oh, thanks. Somebody else doesn't? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought someone was clapping for the no details. So it's a different world, but honestly, I like and very much enjoy growth, and I think that's very fundamental to my love of life is this growth and evolution, and it's important to me. So I'm learning, but I'm also learning that it's really important to know your weaknesses. You know, those are just as important to know almost, because you have to fill in the gaps for those so that business flows. And again, I'm very good at thinking of ideas for companies, and then it's been my job to kind of fill that in a way that it supports the vision and is able to execute.
What's been the most rewarding thing for you in just this chapter and season of your life right now?
Vacations in Europe. With those fancy omelets in the morning in France. Sorry, what? The most fulfilling, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind when you ask that is that making a difference, being inspiring, something that happened at the end of my career was, you know, just this realization of being out there and what that meant to people and how inspiring that was. And while it was honestly never enough for me, that it wasn't enough to just be out there. That's why I looked like I was angry all the time, because I was. Because I wanted to win every weekend. And so what I realized, though, was that, you know, I felt have this very unique platform of being a girl in racing, and there just really isn't many of us. And it's an honor. And then I realized I can inspire in other ways. There are plenty of inspiring people that aren't race car drivers. So I went and took my loves for racing and I plugged those into other things that I do. So inspiring feels really good. So I would say honestly the thing that I hear that I am the most excited about is when people enjoy my podcast. Because it's truly just like a selfish deep dive into these crazy topics about like aliens and psychology and quantum physics and all kinds of different things. And so when someone tells me, or inspiration and, you know, stories that people share about their lives that inspire others, that probably is my favorite thing to hear, because it's really a reflection of my personality, and also the interview is too, because I'm kind of just in a flow with the guest and like riffing off of the things that I'm interested to know. So it feels like when they say they like my podcast, it says that they appreciate my interests and like we could sit down and have a conversation, and like I'm connecting with people without sitting with them. So yeah, that's kind of one of my favorite things to hear.
How would you say that your dreams have evolved since transitioning out of racing?
Well, they don't. I want everything to be as successful as possible, but I think one of the things that I feel the most grateful for is this ability to slow down a little. Like, I think I worked in that high beta, like cortisol, adrenal fatigue zone forever. And I can absolutely, in fact, it takes more effort to upregulate now. Yeah, I live in downregulation. So it's a good transition for me, because I was born with a lot of energy. So I can actually like sit on the couch and watch a movie now without feeling like I'm wasting time. Yeah.
When you look back,
I don't feel like resting is lazy.
Yeah, resting is important. When you look back on your racing career, how do you put that into words?
How many do I get?
3, just kidding.
Like grateful, you know? I feel like very humbled that I had the career I did, I had the opportunities that I did, and even more humbled that people cared. I get that I'm different and I'm a girl, but I don't really know what makes me that interesting. So outside of that, which I understand is different, but all I can say is, you know, the thing that I've realized, like my only answer I can come up with is that when I was asked questions in interviews, I answered them. I didn't answer like a puppet. I answered the real question, to the point where GoDaddy was a sponsor for so long, and I was well into my NASCAR career, which was after IndyCar, and they sent me to media training because I wouldn't say their name in interviews. Like, I had plenty of media training because when people asked me the questions in interviews, I'd just answer them. So while people might not always agreed with who I was, how I acted, what I did, what I said, at least you can appreciate my authenticity and respect that. And in fact, there's a doctor, Gary Brecka, who did a study on the most powerful energy that we can emit as humans, and it isn't love, it's authenticity. It's 4,000 times stronger than love. So maybe that's what you feel from me.
Well, Dana, my one last question for you as we wrap up here. I know you've spent a lot of time and energy giving back to a lot of charities. Why is it so important for you to give back to communities and support certain foundations?
I don't know if I do a lot of that, to be honest. That's very kind that you think that. I probably could do more, but I think that the way that I like to give back is all of my companies are rooted in like inspiration, motivation, introspection, accountability, and fun, and being present. So I think that, you know, even the podcast, let's say, I don't even make money. I just do it because I like it. And I feel like it's an opportunity for me to inspire people to think differently and open their minds up in ways that they would have never, maybe directions they'd have never gone, something they'd have never thought about. And plant seeds in their mind that might blossom into something that changes their life. Or Somnium, for instance. The name Somnia means dream in Latin, and that's because I was standing on a knoll in the middle of Napa Valley in 2006, drinking at 10 a.m., and I thought, wow, it'd be really fun to have something like this someday. And it was totally a thought in my head that I turned into a reality. Yeah. So, and the motivation, like, people have asked to buy my company for years. Like, all along the way, I've even had my old winemaker want to buy it from me. I'm like, that's weird. But the name Somnia means dream, and and then if you buy a bottle, which I'm a horrible salesperson, that's the best I can do. It has a little paragraph, a little thing that I wrote, and there's a red dot that says "You are here" in this whole explanation on the back label, and it's also on the capsule on the very top. So when you pull the bottle out, the implication is like, be here now, be with your company, connect with the people around you, and share that time and memories with each other, make memories. And so again, like all of my companies, if it was about money, I would have just sold it. Dude, I have spent so much money on that project, and I still don't make money on that one either, but I love it. It's a passion project, and I know I can see the full vision seen through, and it has a bigger motivation. I think that's probably something that I feel is really important with goals, is that they have no ceiling. In fact, that's the way I look at companies too. A job, a role that has no ceiling, a goal that has no ceiling, because then you work your whole life, right? What happens if your goal was to make $1 million and you do? Then what, right? Make goals that are so lofty that you can't touch them. Make them so big that there's never an end, like inspiring. I think that's probably inherently what I've done with all my companies, that make them all so fun all the time and give them like pure intention.
Well, Danica, on that note, thank you for being here with us, and thank you for this conversation. This was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Great job. Great job. Congrats. You're so welcome. All right. Thank you, Danica, for an amazing conversation. That is our program for today. Before you go, please remember, tomorrow we begin at 9 a.m. You won't want to miss Hall of Fame NFL quarterback Kurt Warner, interviewed by veteran football and basketball announcer Kevin Harlan. I'll see you here tomorrow morning. Now follow me to the expo, and have a great day.
Please exit in the rear.
Hey everyone, it's Bobby Sight coming at you live from NADA Show 2024. Saturday is in full swing, and today's lineup is packed with excitement. Today's theme, community. Let's dive in. The expo is now open, and if you missed it yesterday, you won't want to make that mistake again. Navigate your way and set up meetings with exhibitors using the NADA Show app. And for all you racing fans out there, Danica Patrick will be gracing us on the main stage. She'll be talking about the power of community action and also giving us a glimpse into her incredible racing and broadcasting career. And after that, don't miss the Time Dealer of the Year Award. And here's something special. Celebrating 20 years of our heartwarming partnership, our annual charity auction benefiting Canine Companions.
Remember, knowledge is power. Our education segment continues today with immersive workshops and exchange sessions kicking off at 1 p.m.
And that is your Day 3 snapshot. For a complete breakdown, visit the NADA Show app, or for the official schedule, visit nadashow.org. Let's make today memorable.
See you around the show, baby.
Well, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing this morning? That's like 3 people doing good. For those people over there, I thank you. I appreciate you. We're going to try this again. You ready? Okay, hold on. We're going to get back here. I'm going to grab my phone. We're going to act like we didn't do it before. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Well, welcome, welcome. For those that don't know, my name is Errol. I am your live stage host. We're super excited to have you here. This is the NADA Live living room, so hopefully you are all comfortable and enjoying yourselves. I'll give you all the house rules so that you know. Anyone that comes to the stage, we want you to applaud like they're your family member. So make as much noise as you can. The challenge is always to see if they can hear us over in North Hall. So I want you guys to take that challenge. The good thing that we have on our side is the amplification of the auditorium and space. So make sure, like I said, you get excited, have fun. If you have not done so already, which I would be shame on you if you haven't because you've been here for a couple days, download the NADA app, right? It's a great tool to be able to utilize. The NADA Pavilion is also open, but with the app itself, you'll be able to create your schedule. You can also locate vendors. You can also go ahead and use it as a mapping tool, so that way if you have a specific booth that you want to visit, it'll help you in navigating there. Also, during your time, if you're sharing or utilizing social, we ask that you engage with us. Make sure you utilize the hashtags NADA Show and Driving the Future. So make sure no matter what platform that you're using for social, that you go ahead and use those hashtags and connect with us as well, all right? So we're excited, and we definitely want to see all of the cool things because there's a ton to take in here at Las Vegas, all right? So great first general session, right? Very good, very informative, very fun to watch, and that's one of the great things. You guys had a chance to see it front row here without worrying about making the rush over here to the West Hall. So we thank you for being here. We hope that you have a great time, and we're going to get the show kicked off together. So first off this morning, we are going to have a little fun. Let me go ahead and bring up my schedule. Give me 1 second. I left it on the table. Boom. All right, so to get started this morning, we are actually going to talk about the power of building your brand. And to help us and do that, I would like to welcome up the car mom herself. So give her a big round of applause. Kelly Stump. Kelly, are you ready?
Hi, everybody. My name is Kelly Stumpy, but I am better known as the car mom on social media. So if you have your phone, whip it out. Everyone follow me on Instagram, subscribe to my YouTube channel, maybe my email newsletter, follow me on Facebook, because I have spent the last 3.5 years building a very engaged audience on social media that has all to do with cars. So a little bit about my background is I actually come from a dealer family. My family owns 5 car dealerships in St. Louis, and I started selling cars in 2016, and I loved it. I thought it was so fun. I loved connecting with the customers. But being a young woman, a 22-year-old, trying to sell, $70,000 5 Series to men 3 times my age came with some challenges. I worked really hard selling cars, and I started to make the transition to... Sorry, let me start over. So when I was pregnant with my second daughter, I started to look at the retail auto hours, and I was like, gosh, this just is not going to pencil. I was like, what can I do? This is so sad. Like, being a mom and selling cars just doesn't mix. And I'm sure a lot of you maybe feel similarly. So I was talking to my husband one night, and he gave me the idea to just focus on the moms. And I was like, that's a good idea. I was like, I will take the latest minivan to my park playdate, and I will sell to every mom in the St. Louis area. So as soon as I started kind of like wrapping my head around finding a niche and selling cars to just women or to families, I went to social media and I said, well, what is the best mom car? Like, who is selling cars to families? Who's helping them through that car buying process? And I found that no one was doing it. So I looked at my resources, which was, 5 car lots, and my 1-year-old son and my second child on the way, and said, okay, I'm going to start reviewing cars for moms. So I took to the used car lot, and I just started posting my videos on social media. It quickly grew to having, now I have about 600,000 followers across my platforms, and I have dedicated my life to not only helping moms find the right car, but also empowering women through the car buying process. I think this formula can be applied to every single dealership across the country, and I think that if you use social media and if you use content to build a brand and to engage your audience, it is just a recipe for success. So upstairs at 1 o'clock, I'm going to be sharing truly all my secrets on how you can create really good content that can go viral, that can build an audience, that can build a brand. But just to give you a little teaser, I want to talk about why I think social media is such an underrated tool. So, to start, social media builds trust with customers. Transparency is something that this industry really struggles with. Social media is your direct connection to your customer base. You would not believe how fascinated the rest of the world is with our industry. It's no secret that we don't always have the best rap outside of our little community, but I know that local family-owned dealerships are the best place to buy a car. I would love to see more transparency and a way for you guys to build more trust with your customers. I think a great way that you can do this is you can bring your audience the information and they can get it from you. I find that sometimes I think dealers are a little scared to educate your customers about what the car buying experience is like. For example, why can't we be making video content on how to get the most money for your trade? Is it a secret that they should bring the car nicely detailed? Are they going to get more money? Is it helpful to maybe talk about how they could save time at the dealership? Creating content around car buying and how they could improve their experience not only resonates great with the customers, it's also going to bring you a better customer, a more prepared customer, and it needs to come from you. It needs to come from your dealership. There are a lot of other car coaches out there who love to breed fear into what the car buying process is like. They love to talk about all the ways that dealerships are going to screw you over, and I know in my heart that it is not true. So it's absolutely a no-brainer. It's such a way to connect, to be transparent, and to bring the information directly to them. Social media is also awesome because it's the easiest thing you can share. I mean, referrals are great, but referrals are, one person tells one person. Social media, someone shares your post, someone likes your post, engages with your content, it can see millions of people. And what's so amazing about social media is, in a way, it's impossible. If you do it correctly, it's impossible to fail. The algorithm in social media is designed to deliver high-quality content to your niche. If you deliver content to your niche, people will see it. It is going to have a 100% success rate. If you're not having success, it's because your content's not good enough. And that sounds like a harsh reality, but it's also really good news because it doesn't have to do with luck or who puts the most money behind it or who has like the craziest videos. It's just about really having good content. Social media is also awesome because it's so easy to reference back to. And this is a really big point that I'll be talking about in my live session. I want you to kind of forget what you think social media is, because it's not just happy birthday posts to your finance managers, okay? Social media and content creation is very valuable videos that you can repurpose in so many different ways. To give you an example, like imagine a world where you take your best salesperson and you film them doing a walk around on a car. You take that same video, you splice it up, and then you put it on social media. You take that same walk-around tour, and then you embed it into your CRM for email templates. You take that same walk-around video, and then you put a little QR code on the car so your customers can scan and see it that way. It is, if you make the good content, it is very easy to repurpose it and make it worth the money because you can use it again and again, and then you have this video. I post a lot of my tours on YouTube. I have tours that are 3 years old that are still getting great engagement because they're still relevant. So it was like that one time I went and I did that one tour. It's a post that I can reference back to for years and years and years. And finally, it's relevant. Every industry is on social media. Every industry is trying to bring valuable content to their following. And I really feel like we're still just a little bit behind. So that's a little bit about why I think social media is important. In my live session, I'm really going to dig into how you can create good content, what tools I use, how you can find your niche, how you can encourage your salespeople to do it, your dealer principals to do it, and I hope you guys will consider joining me. So thank you. Don't go anywhere.
Not yet. Okay, so you gave them a call to social, but I only seen like half the people take their phones out. So we're going to put them on the spot. You ready to do this? I've got my phone out here. I've already followed you. We're going to post in our story. So turn around this way. We're going to get the entire NADA crowd in here. Is everybody ready? When you see the camera come your way, you better make some noise because this is going viral. You ready? Say NADA!
NADA!
Woo! We're going to do that again.
No.
They can do so much
I tell you, the
better.
dealers are behind.
Right. I'm telling you, like, they can do so much better. I have faith and belief in them that they can do so much better. You want to try that one more time?
Yeah, one more time.
We're gonna
Maybe
give
if
it
you
one more
stood
time.
up, the energy would be a little bit better.
We're going to give it one more time. If you haven't had your coffee yet, it's okay. We understand. We're going to try this one more time. All right, you ready? I'm going to give everybody a chance. Get ready. All right, we're going to do this one more time. Ready? Yeah, let's do NADA. Ready?
Yeah.
NADA!
Woo!
It's much better. You guys are great. Thank you for that. Okay, so before you go, make sure that you tell everybody. I want a couple quick questions because we've got about 2 minutes. So you mentioned that transition, and what advice would you give for other moms that maybe are in that same position that you found yourself in, where now they have a career in the automobile industry, they don't necessarily want to give that, up, but now they do need that flexibility of time. What advice might you share?
I think I love to look back at, some of my darker days in my motherhood and career journey and think, gosh, cars and motherhood don't mix. And in reality, it was right in front of me the entire time. Right. Because of course they can mix. And what social media gives you, truthfully, is it gives you an audience, and an audience gives you freedom.
Yeah.
It gives you a niche, and then with this audience, it can be monetized in so many different ways. I just think the possibilities are endless. I think it's not too late for anyone to get started. And you can really find whatever platform's right for you. I'm not on TikTok. It's just not a thing that I participate in. Everyone else in my industry is telling me I need to be on TikTok. I don't think I do.
I agree with that.
It's just, you find your niche, you find your people, you find that community. People are looking for authentic people to connect with on social media, and your audience doesn't have to be big. When I first started, I had an audience of about 1,000 people following me on Instagram, and I had a line of appointments of people who wanted me to come buy cars for me. And that model still could have worked. I mean, I've transitioned out of the retail auto side of it, but it's absolutely still an opportunity to build your own leads in your own community, and they will be the best customers you can get because they know you, they trust you, they're connecting with you on a daily basis. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a no-brainer.
And I think just so as a takeaway, one of the most important things you said is find the channel that works best for you, right? So as an example, we had TikTok here on the stage yesterday, and I know for me, because I had asked the audience, I have an 18-year-old daughter. I've done the TikTok challenge, but I'm not ticking or talking me personally. No. It just doesn't work for me. However, I do see the benefit of it. And so I think, like you said, you have to be authentic to what works for you. So before we get out of here, I know before you came up, you had a few people that recognized you.
Yeah.
Can you share one quick, fun story that maybe you've experienced in this journey that you've had?
Oh, well, I don't know if it's quick and fun, but I can make it quick. People think I'm very passionate about cars, and I'm a mom, and I'm a child passenger safety tech, and I'm, I guess, now a family car expert. But what my real passion is the retail side of auto. I'm so passionate about empowering women and families through the car buying process, and truthfully making sure that all of us local family-owned dealers aren't away in 30 years. And I know that with social media, we can change what people think about us. It's the easiest way to do it. And I've had so many women message me or come up to me and just thank me for the tips that I've shared and the empowerment that I've given them to go to the car dealership. I had some women tell me that, one woman told me that she lost her father to COVID and she thought she could never buy a car without her dad. And she just wanted to thank me for my tips. And of course it was a nice message to receive, but I'm also oh my gosh, what is wrong with this? Really? A young woman didn't think she could go car shopping?
Right.
Because we're too scared to tell her how to get the most money for her trade or what a lease turn-in is actually like. The consumers are just looking for knowledge and to feel prepared. And I just think if we can do that, no one stands a chance at taking us out.
That's great. That's great advice.
Yeah.
Comfort and confidence. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for your time. I think that's the embodiment of it, right? Inclusion and making everyone feel comfortable and confident and knowledgeable when they come into our showrooms or they visit our service center or they visit our collision shop. Whatever aspect of our dealership that they come to, we want to make sure that they feel like they have a place that they're welcome and that they're encouraged to be there. So I think that's great. Let's give Kelly another round of applause, definitely thanking her for her time and being here. I will post that later on. So if you weren't looking your best, it's just social media. It'll be gone in 24 hours. Don't mind it at all. All right, so is everyone ready to continue moving forward with NADA Live? Is everyone having a good morning so far? There's 2 people. We're going to All right, so let's go ahead and keep continuing forward. I am just pulling up my schedule here. Give me one moment. Actually, I'm just going to go to the paper schedule because this is not working. All right, so next up, we are going to have a Spotlight Series preview. Now, in case you were wondering, one of the great things about the live stage is that you have a chance to see a preview or get little bits of information of things that are happening all around NADA. So as the speakers come to the stage, if you say, hey, I want to make sure I go to that session, you can find that speaker by looking through them in the NADA app, and then it will also give you locations of every place that they're going to be. It'll give you their booth location. If they have a breakout session or anything else, it'll tell you where they're going to be located. So next up, we're going to do a Spotlight Series, and what we're going to talk about is 20 groups. Now, if you have questions about 20 groups, or you're not familiar, or you want to get involved with a 20 group, well, then, of course, you can visit us at the NADA Pavilion right inside the show floor, where you can find out more information on the 20 group. And what we're going to talk about next is the best of the best ideas from 20 groups. And to help me do that, I'd like to welcome up Dick Parrish from NADA. Let's give him a big round of applause. Good morning. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And thank you for being here. Let me make sure this is going to work. All right. What is 20 Group? First of all, it's a peer involvement group that typically is made of 20 to 24 dealers a year that meet 3 or 4 times each year. And they're there to help each other. They're far enough apart that they are not competitors. In fact, we do quite a legal search and try to make sure that they don't even trade customers or trade deals. But we want them to have that and that confidence that they can share the ideas that they have, because that's what everyone in that 20 group is wanting to do, is to learn from each other. Usually, too, because of compatibility with their opportunities, we try to be as geographically I wouldn't say that we are just doing groups made specifically on that, but we want them to have some compatibility in terms of their operations, the opportunities that they have. We tend to have larger volume dealers grouped in different groups than smaller volume dealers. Again, just to have the opportunity for each dealer to have the commonality of the things that they can do and they can share with each other. Oops, wrong way. Thank you. The typical 20 group is a dealer group, a group of general managers, our department managers. We have many of our groups that are service managers, sales managers. Some of the growth that we've seen most recently is controllers groups. How can we do a better job for our dealership? Another group that's really catching fire, I say group, we've now, I think, got 7 different digital manager groups. And these are to help managers within the dealership learn how to maximize your dealer opportunity in terms of the digital media that you have. How can we measure ROI, and how can we give you the best return on the investment you're making? Also, we've got groups for ladies that have some unique interest, maybe in the business or the opportunities that they've got. And again, too, with the increasing size of dealership holding companies, not only for dealers that have several franchise, multiple dealerships, but also for large dealership groups. We're having a lot of growth in that too, whether it be with general managers of that dealership group, of each one of the platforms, or platform managers themselves. And we're also launching the 5th group we have too, of what we call a super group, where we're talking about dealers that may have dealerships in different states, even some in between United States and Canada. Who are looking to find ways to learn from like-minded CEOs And the meetings are at a higher level too, so that they're all trying to see what are the things that will best help us and help our business. I mentioned about it's a group of peers, and one of the things that we do is we study all their financials. Having the dealers non-competing, we can then take their factory financial statements and we can do an analysis. In fact, we have systems that give the ability for that dealer to have that information 24/7. Also, we have the ability for them to share it with their managers in what specific level that they may wish to. Some may want to share the whole dealership operation. Others may just want to be able to share either the variable side of the business with new and used and finance and income, and others may just want to share the fixed departments. But we can even give them the ability for that financial measurements, the composite we call it, to be able to be much more granular, even down to the department level. We publish that composite for meetings, even though we use the digital composite itself, because dealers can find ready access to that. But it's what that book does, what the composite does, is it lists from, and it ranks the dealers from the best performers to the ones that maybe have the most opportunities, I'll call it. But anyway, in that ranking, each dealer can see how they may perform in terms of sales or gross or expenses. And the better they are in expenses, the higher they rank in terms of the way that the sorting's done. And in whatever measurement we're looking at, in these forums that we have, I'll call them that, meeting 3 or 4 times a year, they'll meet with each other and one of our 20 group consultants. That's what I've been doing for 24 years. In fact, I was a dealer principal for 25 years and a member of these 20 groups 22 of those 25 years. I see one of my dealers right now that's out in the audience. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. But we are there to try to not tell people what to do, but to try to get the dealers themselves and the managers and the whole group that we're meeting with to share some of the things that have given them success. And it's really from that success that we come up with, this is a great idea. And we develop a catalog, we'll call it, among ourselves so that every month we share that information. When we see a dealer that's doing something unique, when we see a wrinkle in the way that a process is done, when we see something totally new, we are sharing it with our group, and we do over 500 meetings a year. I have 25 associates that do the same thing as I do. So, needless to say, if there are times and opportunities where dealers are facing a challenge and can't get their answers from their group of peers, their associates in that 20 group, then we are able sometimes to bring something to the party ourselves, to be able to share something that other dealers have done, and to not recommend it per se, but just to serve it up as a little bit more information that how someone else has found some success. Additionally, because of the massing of all of that information, I think all of our resources, we have just over 3,000, just under 3,000 rooftops. So we're able to measure and provide what are the guides, what are the levels of performance that we see for each one of the different franchises. Further, besides studying those franchises just to get a guide, a norm we'll call it, we're also looking all the time in our sorting to sort out the best performers in each of those groups. And what we do is we develop a rating program called Best of Class. And our Best of Class dealers, of course, provide the information primarily for our guides because we want people to be able to strive and have opportunity to be as good as some of the others. The ideas, though, that we get, we share not only among the group, but we share among our consulting group, and then they're brought into a different forum completely when we see the dealers in those groups succeed with them. This was an idea. A dealer had a total loss, and from the fire, wiping everything out, building, cars, you name it, you know what it takes to have a dealership. But the dealer found out that there was, he was very much underinsured because of the way, the specificity that the insurance company settled his claim. His idea was get a private adjuster before you buy an insurance policy or to review what your needs are to be able to give you the guidance. Another idea, this came from a dealer that I think now has 27 stores. He started when he had 16, and the problem that he felt is that there were so many different cities and states that he was operating in that he was fearful that the processes that they instilled, the priorities and the programs that they wanted to be able to make available to their customers, he wasn't sure if he was having evaporation or problems from transition from different cities, different states. So he needed a new CFO. His CFO was retiring. Found the right person to replace the CFO, but the CFO was still going to be a couple of years before they retired. So what he did is he actually tested having this CFO to be, we'll call him, audit each of the dealerships, not only for the financial end of it, but also for all of the specific things that he had to do for each franchise. Needless to say, it was a great hit. He found a lot of problems that would have cost a lot of money on an audit from an OEM. And now, not only has that person risen to the CFO, but they've got a team now of 3 auditors that visit each store once a quarter to be able to make sure that they defend their processes and principles. Thank you card for recruiting. This is not anything new. Very nice card. It's larger than a business card, but fits right in your pocket. And who's going to be offended if the server that's helping you or the retail clerk that's just done a magnificent job, what's going to offend them if they tell them, you're amazing? Well, that's what this dealer did. In fact, the first iteration did not have the QR code, but they have added that now to be able to direct them to their HR department within that dealership. We are going to have 2 sessions of the workshop, both this afternoon, one, and another one tomorrow. So I hope everyone got a little something out of this and maybe answered some questions about it, but there's a lot more to come. Do I have any questions? Wow. Were you raising your hand, sir, or just trying to talk about it? I talk with my hands, too. I understand. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you. Thank you.
I've been working for car dealers for just about 30 years. I love the spirit. I love the entrepreneurship. It's really one of the last true American dreams. I'm Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA. As most of you probably know, NADA exists for two primary reasons. Number one, to educate, and number two, to advocate for our dealer members. The key value that NADA provides for dealerships, we've got a lot of dealerships that are members of NADA. Over 90% of dealerships belong to NADA. So with that kind of power in numbers, we can take your voice to Capitol Hill, to Congress, to the administration, and to our manufacturers.
When we advocate on behalf of dealers, we look at potentially all three branches of government. And that actually has played out with the vehicle shopping rule. NADA filed extensive comments explaining why the proposed rule was very problematic for consumers. That resulted in several revisions which will help dealers, but it did not go far enough. NADA is supporting legislation to negate the rule, and NADA also has filed a judicial challenge against the rule.
The Biden administration's EPA has proposed that by model year 2032, 67% of all new vehicle sales be fully battery electric. We think that's too far, too fast. NADA believes that a more balanced approach is not only going to be achievable, but better for the environment. Consumer demand has got to catch up with political aspirations. We take your voice and we meet with the White House. We meet with Congress. We talk to the IRS. We've talked to the EPA. Rest assured, NADA has your back. Together, we can move this industry further. So if you're not engaged, please get engaged. But we're here to help you do just that. We're glad you're here at the NADA show. It's a great opportunity to learn from each other, develop new relationships, and grow. Thank you.
That's right. Some of the key tenets of NADA is learn, grow, and learn from each other. So make sure, again, if you have more questions about 20 groups, you can visit right inside the NADA Pavilion. We'll be able to answer those questions. And also, if you're looking to get signed up with any 20 groups, we can help you in that process as well. So make sure you check us out right inside on the show floor. Well, if you know what's happening next because you see the trophy, you know it's time for pitching. Who's ready? She's ready. I like that. All right, we're excited. Now, if you've been here and following with us so far this weekend, we've seen from Northwood University, we had students that did a pitch, which was great. Yesterday, we had our exhibitors, and today we're focused on philanthropy. So we're excited about that, and we want to hear from all of our pitch contestants. And then we want to make sure everyone sticks around because we will be announcing the winner after everyone has a chance to come up and do their pitch. So stick right here so you can find out who wins. All right, so to help us get kicked off, I'd like to welcome up Anthony Rinaldi, who's going to introduce our judges, and then we're going to get this pitch show on the road. Anthony, you ready? All right, let's do it. You're welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Rinaldi. I'm the manager of digital communications at NADA, and welcome to the Philanthropy Dealership Pitch Competition. So, today's theme at show is community, so we have 6 great contestants to show how they are giving back to their community through philanthropic efforts through 2023 to our judges. Now let's meet our judges. We have Wes Lutz of Extreme Dodge Chrysler Jeep, Anita Castriota of Castriota Chevrolet, and Scott Doobie of McGovern Auto Group. So how this is going to work is we have the contestants will have 2 minutes to pitch to our judges, and when their 2 minutes are up, we will have 2 minutes of Q&A with our judges to our contestants. All right, so let's bring out the first contestant.
That's the first one. Good morning, everyone. My name's Andrea Foote. I'm with Anderson Auto Group. One of the things I want to talk about today is that we are a group that we don't just write a check and sit in front of the car and take a picture. We are partners with the people that we invest our money in. So I'm going to give you a few examples of what we do. So one of the groups we are heavily involved in is the Special Olympics of Arizona. And we provide an event for them as well as they provide events in our city too. And we partner and we're also on the council of that board. And so we work closely with the special needs community. Another example I'm going to give you is that we sit on another special needs board as well called the New Horizons, and they house people with disabilities. So So that's another organization we give back to. We also sit on the school boards. We sit on a bunch of 501c3 boards throughout our community. But what does that partnership look like? So it goes back to what I stated before. We are constantly involved in our community by participating in not only their meetings, but as well as their events. So we want to put on events for them to help them raise even more money than what we give back. So we are there to support them in their events, as well as promoting them in the community and giving back not only to our community, but to that organization as well. There's not just one organization I want to sit here and talk about, because our pitch is that we provide in the Tri-City of Kingman, Bullhead, and Lake Havasu City of Arizona multiple 501c3s. We are heavily involved in all of those organizations that we work with. We don't just write them a check. We are there to help them grow bigger and better. And in that sense, they help us learn too. So in that case, thank you guys so much for this pitch. And I'm Andrea with Anderson Auto Group.
Don't give up yet.
Tell us about your dealership organization. One store, multiple stores. How many people do you have involved?
So we have 5 dealerships. We have 2 Ford stores, 1 Toyota store, 1 Nissan, and 1 Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram store. On our auto side, we're probably roughly looking between 350 employees, give or take.
How many employees are involved with the community services?
It depends on each store. So I would give or take, I would say around 40 to 50 employees when we're involved. One of the biggest things our owner is very heavy on, if we are involved in something, we have a table or we're being recognized or we're involved in that community, we have present at that event. So we're probably running about 75 to 100 events a year.
Wow. How is it you got on all those boards? So it's like, I think that's really important what you said about we don't just write a check. We're actually involved in these boards. How did you get your folks on the boards, and how did you go about make sure you had that kind of penetration?
So since we're in 3 cities, one of the biggest things that I worked on in the last, because I've been in this position the last 2 years, is you really focus on getting to know your community, right? Because every store is different. You could walk into our Ford store in Kingman, Arizona. It's going to be completely different than our Toyota store at Anderson Toyota, right? In Lake Havasu City, Arizona. So what we try to focus on is what does that community need, right? Because what does that store represent? So Kingman's going to represent a completely different clientele than Lake Havasu City. And so we really just go in your schools, we go into your local nonprofits, and we get involved in those organizations right there. So we're involved in from the kids all the way to the senior level. I think that's where it starts is like your boots on the ground. It takes time, right? But you have to be willing to put in the effort, and you have to be willing to take the time to do that, because that's a full-time job in itself.
Sure.
And it's very important to us, and I think it's really helped us grow and also be recognized on a Tri-City level.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank
Sound
you.
like you're doing a great job.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Mark Rask. I'm with Kelly Buick GMC in Bartow, Florida, which is down in Central Florida. I'm here to talk to you about a campaign that we do called the 20-Buck Truck. So please remember that phrase. It's a 20-buck truck, if you can remember that. So what we decided to do many years ago is we decided to support the youth in agriculture in the Polk County area, which is halfway between Tampa and Orlando. So agriculture in that area is just huge. A lot of FFA groups, a lot of 4-H clubs, that type of thing. And we used to just write them a check every year. And then about 8 years ago, we decided to do something called the 20-Buck Truck. And what we do is we donate the truck every year and we give it away. And people buy tickets at $20 a pop. So throughout the 8 years, we've raised over $1 million by doing that, and we give all that back to the youth in agriculture in our area. We feel like everything kind of starts with the kids in our area, or in every area, really. And our motto is no kid left behind. So every one of them gets some type of money that are involved with those clubs. Last year alone, we sold $109,000 in tickets at $20 a pop. It's a lot of tickets. So it's become a culture in our area. It's become a staple in the community. The kids actually are involved with selling the tickets, so it helps them make their own money as well. We also donate a percentage of that money to Warrior Beach Foundation, which is a foundation in Panama City for veterans. So, But most of the money, 90% of it, goes just back to the kids in our area. They will have it at their FFA events, which are Future Farmers of America, and 4-H clubs. And they'll have it there. They call all the time wanting us to bring it and park the truck to sell tickets to. We got QR codes all over. It's just a great fun thing to do. And like I said, we feel like it's all about the kids and with that. So, and that's all I got.
Fantastic.
All right, first question. You raised $109,000 last year. Is that you give more than one truck, or what do you do with the other funds?
It's one truck.
One truck?
Yeah, we donate the truck. We actually sell it to, well, it gets into some logistics. And so the kids get the money from the truck itself, too. So not just the ticket sales. So one truck a year. We give it away on October 12th every year, which is National Farmers Day. So it kind of goes with that, and it just really pushes that.
So do the employees help sell tickets?
Absolutely. Everybody knows this program at the store. They have little cards on their desk. They tell everybody about it. So.
Do you incentivize the employees, like to have whoever sells the most tickets?
Well, the incentive of it is, number one, that we're helping the kids in the community. But you'd be amazed at how many people walk in and buy a vehicle from us or service with us and say, hey, I'm doing this because of the money that you gave back to the kids in the area. So that's our incentive.
Right.
It really is.
So piggybacking on Anita's question, do you do additional marketing that goes with that, or is it mostly organic? Sounds like there's a pretty large cultural
I have a
footprint with
website for it. I have a Facebook page for it. We do a little bit of paid marketing on it, but not a lot. Most of it's community events. I have the truck somewhere every single weekend, like whether it's an art show, a youth fair, anything like that. And it's wrapped, and it's got QR codes all over it, and people walk by and scan it, buy tickets.
And when do you start this? If you give it away in October, when do you start it?
The new truck will be displayed on October 12th for next year, when we give the other one away.
So you put a year into this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we've done it. This is our 8th year of doing it. The local sheriff, his name's Grady Judd. I don't know if y'all know who he is, but he actually pulls a ticket for us every year.
All right.
So,
does he arrest anybody right after?
No, but he also says it's the only way you can legally buy a truck for $20. So.
Fantastic.
Right.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Megan Moses, and I'm the president of the West Virginia Women's Alliance, a nonprofit organization to support women and kids in West Virginia. I'm a proud car dealer and mother who understands the value in finding common ground and building bridges. In an increasingly divided world, it is more important now than ever to work together on the things we can agree on. There are many issues that need our immediate attention, including the following. This year, March of Dimes gave West Virginia an F for its high maternal and infant mortality rates and increased rate of preterm births. West Virginia has one of the lowest workforce participation rates in the country at 55%, with evidence showing that limited access to quality and affordable childcare is one of the largest impediments for entering the workforce. West Virginia's foster care system is now the most challenged in the entire country, overburdened with 6,300 kids, which may only get worse as our entry rate in the system is 333% higher than the national average. Data shows that our state has one of the lowest college-going rates in the country at only 46%. In our state, 39.4% of women experience intimate partner violence. In 2020, domestic violence programs reported serving 271 victims of domestic violence in just one day. This evidence can feel overwhelming and insurmountable, but we can't afford to sit idly by. The WVWA seeks to advocate for better outcomes with the following methods. Research. We will identify pragmatic, evidence-based policies that can help women and families thrive. Education. We will share information to educate our elected officials on both sides of the aisle so that they have the ability to represent our interests fairly and equally. Democracy. We will increase more women to register to vote and to participate in the democratic process to have a positive impact on their communities. Thank you for your time today and hearing how the WVWA can make a difference. As Henry Ford once said, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right. Or the wise words from Margaret Mead, never doubt that a small group of committed individuals can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has.
Very good.
Perfect.
Sorry for reading that. I'm not so good at it. Anyway. So
Great job.
Do we do the
You did a
Q&A?
good job.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
No, I thought it was a great presentation, but you have two roles. You're a dealer,
I am a dealer.
and you run the organization?
I hired an executive director to help me run it, yes.
Ah,
I
great.
started it, and now I know I can't do all that at the
A
same
mother as well?
I've got a 2 and a 4-year-old, yes, sir.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
have no time, right?
You know, I'm learning about time management, and it's interesting to say the least, but it's really important. I think because I want my kids to live in a place where they feel like they can stay and run the dealerships or they're safe, or those people that can have the resources need to have them. So to me, it's that important to invest the time. Yeah.
That's great.
Thank you. Okay,
Wonderful.
is that it? Okay,
Great
that wasn't
job.
bad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Standing here, I represent 3 generations and over 90 years of my family expressing their love for the community through our dealership. Over those years, we have poured our time, resources, and over $2.5 million back into our community through numerous charities. But in 2018, we decided it was time to do more. My father thought back to growing up with a cousin who had special needs, but couldn't play baseball because of those special needs. This inspired us to create a Hartford County chapter of the Miracle League. The Miracle League provides a community of acceptance, love, and sports for special needs and children and adults. There are no winners or losers, no bad pitches, and no negative connotations because getting on the field is an accomplishment many before them were not given. The Miracle League is unique in that every ability was thought of and included. Our field is a padded, non-trip surface, a bit smaller than your standard field, and is level with no obstacles. This allows children of every ability to play, from those with autism to cerebral palsy, wheelchair-bound, and everything in between. Families bring their children from over 60 miles away just for them to have the opportunity to play. While we have over 150 players currently, we also have over 300 volunteers who make this dream a reality. Many of those are high school and college students who come out early on a Saturday morning, give up their time before putting on their own uniforms to go play in their own games. We are a league of miracles. Our parents can watch their child play baseball, something they never thought that they could do. Our volunteers are forever changed by helping those play the sport that they love and have America's pastime for our players, which they never thought they could do. On our Saturday between April and October, you'll find me and my family on the field, where changing lives is the most important part of our week, and seeing the smiles is our absolute favorite.
Wow.
Good job.
Thank you.
What do you do at the dealership?
I'm the general manager. So I run the store and we run the field on our own too. So it's a full-time job, like Megan was saying. You learn time management very, very quickly.
So in your sales force, what's the percentage of women and men?
We actually have no women on our sales force currently. It's just me.
Okay.
How many kids did you say participate in your league?
We have over 150 players currently.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's great.
It's a really awesome
organization. How do the high school players react to helping?
They absolutely love it. A bunch of them are really integral in their special needs departments in their schools. So they love coming out on Saturdays and helping. And it gives them really great lessons in learning to be appreciative of the abilities that they have and being able to pass those, like their knowledge on to these kids and adults.
How would you recommend that people that are in the audience here or watching on the internet, how they could start a similar program in their hometowns?
Yeah, so the Miracle League is actually a national organization, and it just takes reaching out to them, and then just a force of people. Setting up a nonprofit is not easy, I will tell you that. It takes a lot of work and a lot of tenacity, so just having that push and drive to do it and the will, and then getting your community around you, that's the most important part.
But it sounds like there's help. If people wanted to do it, sounds like there's an organization that will help.
Yes, there is.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Who we've got here?
Richard.
Richard.
Well, hello. I couldn't be more excited than to be standing in front of you today to talk about the 12 Moms of Christmas. For starters, thank you for recognizing us and allowing us to be a finalist in this program. We're truly honored. Since 2019, we've partnered with a nonprofit in Minnesota called Newgate School. We've given 60 hardworking moms, these single moms, cars, and we've transformed their lives. We've actually given them a way to get to work. And on top of that, thanks to local support from the community, we're able to stuff these cars at Christmas with presents and hundreds of dollars worth of gift certificates from local businesses. In 2023 alone, the value of these cars and prizes and gifts was over $84,000. But for these moms, it's not just about the gifts. It's about their new realities of actually having transportation and being able to get around. For Yolanda, her and her kids were walking 4 miles to and from school every single day. She also got back 2 hours of her day by not having to walk to her 3rd shift job, right? I can't even imagine. And you wouldn't even believe Destiny's story. She was spending more than $1,000 a month on Uber and Lyft rides, and sometimes having to put her 9-year-old daughter in an Uber by herself. I can't imagine the plight of some of these moms. To afford all this and to keep ends to meet, she was turning off her cell phone and her Wi-Fi at the end of the month just so she could pay for all of this. Growing up in a single-parent household myself, I personally relate to the plight of kids growing up in single-parent households, and I'm honored to be part of a program today that gives back to a community in which I suffered. Newgate School gets hundreds of applications every single month that are unmet. If we win this $5,000 today, Newgate School has pledged to give 3 more hardworking moms cars. And we hope you'll help us do that today. Thank you so much.
Great.
Yeah, I have a question.
How do you choose your, I'm sorry.
Sir, you go.
How do you choose your recipients?
So because we partner with a nonprofit, it's actually part of the Wheels for Women program they have. In partnership with our dealership group and Newgate School, they've given over 650 cars to moms in total. They have an online application, and you have to make less than a certain amount of income a year. So it actually has to be a documented single mom that's in a low-income situation that actually needs her life transformed.
Do you have to address the insurance or the upkeep on the vehicles at all?
So what each of the Rydell dealership dealers that contribute cars every single year, we give each of these mothers a voucher for $500 worth of service. So that way, if they need tires, brakes, maintenance, oil changes, whatnot, we help them get on their feet to create their new relationship with their vehicle.
Very good.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the last
please.
contestant. How would you recommend people that are watching this get involved with an organization like the one you're involved with?
Yeah, so what's really interesting is in our dealer group, this program was actually modeled after a program in Iowa. And one of our dealers in Iowa, Casey Johnson, he started a Wheels for Women program with the local United Way. He approached a local charity, he created a partnership, and he talks about how moms now can bring their kids to go get ice cream. So he's super proud of that. We were inspired by this. We got together with our local dealership group, and now in the last 2 years, our dealer group in Grand Forks, North Dakota, every year now they give 12 cars to 12 moms for Christmas as well. So this program is completely taking over our dealer group, and we are honored to give away cars, and not just because it's on sale.
Excellent.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Hello, I'm Tammy Olson, the Director of Young Caring for Our Young Foundation. Our organization has many critical partners, but none stand up like Young Subaru of Ogden. They're truly a beacon for hope in our community and a force for good, and they live the Subaru love promise. They've made us aware of families living in motels, teenagers living in their cars, children tragically in need of school clothes. An example would be 2 brothers sharing shoes to go to school. Those stories are gut-wrenching and they tug at our heartstrings, but they also drive our behavior. Subaru has been a part of helping us clothe over 2,100 kids last year and feed 18,000 hungry kids for a weekend through our weekend meal kit program. They've helped deliver blankets and handwritten notes to cancer patients in the community. They've stocked school pantries and community pantries repeatedly. And they've formed an indelible relationship with a local homeless shelter called the Lantern House. Last year, the Lantern House was struggling to get donations, and our Subaru team stepped up. They realized the value of that organization and what it does for our community, and they stepped in. They made sure their pantry was stocked with food. They had blankets for beds, coats for backs, and they actually delivered a Christmas tree decorated and placed it in their family center, because we all know how important it is for Santa to have a tree to put presents under on Christmas morning. Simple things like that really speak to how connected they are with our community. And there are a ton of organizations that give a lot of money back to the community. Subaru's done that as well. Last year alone, they donated over $100,000 back to the community. But what separates them from so many others is how they actively engage the community in their mission and in their cause. Because of their involvement in over 50 events last year, they've truly created an army of people who are committed to a common cause and are champions for good. We hope you concur and award them this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's up?
Oh, it sounded like a great proposal. How long has it been going on?
So the Young Caring for Our Young Foundation has been established since 2007. Young Subaru, we acquired their group in 2011, and so they've been actively involved since that time. So a long time, a lot of history, and a lot of connections and lives changed.
Great. So there's a lot of continuity.
There is, every year we find a new need though, and the need continues to grow, and so we develop new programs with them as a way to reach out and give back. But there's a lot of energy behind this. We hire people who are culturally aligned with giving back to the community, and that makes it a lot easier because you're not having to convince them why, it's just when and where.
Great.
How many people in your organization participate in the actual doing some of the work?
Actually, almost all of them. We have 1,800 employees within the group, and Young Subaru, they're probably, I would say, probably 80 to 90% of our employees have actually shopped for children in need. They've helped us put those weekend meal kits together. It's not the exception to be involved. It's really the rule, the norm. So they're all very passionate about it.
It's wonderful.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Is that it?
Don't we have more? Those are so great.
Oh, you don't have more. You just have your jobs cut out for you now, because that's tough, right?
That's
I mean,
possible.
I think at this point the trophy is just a formality. Let's give all of our contestants a big round of applause for everything that they're doing. I think that's a huge inspiration. And what I would encourage everyone, because they're all waiting to get the results, so if you heard anyone that's maybe from your local community or you have family in that community, make sure you connect with them and find out where you can get more information and maybe help yourself and your family and whoever else, friends, get involved, because everybody that can get involved is really helpful. So I think it was great, and I do not envy you.
It was the most difficult because it was really splitting hairs.
I was going to say, I do not envy you three at all. I'm glad I can just get up here and talk while you do the judging part of it, right? So, but we are going to shortly announce our winner. After we announce our winner, then what we'll be doing is we're taking a quick break in programming. We're going to be right back here on the stage at 11:45. So feel free to hang out and be comfortable, but we're going to get right back here at 11:45. There will be some information on the screen that you'll be able to take away, so don't go anywhere. Like I said, we're just going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back here live at 11:45. I didn't even mean to rhyme that. Anthony, we have a winner? All right. I'll take it away.
One more time for all of our contestants. Thank you all for sharing your stories. So the winner of today's contest will win a $5,000 donation from the NADA Foundation to a charity of their choice. And the top three from this competition will participate in a live stage segment tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. right back here on the live stage, and to talk about community involvement. So the top three are, in no particular order, Rydell Dealerships, Young Subaru, and Kelly Buick GMC. So you guys will be back here tomorrow at 11:30 a.m., so we're excited for that. But we're all here for the grand winner, so let's announce the winner. Mark Rask of Kelly Buick GMC. Come on up. Come on up, Mark.
Thank you.
All right.
Congratulations.
Great.
Way to go.
And then, yep.
Okay.
right.
Okay.
We'll get up there.
You bet.
We'll get on this side too. Go in.
You want to squeeze inside?
Yeah, come in.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Great job, Mark.
And thank you again to all of our judges for being the judges for the past 3 days for all of our pitch competitions. We really do appreciate your time. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Why does Sam Pack send his team to NADA?
You ever wonder how to take your dealership from what the heck are we doing to wow, we got this?
What are we going to do about this used car shortage?
Can we keep a copy of their driver's license?
Hey boss, this client has a 550 credit score. Is it even worth my time?
All of those questions and more will be answered at NADA. The National Automobile Dealer Association show, where you learn A to Z of the car world. Remember 1917 when cars were considered a luxury? Nope. Neither do we. Thanks to NADA, cars became a mass consumer good, saving our granddaddies big bucks.
NADA is more than just a legacy. It's a visionary leader for the automotive industry. With their guidance, dealerships stay ahead of the finance trends and champion fair practices against restrictive regulations.
At NADA, your finance director will learn valuable techniques on safeguarding your customers' information and how to protect your dealership against fraudulent activity.
I also learned about fair lending practices, identity theft, red flags, and OFAC requirements.
NADA teaches us on how to hire, train, and retain quality technicians.
And proper scheduling is crucial to keep those technicians busy and productive. At NADA, we learn about and buy the latest equipment and technology to make it happen.
At NADA, your used car manager will learn the latest techniques on acquiring used car inventory, pricing and advertising to the market so that you can survive any disruptions to the new car supply chain.
Thanks to the NADA training, I can better navigate the used car marketplace.
Become a used car value guru with NADA's invaluable resources. And did we mention the celebs? From Ronald Reagan to George Bush, they've all made pit stops at NADA.
So why go to the NADA show? Because you can turn oh no into pro. With NADA, we've turned 5-star Ford into 6-star Ford.
Sean, that's not a thing.
With NADA, anything is possible.
Don't miss the auto industry event of the year, NADA Show 2024, Driving the Future.
Hey everyone, it's Bobby Sight coming at you live from NADA Show 2024. Saturday is in full swing and today's lineup is packed with excitement. Today's theme, community. Let's dive in. The expo is now open, and if you missed it yesterday, you won't want to make that mistake again. Navigate your way and set up meetings with exhibitors using the NADA Show app. And for all you racing fans out there, Danica Patrick will be gracing us on the main stage. She'll be talking about the power of community action and also giving us a glimpse into her incredible racing and broadcasting career. And after that, don't miss the Time Dealer of the Year Award. And here's something special. Celebrating 20 years of our heartwarming partnership, our annual charity auction benefiting Canine Companions. Remember, knowledge is power. Our education segment continues today with immersive workshops and exchange sessions kicking off at 1 p.m. And that is your Day 3 snapshot. For a complete breakdown, visit the NADA Show app, or for the official schedule, visit nadashow.org. Let's make today memorable.
See you around the show, baby.
I've been working for car dealers for just about 30 years. I love the spirit. I love the entrepreneurship. It's really one of the last true American dreams. I'm Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA. As most of you probably know, NADA exists for two primary reasons. Number one, to educate, and number two, to advocate for our dealer members. The key value that NADA provides for dealerships We've got a lot of dealerships that are members of NADA. Over 90% of dealerships belong to NADA. So with that kind of power in numbers, we can take your voice to Capitol Hill, to Congress, to the administration, and to our manufacturers.
When we advocate on behalf of dealers, we look at potentially all three branches of government. And that actually has played out with the vehicle shopping rule. NADA filed extensive comments explaining why the proposed rule was very problematic for consumers. That resulted in several revisions which will help dealers, but it did not go far enough. NADA is supporting legislation to negate the rule, and NADA also has filed a judicial challenge against the rule.
The Biden administration's EPA has proposed that by model year 2032, 67% of all new vehicle sales be fully battery electric. We think that's too far, too fast. NADA believes that a more balanced approach is not only going to be achievable, but better for the environment. Consumer demand has got to catch up with political aspirations. We take your voice and we meet with the White House. We meet with Congress. We talk to the IRS. We've talked to the EPA. Rest assured, NADA has your back. Together, we can move this industry further. So if you're not engaged, please get engaged. But we're here to help you do just that. We're glad you're here at the NADA show. It's a great opportunity to learn from each other, develop new relationships, and grow. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Brian Wayne.
And I'm Michelle Blakely. We're thrilled to extend a personal invitation to all of you to our NADA Live Stage presentation, Attracting Customers, the Battle of EV and ICE.
We'll be delving into topics such as covering consumer expectations, branding, and tailored communications for both EV and ICE consumers.
Plus, discover strategies to drive more revenue to your dealership. I promise you it's a session you won't want to miss.
We hope to see you there.
Why does Sam Pack send his team to NADA?
You ever wonder how to take your dealership from what the heck are we doing to wow, we got this?
What are we going to do about this used car shortage?
Can we keep a copy of their driver's license?
Hey boss, this client has a 550 credit score. Is it even worth my time?
All those questions and more will be answered at NADA. The National Automobile Dealer Association show, where you learn A to Z of the car world. Remember 1917 when cars were considered a luxury? Nope. Neither do we. Thanks to NADA, cars became a mass consumer good, saving our granddaddies big bucks.
NADA is more than just a legacy. It's a visionary leader for the automotive industry. With their guidance, dealerships stay ahead of the finance trends and champion fair practices against restrictive regulations.
At NADA, your finance director will learn valuable techniques on safeguarding your customers' information and how to protect your dealership against fraudulent activity.
I also learned about fair lending practices, identity theft, red flags, and OFAC requirements.
NADA teaches us on how to hire, train, and retain quality technicians.
And proper scheduling is crucial to keep those technicians busy and productive. At NADA, we learn about and buy the latest equipment and technology to make it happen.
At NADA, your used car manager will learn the latest techniques on acquiring used car inventory, pricing and advertising to the market so that you can survive any disruptions to the new car supply chain.
Thanks to the NADA training, I can better navigate the used car marketplace.
Become a used car value guru with NADA's invaluable resources. And did we mention the celebs? From Ronald Reagan to George Bush, they've all made pit stops at NADA.
So why go to the NADA show? Because you can turn oh no into pro. With NADA, we've turned 5-star Ford into 6-star Ford.
Sean, that's not a thing.
With NADA, anything is possible.
Don't miss the auto industry event of the year, NADA Show 2024, Driving the Future.
I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. There was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful.
always excited to see all the vendors that I know. I'm always excited to see everybody in the industry.
We really like the expo. We learn a lot every year. It's an opportunity to take classes if you want to talk to experts.
NADA helps providing everything that you need for a dealer under one roof so you can see it all, compare it side by side. It's great.
Every year there's new things. Whatever is new is here.
My name is Jonathan Bigham. I'm one of the technicians in the Toyota service department. I've been here for 13 years, right out of high school.
This is my oldest, that's my son.
I'm starting from the bottom. You said coming from the bottom to the top, you know, you definitely see the progression. It's rewarding. It's not a job, it's a career that you're in. If we're not having fun, we're not going to enjoy our work, just plain and simple.
For over 30 years, I've traveled the country saving hundreds of businesses from failure and ruin. And now, I'll be saving cars.
They're about to learn. I'm all business.
Bobby, Mr. Taffer.
If I know one thing about the restaurant business, it's that hospitality is #1. And in the car business, the same is true. I believe when somebody makes 3 steps into that dealership, how they feel is critical. They have to be welcomed, comfortable, and valued. And most important, the sales team must connect with these customers. Through that connection, we build trust, and they come back again and again. You've got to pound this message into everyone that works here. It's all about connecting.
This is the Mach-E, all electric. You never have to go to the gas station again.
Hold it. Michael, I'm sorry to interrupt. Training room, 5 minutes. Look, guys, this is a great dealership, and you guys are rock stars, every single one of you. But we can still connect better. We don't sell cars. We create reactions for a living, don't we? Yeah. What happens when they react to you? We sell cars. Yeah. So it's all about connectivity. We connect, we create relationships, we create reactions, and then what happens? We sell cars. Yeah. You guys ready? Yeah. Let's connect today. And don't forget to see me at NADA 2024 in February in Las Vegas.
It's gonna be a blast.
Hi, I'm Laria Graham, General Manager here at Hello Mazda. There is a plethora of opportunities for women in automotive. I'm a mother of 3, and when I started 8 years ago, I had little ones, and you really have a lot of flexibility at the dealership. As a woman in automotive, it's been an excellent experience.
driving the future with education at the NADA Show, where automotive industry leaders gather to learn, grow, and thrive. With over 100 educational and networking sessions, this is your one-stop destination for all things automotive. We'll have 2 incredible super sessions. One will open the show on Thursday afternoon, and the second will round out your educational journey on Sunday. New for 2024 is the Spotlight Series, where you'll hear from dynamic keynote speakers and panels discussing the latest hot topics and strategies that will drive your dealership's success. But it's not all about business. It's about building connections too. You can grow your network during exchange sessions and in the new networking communities. These peer-to-peer discussions are your key to brainstorming and problem-solving your biggest pain points in the dealership. Check out our TED Talk-style educational sessions at the Dealer Learning Lab on the expo floor and speak with experts in the EV Solutions Center to get all your top questions answered. Register now to be a part of the automotive industry's premier education event. Visit nadashow.org today.
All right, well, we are back. Had a little short break. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the short break. Glad to see you here and excited to have you continuing to hang out with us in the NADA Live living room. Now, if you were with us just before we took the break, you know, philanthropic efforts have been part of our day today. And so we're going to keep that going, talking about giving, sharing, and partnership. And to help us do that, we have the Assurant Foundation in support of workforce development. So I'd like to welcome up at this time Annette Sikora, who is the NADA Foundation Chairwoman. She's joined by Jeff Strickland, who is the SVP of Assurant Dealer Services and Strategic Accounts, and Martin Jens, who is the EVP and President of Assurant Global and Automotive.
Go ahead, Annette, please.
Good morning. Hey, good morning. On behalf of the NADA Foundation, we are so grateful to industry partners like Assurant, who have again donated to our foundation and our workforce development. As you all know, our workforce is our most important asset in the dealership. Having partners like this help us attract that talent and show prospective employees about exciting dealership careers. So thank you so much for your support again.
Thank you. Thank you, Annette. It's certainly good to be here with everyone at the 2024 NADA. And on behalf of over 1,000 employees that work in our global automotive business, we're pleased to be with you this morning. For context, Assurant is a leading provider of F&I products and services for dealers in the United States. We serve over about 4,700 dealers in the United States, but we also serve thousands of others in 19 countries around the world. So we're a leading global provider in the space that we operate in. Through that work, we protect over 54 million vehicles and 54 million customers each and every day with the products and services we provide. So enough about the shameless plug of Assurant. Let's talk about what's really important in today's discussion. The Assurant Foundation strengthens communities by supporting charitable partners like the NADA Foundation, where we protect people where they live and thrive, and we connect with local resources, inspiring inclusion and preparing leaders for the future. The sponsorship of the NADA's Workforce Initiative is really part of our contribution to helping prepare future leaders in the automotive space for the future. And we've been doing that, frankly, for over 60 years. So it's great to have partnerships like this to do that through. For today's automotive dealerships to be modern and inclusive places to work, we have to reflect the communities that we serve. So we're here once again to support the NADA Foundation's Workforce Initiative, and in particular to support the partnership between the NADA and the National Urban League, which is committed to developing the next generation of auto professionals that are diverse and inclusive in the dealer space, the space that we operate in each and every day. The demand for diverse and inclusive employees spans the entire spectrum of work that we do in the dealer space. There's no shortage, there's an extreme shortage rather of technicians. Skilled people in the labor force is something that is really going to be an issue in the future and something that we must work together to solve for. So today, it's my pleasure to announce a $30,000 donation from the Assurant Foundation to the NADA's Workforce Initiative. With today's donation, I'm honored to say that we've donated $135,000 in total to the Workforce Foundation. The work is so important, and we are appreciative of you allowing us to do that. Thank you for helping us shape a promising future for our industry. We certainly appreciate you giving us the time today.
Take a photo?
Yeah. Thank you, and you can learn more about the foundation at nadafoundation.org. Thank you again. Can you get in here?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, it's Bobby Sight coming at you live from NADA Show 2024. Saturday is in full swing and today's lineup is packed with excitement. Today's theme, community. Let's dive in. The expo is now open, and if you missed it yesterday, you won't want to make that mistake again. Navigate your way and set up meetings with exhibitors using the NADA Show app. And for all you racing fans out there, Danica Patrick will be gracing us on the main stage. She'll be talking about the power of community action and also giving us a glimpse into her incredible racing and broadcasting career. And after that, don't miss the Time Dealer of the Year Award. And here's something special. Celebrating 20 years of our heartwarming partnership, our annual charity auction benefiting Canine Companions.
Remember, knowledge is power. Our education segment continues today with immersive workshops and exchange sessions kicking off at 1 p.m.
And that is your Day 3 snapshot. For a complete breakdown, visit the NADA Show app, or for the official schedule, visit nadashow.org. Let's make today memorable.
See you around the show, baby.
All right, so we are going to continue moving forward. Now, as you all know, we are in the third day of February, right? And so 2024 is off to a great start. But one of the things that I'm sure we all want to know is, what are the trends for 2024? There's a lot of things that are projected and a lot of things that have been conversation, but we want to know fact versus fiction. Well, to help us in kind of having that conversation, we have DAS Technologies, and they're going to talk about just that, 2024 trends, fact versus fiction, and an in-depth conversation on CDXP and AI. So to help us do that, I'd like to welcome up Alexi Venieri, who is the co-founder and CEO of DAS Technology. And joining her is Cliff Banks, who is the founder of Autovate and the Banks Report. Are you both ready? Come on up. Let's give them a round of applause. Welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Good afternoon. My name is Cliff Banks. I'm the founder of the Banks Report and Autovate, which is a conference focused on investment in automotive retail. And I have with me here Alexi Venieri, who is the CEO and co-founder of DAS Technology. Welcome, and great to have all of you here with us today.
Thank you, Cliff. Yes. I'm excited. What a great show so far. It's been wonderful.
Yes, yes. The NADA, I think it's, I don't know how many years for me. I think it's my 25th one, so they all start blurring together over time.
I'm going to go 24.
Oh, you're going to go 24?
I've done 24.
Right, yes. Well, let's jump into this, Alexi. DAS is focused on really the consumer journey, but why don't you tell us a little bit about what the focus is
and what we are today. Well, I'm so fortunate that, this industry is amazing. I see some of our incredible clients here today. Hey, guys. Hello. And partners. So I think that aside from the fact I worked in automotive tech for quite a few years, I actually was really fortunate to work for the Van Tuyl Group. If any of you remember the Van Tuyl Group before they sold to Berkshire. And I think being part of a large group and actually vetting a lot of vendors myself and coming to these shows and working with all of our GMs, I really got focused on the data and the customer experience. And this is going back like 14 years. And that is when we founded, originally it was called Digital Airstrike. And it was really basic and really simple, Cliff. We were just, let's listen to consumers. At the time, dealers didn't really even know there were online reviews. We were the first to ever do the very first dealer survey. So we plugged into the DMS and just started finding out about how the experience was for both sales and service. And from there, we just listened and realized there were gaps in the process, as there always is, with any business. Great vendors, great technology. We partner with about 206 other vendors in our space. But we're like, where are the gaps? Where can we use technology to help, first and foremost, really our dealers have an easier time, right? You don't need another, dashboard to log into. Nobody wants just reporting that doesn't give you something actionable to do with the data, right? And that's where we started. And now we're just so fortunate. We've partnered with some amazing entrepreneurs, including yourself. We rebranded as DAS Technology at last year's NADA. And we're really 100% focused on how do we make things easier for both the consumer so they get better, more timely information in a professional way about the OEM or the dealer. But mostly, how do we help the dealers also just have an easier time with it? So it shouldn't replace the humans that we have in our industry. I mean, you are all just such great, people, and you're people, right? That's what our industry is about. So how do we make it easier for our dealers as well?
So our industry is notorious for buzzwords. And certainly as vendors like driving and promoting these buzzwords. One of them is CDP or CDXP. And I know that years ago, conversations with you, Alexi, you were already talking about this concept long before it even became a buzzword. But from your perspective, what's the myth, or what's the truth behind CDXP?
Well, I think that there's probably a lot of people here at the show talking about it, right? A couple years ago, it was digital retailing. Digital retailing. Everyone's going to buy everything fully online. But CDXP, in the simplest form, it talks about being able to take data and do something with it so that you can automate some step in communications with the consumers to make it easier for them to get information. And it's not a new concept. Lots of other industries, I came from hospitality, I was involved in sports marketing. A lot of other industries might already have something like a CDXP that plugs into, let's say a Salesforce. And we've just never really had that tool. So it's been exciting for us to develop it over the years and really just find all the gaps where somehow a lead might not close for your store, or a consumer just doesn't have a good experience, so they spend less with you even if they still visit your dealership. So how do we normalize the data? Very simple, between usually your CRM and DMS, even though there's other data points, right? You've got other vendors. How do we make sure that we actually know all the touch points that consumer's engaged with your store, and that we try to keep them in the funnel? You don't want a leaky bucket in your sales process, whether it's for sales or service. And then how do we just automate some communication so it's appropriate to them at the right time?
What are some of the challenges from the vendor side, and that you think you think dealers should be aware of and know about in terms of leveraging the CDXP?
It's a great question. First and foremost, we 100% believe that data is the dealer's. So if somebody's going to try to take your data and they want to take it into their system, and then you have to pay them, or they're going to charge other vendors to access your data, I'm sorry, I think that's BS, and I would be very concerned about that. I would be concerned about compliance as well. So something you want to ask any vendor is opt-outs. Are they following all the consumer privacy laws? There's a lot of things changing with both email and, let's say, texting. You have to ask the right questions. We prefer, in the way we work with our dealers, we don't even keep your data. So we will go in and we will help cleanse it and actually do identity resolution. That's another big thing.
Okay.
So you might have one individual has 4 email addresses over the last 5 years. They've given you different emails. Their spouse, their partner might be in the system, but it's really one record for all real purposes. And you just want to make sure that you've got a full way to really do that resolution, and also know all the steps that they've engaged with your store, so you're only sending the most relevant information at that moment. The last thing you want is to ask somebody to buy a car when they just bought from you last week, unless they do have a second car in the garage, and you know that because they serviced with you. And maybe they serviced with you and there was a declined service. You probably want to market that as the next thing before you launch into some other, messaging that wouldn't make sense to them.
Right. Now, as you start putting all this consumer data and customer data, ownership data together, a big part of that is integration. How difficult is that? I mean, and I was writing about that 25 years ago. Has it gotten better? Or are there still challenges?
Yes and no. Another great question, Cliff. So in some ways, I would say yes. I think that there's been some new standards created, and we've been really fortunate. We're a little long in the tooth here. So this company that we have now, DAS Technology, we started 14 years ago. So we've had the time to not only do data integration with, like, say, the OEMs or the CRM systems, DMS, the people that, take your vehicle photos, whatever it might be. We've got 206 people that we've worked with to create certain standards and make sure it's integrated. And more importantly, you kind of need a quarterback there. So if something breaks or a feed stops, we like to be the advocate for our clients, to be their partner and say, hey, we don't mind calling your rep at whatever other vendor. We'll work on the solution together, because the last thing I think our dealers should worry about is trying to get all their data integration partners or vendors together to mess with that. And it is our problem. Even if it's not our side that caused something to break, we want to work with that other vendor so the dealer doesn't have to mess with it. Right. So I think in some ways, I've found, at least for us, it's gotten better. I think where it can go awry is sometimes there's people that are new to our industry. They think they've got it figured out. They don't know about, for example, OEM standards, brand guidelines, the digital assets that any vendor should be using the right way. They might jump into something really crazy too fast, like let's integrate the data with ChatGPT, and then just let it go wild. So it's in some ways better, but I think it can go rogue pretty quickly if you're not working with a trusted partner.
Right, and so let's talk about AI for a couple of minutes. I've always thought, certainly as ChatGPT became hit the ground running last year, right around this time. It seems that opportunity or potential for it to go wild, and I was playing around with it quite a bit in my job and was getting crazy some of it made no sense. In fact, I asked who Cliff Banks was, and they said I was a journalist for another publication that I had never been a journalist for, and it actually created a false link using that company's URL architecture and putting my name into it. So it was going above and beyond just saying incorrect information. So that potential is there. So how do we keep the guardrails? How does DAS keep the guardrails up? I would imagine it's got to be focused on your data, the dealership-specific data, not going out wild into the internet, and providing some very strict guardrails on the usage.
Yeah, well, we're fortunate. One of our VCs, and again, they've been working with us for 14 plus years. They're also on the board and a VC of ChatGPT. So a couple years ago, we knew about it before it was coming down the pipe, and we also knew about some of the potential challenges. So we've been in the beta groups to like have a hackathon and try to break it with our developers. I think that kind of concerned us early on before anybody even knew it was a thing. So we've been very, very mindful to actually build our own guardrails and to make sure we've got a vetting process. And it's not necessarily new for our team. We always think of ourselves as air traffic controllers. We never have fully automated anything other than matching VINs to alternate vehicles and serving that up to consumers. Because that's like a vehicle, it's data. You like this vehicle, we can serve up, these other similar trims, price points. But when it came to that conversational AI and engaging with a connected consumer, aside from the fact you don't want something to ever hurt the reputation of the dealer or try to sell you a car for $1, right? Something crazy.
Right.
We heard about that. You just don't want to lose that consumer. So I talk about the connected consumer.
Yes. I always talk about the connected car, and she comes back at me, Cliff, it's the connected customer, it's not the connected vehicle. And I think
I think the vehicle is a medium.
Yes.
It'd be like saying the connected chat or
Okay.
It's another communication channel now. The vehicles obviously track what you do, can communicate with the consumer. But I've always been passionate about you want to connect with that human through all the channels. If you suddenly annoy them because you've got some weird chatbot going rogue, they may take you off their shopping list. Doesn't matter they service with you, maybe they bought a car from you 5 years ago. I want them connected and loyal to our dealers, our OEMs. And the only way you can do that is to have guardrails in every one of the technology vendors you work with, but also know the path that consumer's been on and get all those data systems talking to each other. You want to know, did they dial a number on a service mailer? You want to know if they asked about a certain vehicle or they clicked on something online, and you want to have that picture, but you're not going to be sitting there looking at all these dashboards. Do you have a vendor or a system or a tool that will aggregate that in a timely way and let you know and suggest up the next conversation or offer or incentive that you should, serve up in whatever medium, text or email, to make them stay connected to you and continually want to buy service with you, et cetera. So we're very much, again, we have these air traffic controllers that we have our own systems we don't normally show, where it pings and shows us like a map. It's almost like airplanes. That's what we call them, air traffic controllers, right? You got to know what all the planes are doing, even if they're not your planes, because you don't want anybody running into each other and someone getting hurt. And that's kind of what we think about with the consumer, because it's such a waste. Our dealers spend so much money on advertising. There's incentive dollars at risk. You miss some sort of, goal for sales or even service ROs to keep the business going if sales are down. There's so many things at risk that you do not want to lose someone out of that funnel.
Let's go in a different direction. DAS just recently, this week, released the results of a study from the fourth quarter. There were some interesting results. I say interesting. I don't mean surprising, because it didn't surprise me, but I think one of the results was digital retailing, and just the percentage of consumers who actually went through or want to go through the full process digitally. And why don't you share with us some of those results and the insights from
Sure. again, 14 years of listening to consumers, what they liked, what they didn't, even if they bought or they didn't buy. When everyone was doing the last buzzword, digital retailing, we never said we were digital retailing. We said we're in the, the customer experience business. We can help and nurture and influence, but we were not convinced that consumers wanted to fully do everything on a tool. Maybe if you're shipping a car and it's another state, and okay, I get it. So, it's been a question we've asked for a while, and in the last 6 months, we surveyed 7,000 car buyers and servicers, not predisposed to anything, other than we were fortunate with opt-ins to know they bought or serviced. All brands, all across the country, and it was from just the last 5-6 months, very recent. One of the questions was, how likely are you or were you, and we didn't even know if they did fully transact online, to ever want to fully automate the car buying process online? What percent? And it was only 2.4%. But they said they might want to do some of it. So that was also interesting, right? They were willing and wanted to engage the way they wanted. So maybe they do want to be on your website and look, but they don't want to give you that email or phone number because they're going to get 5 calls in 2 days and 20 emails from that aggressive salesperson that got to make quota. So they won't ever even tell you they're looking. So how do we uncover them? And we actually also launched a tool where we can uncover, it's about 55% of the consumers that don't de-cookie on your website, we can match to an email. But again, relevant communication, or else you don't want them to fall out. Only if they're on like a VDP, we will just thank them for visiting that VDP and see if they want more information about that vehicle or something similar. So again, appropriate communication. But they don't want to go fully through the whole thing online. They actually want to talk to your team. You guys know that. They want maybe a test drive, right? They want even, home, 24-hour test drive at home. But they're never going to give you that chance if you annoy them, if you harass them. They just don't have the patience anymore for it.
Right.
You'll never even get their contact information. So I think you absolutely want technology to nurture and get them through the process, but only 2.4% wanted to go fully online.
Right. Which is not surprising, I think. Well, we've heard from the dealers, even from 2020 when the pandemic hit, it's a very small number or percentage of customers who are actually going through the entire process or even want to go through that entire process digitally. So it's interesting to see the data now starting to back that up.
Yeah, and I think just common sense to some degree. Would we ever want to fully do, a home purchase fully online that you've never seen? You might start, I go on Redfin or Zillow and I look, but do I want realtors calling me? No. Think of any big purchase, and that's what we found. There are similarities in other industries, right? So it's somewhat common sense, but it's also leveraging that technology to make it easier, not only for the consumer, but your team at the dealership.
Yeah, in our slide here, shameless pitch, stop by the booth to test out conversational AI from DAS Technologies perspective.
I think you got to test it. And actually, this isn't a pitch because you can't buy it. Do we still have Sam Splain out there? Yay, you were just there at our booth. You saw it, right? Thumbs up. But she can't buy it. One of our great clients. Because we're we actually have a contest. So this is fun. We're in Vegas, right? Let's gamble. If you can break our AI bot, you get $100. And we haven't had anybody. You didn't break it, did you, Sam? No, you did not. Okay. Was it a big break? Just a little bit. Okay, good. We just love you. We probably let you break it. But because we want to know. And it's actually okay if you do break it, because then we know we've got something there. Oh, that's weird. We wouldn't have thought that it could do that. But we're not even selling it. So we like to take our time. And also anything that we do is completely dealership or OEM specific into the guardrails you want as well.
Right.
You may not only want to do it for certain kind of use cases and in an if-then scenario.
Right. So a lot of change going on in our industry. I think we have, looking forward, we have 2023. I mean, we all have read the headlines. The sales are starting to rebound. Profitability for you guys is still high, but starting to come back to earth. The dealership buy sells are still at record levels, both valuation and in numbers. And I've been tracking that data since 2013, and it does seem like this year will be another record-breaking year just based on some of the early gossip that I've heard on the show floor about some of the deals that are coming down the pike, some notable ones. Valuations, though, are starting to come down a little bit, but the cash is still out there, so I think it's still a seller's market for a little while. We'll see how long that continues. And on the tech M&A side, which really impacts all of the dealers here, as tech companies are acquired or sold, it really does impact at some level, but both good and bad, your business. And having understanding how that is playing out and who those players are, I think is important for the whole dealer community. And last year it was pretty muted. You guys completed an acquisition.
We did 3 Birds.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Which was great. I think for us, it's just like anything, just like a dealership buy sell. Right. The timing has to be right, and the team has to be right, and the product.
Right.
So when it makes sense, we're doing them. But and I would agree, we're seeing it with the dealerships too. Exactly what you said, Cliff. That it's still a seller's market, but it's shifting.
It is, yeah, it is. And on the tech side, we likely, depending on what the markets do in terms of the interest rates, I think the jobs market report this week probably puts a little bit of a damper on all the talk about the interest rates coming down because the jobs market was so strong. But at some point, March, April, May, if we do see a reduction in some of those interest rates, that'll probably pop some deals on the tech side, maybe create a couple of IPOs for companies that are waiting to go that route. So I think that's what we're seeing in the rest of the year. Let's talk about EVs for a minute. And Alexa, you have a unique perspective because one, you bought a used Tesla from a dealership.
One of our clients, yep.
And you were one of the first 2,000 people in the country to have a Fisker Ocean.
That's right. And I was actually at a breakfast yesterday with Sebastian from BMW, and he brought up the original BMW i3. And I was a very early adopter and got an i3 as well. So that was my starter drug for EVs. I've got a unique perspective. I actually bought that i3 as our 3rd car originally because I thought I need to know what's going. This is a huge shift in our industry. Even if it's not, ramping as quickly, it's ramping, right? We've got to learn. And speaking of consumer communication and messaging and understanding the data, it is just different. I remember when I got that first i3, the F&I manager had no idea what to sell me. They didn't even know their i3. Another one of our clients, I won't say who, and just the warranties didn't make sense. They didn't know how to make money on the vehicle. Now, obviously, that's changed. And then when we bought a pre-owned Tesla, because I wanted to try that and understand the model, not from Tesla, they had one person at the dealership that even knew how to change the title and registration through the app. And I'm like, whoa, okay, this is an opportunity. So we've got to make sure that people in your dealership actually have know an EV and can work with those consumers. It's almost like a special department or something. You need that. Now it's changing a bit, but I think that communication is so key to understand. The other thing I've learned, I've never met an EV buyer that went back to gas. We do have a second car. It is a gas car. I don't drive it. I love having an EV. Right. I love never going to a gas station, ever. It's probably been 5 years. Yeah. Like I don't go at all. I've never gone. And I love the convenience of plugging in my house. And when you think about the number of charging locations, people often don't factor in single residents, right? And that is the beauty of it. And if we were a full EV family, I would just rent a car for the longer trips.
Right.
So anyway, it's just very interesting. I absolutely think they need the dealer network. I love that Fisker is going back to dealerships.
Well, to your point there, it's not just Fisker. We saw the Korean automaker, I'm drawing a blank, the ones in North Carolina. No, not Korean, I'm sorry, Vietnamese. And they were all in on direct-to-consumer, and in October announced they are signing dealerships and just signed their first 5, announced that 2 weeks ago. I think we're seeing that around the world, actually. BYD, which is the world's leading EV producer now, they just surpassed Tesla in 2023. BYD is partnering with dealers in Japan, in the UK, and in Europe. They actually have a dealer development office in Southern California, and they are talking to dealer groups today about a potential entrance into the market. But BYD is going the full dealer route as opposed to direct-to-consumer. We see in Europe, just this past week or last week, Mercedes announced they were selling back their largest retail center to a dealer group, and that's been a trend that's been ongoing since before the pandemic because they can't sell cars profitably, so they're leveraging the dealer market. So last year at NADA, the year before, all the talk was direct-to-consumer. We were hearing from some of the domestic automakers, a lot of noise about that, and I think that's all died down and has gone the way of the dodo bird. I'm telling you, it's a fallacy that OEMs can do a better job than dealers at retailing cars, and hopefully, we won't see talk like that for a while. It pops up every couple of decades, it seems like, but and the other, I think. The other conversation was last year that we were seeing a lot of that we're not seeing today. I think the whole EV conversation we're talking about, I think that is a conversation that is going to continue. We will not have clarity on that for another 4, 5, 6 years. And so, as manufacturers, I think now are starting to pull back some of their mandates. But I would advise dealers, depending on your market, drag your feet on implementing some of those mandates, EV mandates, because the chargers you put in place today may not be the chargers that are being used 3, 4 years from now. And we still don't know where true customer demand is.
Hybrids, hydrogen,
yes,
right? We got a lot going on. So it is a lot even for consumers to understand. Our study, please stop by our booth and pick up a copy of it. It was interesting. 17% of consumers that didn't buy an EV said that once they learned about incentives and someone took the time to explain the true cost and that it was less than they thought, they're actually open to that as their next vehicle. So it's about, again, it's that messaging and your team understanding it. I know it changes regionally. There's different demand. I get it. But whenever there's that chaos and confusion, I always think for the OEM or the dealer or dealer group that helps cut through that confusion and you have a clear, consistent, accurate message you're sending to those consumers, you win. You get that advantage, right? So I like when there's chaos if you're the one that can be the retailer that isn't chaotic in your messaging and actually just explains it. And always have somebody in your store that actually owns an EV, not just demos it occasionally. I'm shocked how many people in our industry want to talk about EVs and they don't own one. And I have a gas, I have an EV, and it's just once you've had one, it's kind of like the landlines. Do you remember when we all had landlines? I haven't had one for a while. And when cell phones came out, and people probably said, "Well, why do you want that phone? My landline works all the time. It's always plugged in. I don't have to go charge it and worried about a battery running out." It kind of reminds me of that, and I am that old to remember pre-cell phones. You got to accommodate both. There's a demographic that I think will, for a long time, want gas. Some want hybrid, but also the EV buyer. And again, if you were the partner in their transportation journey, they'll be loyal to you. And it's such an edge for you to embrace it and be that person that's helping that consumer understand it. And you'll both benefit.
And one last word on that. There's a lot of chatter in the media about dealers being the roadblock to EV sales. And there was an article yesterday in an online publication where the author argued that for Ford to sell EVs, Ford needs to get rid of its retail network. And the folks in this room, you're the ones that have to change that conversation and that narrative. And that is by being on top of it and putting a good showing, at least in the showroom and in your conversations with your customers. And with that, I think we're
out of time.
Completed. Yes.
This was fun. Thank you, Cliff. Thank you, everybody. It is such an interesting, fabulous time to be in our industry. I just love it. So thank you all for joining us for a few minutes today.
Thank you.
Welcome to the new era of entertainment. Powered by a community of over 1 billion people globally, engaging with an entire movie's worth of content every single day. That's 1 billion people with the opportunity to go from FOMO to showing the world who they really are. TikTok is where real makes its way onto red carpets and runways. Here, everyday people are creating and sharing the moments that drive culture. This is a global community of creators redefining, reimagining, and remixing entertaining content as we know it, only on TikTok.
Right. Well, we had some great information from DAS Technologies, and if you want to find out more information from them or have questions, they're actually standing by on the side for a little while, but you can also see them directly at their booth, which is 3101 West. And if you don't remember that, well, just download the NADA app, and you can search them by name, which, of course, it will lead you to their booth. You can even map your directions there no matter where you are here at the convention. Also, make sure that as you're sharing or taking photos or capturing cool moments, that you utilize our social hashtags. We love to see the cool things that you're able to capture and your engagement while you're here this weekend. So utilize those hashtags, which is hashtag NADA Show and hashtag Driving the Future. So make sure that you check both of those out. Now, listen, I would be remiss. I gave great props to my front of house, great props to my back of house, and hopefully she can hear me because Camille, our makeup artist, does a wonderful job with everyone that comes on stage, making sure that they're camera ready, making sure that they are looking the best that they can. So I want to give her a big round of applause. Such a great job. As a matter of fact, yesterday when I left, I just went straight to the store and I grabbed a little bit of tequila and I actually got carded. Can you believe that? So I opened up my wallet, my Blockbuster card fell out, and he goes, never mind. So you guys will get that later. For all you Blockbusters, you got it. Yep, right? No, I don't still carry my Blockbuster card. It was absolutely a joke. I did have a Blockbuster card. Friday nights were the best nights to go to Blockbuster. But with that said, let's continue having fun. Let's continue the conversation here on the live stage. Next up, we're going to talk about education, engagement, and how to excel with elevating team retention and optimal success. And so to help me do that, I would like to welcome up Cameron Wilson. Cameron is the Vice President of Education and Training with NADA. So let's give her a big round of applause.
Thank you. So good to see you.
I know. We're back again, right?
Back again. Vegas.
I had to make sure that we both have headsets because we both are hand talkers, so It makes it a little bit easier. So whole year later, how have you been?
Wonderful.
Good. All right. So there's been a lot of new exciting things that have been going and coming out of the education segment of NADA. Especially, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but Electrify Q.
Yes.
Tell me more about it because I think it's a great new addition.
Electrify Q is our brand new EV training for sales consultants. And it was very exciting yesterday. The Secretary of Energy was here learning about that in the EV Solutions Center. We rolled it out here at the show, and it is a 90-minute class, all online, can be done on your cell phone, your tablet, your desktop, for sales consultants to really have a better understanding of how to sell EVs to consumers. And we're very excited. Brand new, rolled it out here at the show. And if you're interested in finding out more about that, again, it's called Electrify Q, and you can find out all about it at the EV Solutions Center over in the North Hall.
Yes, and one of the things that I loved about the program, just in kind of learning about it myself, is that it's real world, everyday, practical information.
Yes.
It's not this high level, like I'm going to give you all these overviews. It's like, no, these are the questions that we're hearing the most from consumers, and that when your sales force or anyone in your dealership for that matter has that knowledge, they're more comfortable, they're more confident, and they can easily talk to the subject as opposed to trying to talk through it or around it.
Exactly.
Right?
Answer the questions that the consumers have.
Absolutely, in a direct way. So for those that aren't familiar, we have, let's talk about our education escalator here, and let's talk about some of the things that we feature here where would you like to start on the escalator?
I think we should start at the beginning.
Let's do that. That sounds like a plan.
All right. So for all of you out there, I'm sure you're familiar with some of our education, like the Academy and 20 Group. But we've really tried to expand our offerings over the last few years to make sure that we're capturing and training your entire team and getting to them early in their career so that they stay with you for their entire career. So we started with our seminars early on, and a couple years ago, we launched our service advisor class. And this is a great way for training your service advisors, whether they're brand new or they've been with you for a little while. This is a class that's done live online. And when we say live online, that means one of our instructors is there live with them on video, on camera, on audio, and it's a 2-3 hour session class. So it's basically a day long, but we are doing it online so that we can get to all of your stores and all of your team members very easily. You don't have to send them anywhere. You just set them in front of a computer and make sure that it has video and audio, and they get all the training they need to be a really competent service advisor.
And the great thing about it being live is that they're able to actually engage and ask questions and not necessarily just be talked to, but talk with. And
yes.
That's kind of that engaging conversation helps, I think, a lot of times with retaining the information, especially because, of course, if they are still in the dealership environment, there's obviously a lot of things going on. So allowing them to have that live instructor allows them to have that captivated space where they can ask questions and get the information that they're looking for. So
Absolutely.
That's great.
And it's very engaging for them. They also get to meet other service advisors and hear what's going on in other dealerships.
Yeah, give them an opportunity to explain best practices, highs, lows, all of that fun stuff.
Absolutely.
And one of the things that I love about the escalator, for those who have been following and tracking with the escalator, is that it continues to have stops, right? It grows, and that's one of the things that I think is exciting. And when you are with NADA, that's one of the things that you'll definitely learn. The resources, the education, the tools continue to expand and grow, really as we discover, like, hey, this is a need in the industry.
Absolutely.
You mentioned the service being added because there was
a need.
Handheld, like, hey, we need this.
Yes.
And so I think that's great that we love that feedback. If you see a need, visit the pavilion, go over to the electrification education section, and just share what's needed so that we can hear that feedback. All right, so we stopped at seminars. What's our next step on the escalator?
Well, I just want to mention, too, in seminars, we also have our new digital marketing boot camp class.
Okay, tell me more.
It's also an online class, live online, and a lot of times we hear, I need to train my person.
Yes.
My digital person, or whatever name they have for that person in the dealership. How do I get that person training? And one of the biggest things that I think we teach in that class is all of you work with a ton of digital vendors, and I know they come in and they show you reports and they say, we're doing this and you've got all of this for your money, and we're doing a great job for you. But you don't know.
Right, right.
So we wanted to really, dial it back and make sure that that person in the dealership that's responsible for digital has a really solid understanding so they can ask the right questions of their vendors and make sure that they're, tracking the things that they need to be doing in the store.
That's
digital.
good, yes, because sometimes you're right. It's that wide view versus that microscopic view to be able to look at, like, no, these are the things that you need to be paying attention to.
Right.
This is what's helping us with community engagement, with moving the needle forward, with actually seeing the retention of everyone that's under the dealer umbrella. So I definitely think that's a big addition, because
Absolutely.
You're right. There's that person that you're talking about, that digital person, they have a lot of stress on them.
Yes.
So having them to have that support as well will make them more empowered in their position, because now they know what to look for and then can better communicate that out to the dealer house.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay,
Exactly.
So where do we go next? I see
Next
education
stop.
subscriptions, right?
Yes. So we'll get to education subscriptions in just a sec. We'll talk about everything that's included in that.
Okay, perfect.
So next step on the escalator is the professional series.
Okay.
So we created that program about 5 years ago. This is for new or high potential department managers. And we have an offering for parts managers, sales managers, service managers, and the often forgotten office manager. This is a great program for somebody new or even somebody that's been in the role for a little while, but you really want to get them the operations training they need to make sure that they're operating a successful and profitable department. And in addition to the 2-day core class that they do, they also do a 2-day leadership class. And so we want really trying to make sure that that new manager is very well-rounded in their role role so that they're not faking it until they make it.
Absolutely. And everybody knows what it feels like to be new. For instance, how many people, is this their first NADA? Anyone first NADA? Okay, great. Now imagine if you came your first NADA, there was no signs, there was no app, there was no direction. We just said, hey, have fun, have at it. It would be overwhelming, right? And I think that same thing is true with our dealership staff.
Absolutely.
When you're given a new role, you have that first layer of excitement, like, all right, this is great.
I got promoted.
Right, and then
now what?
Right, that part. And so having that resource and tool, I think, is a great addition to give them that support. And that's one of the things that we do is that the tools and support are to make you successful, to be able to maximize your efficiency.
Absolutely.
I think that's what it's all about. Okay, so professional series, and then where do we keep going up from there?
So after professional series, you would come back and do one of our advanced seminars. And with our advanced seminars, most of them are a week-long class, and they're a deep dive into the specific operations of that department. So let's say you were a parts manager, and you came to the parts professional series as a new manager, and you've now been in your role, let's say a year, and you're having really good success, but you really want to fine-tune and maximize your department profit and success.
Yes.
You would come back and do one of our week-long advanced parts manager seminar. And that's where you're really honing your skills in the specific operations of that department so that you're really making it the best it can be.
Absolutely, and especially now with everything constantly changing, right? Because it's no longer going through and thumbing through a whole parts catalog because the parts are going to remain the same for the next 5 to 6 years. Things are forever changing. There's more, not only powertrains that are available, but there's obviously more that we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So having that education, that support, but more importantly, being able to dig deeper is going to be crucial and important to success.
Yes.
So.
And in addition, with our advanced seminars, we have a relatively new coaching class.
Okay.
And the idea is if you've gone through professional series and you did the 2-day leadership class, then we have a 2-day coaching class. And the idea is that you're really honing your skills as a leader and coach for your team so that you're coaching them to be better team members and employees.
Absolutely. So I hope for everyone following along, one of the things that you are able to see with the Education Escalator is that it's a ride that you can get on and continue on. So it's an ongoing journey. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So let's talk about some of the success stories that maybe you've seen from someone who started, all the way at the beginning of seminars and kind of have gradually worked their way up. What are you seeing as far as those that have been on the escalator, the difference that it's made for them on their career path?
Absolutely. So the thing that we hear is after somebody comes and does the first class, wherever they start, because you can start anywhere on the escalator, but wherever they start, they always want to know what's next.
Okay.
And that's the best thing that we can hear is they loved the class that they just attended, and they want to know what's next. How can I continue growing in my role and in my career?
Yes, and I also hear, so one of the other things that I hear a lot of times, because we talked about it the other day with Engage as an example, and I know we're going to get to that because I see it there on the escalator, but it's the connection that's made, because not only is it a matter of what's next, but it's like, hey, we were in this together, so I want to keep your
networking.
Contact information, and if I need something, I can call you. And so it creates this community of support. Not only do you get the educational support, but then you have that peer-to-peer connection as well, which is kind of invaluable because you never know, especially when you talk about being able to have, we talked about the service managers and doing it online. You're on virtually a room of service managers all over the country, all together, same role, different highs and lows on a day-to-day basis.
Absolutely.
So different, kind of ways to educate one another, but share in the support because, hey, we're all trying to be successful in the individual role that we're given. So I think that's wonderful to have that. And really, like you said, be able to jump in anywhere, but then what's next and keep on going.
Yeah.
All right. So let's do that. Let's keep on going. What's next as we move up the escalator?
So next, I just want to stop and get back to the subscription
Let's do it.
question. So all of those first things that I've just talked about, the seminars, the professional series, and the advanced seminars, those are all included in our education subscription. So the idea there, you can either pay for each class by itself.
Right.
Or if you have a lot of people on your team to train, you can enroll your dealership. It's $699 a month for your first store. If you have any additional stores, it's $399 a month for any additional store. And you can send as many people as you want
So I can send 20 people.
As many people
I can
as you
send
want.
50 people.
As many people as you want.
Did you guys hear that? As many people as you want. I wanted to say it again
Yes.
for the people in the
As
back. Okay,
many
keep
people
going.
as you want to all of those classes that I just mentioned. So all of our basic seminars. Imagine if you had 10 service advisors. You could send all 10. And then you have a department manager for every one of your departments. You can send them all to the professional series. And then the next step, you want to send them all to an advanced seminar.
Boom.
It's all included in the education subscription. $699 a month for your first store.
Right.
$399 any additional store.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I really want to put that in perspective because that would be the equivalent with the development, the training, the like we talked about, the peer-to-peer connections that are there. That would be like if I had a gym membership, right, and I just shared it with everyone.
Yeah.
And I said, everyone here, we're going to the gym together. We're going to have a personal trainer, and we're going to do it as much as we want till we're as fit as we want. We would all be like Greek gods and
Right?
goddesses, right? It would be amazing, right? Could you imagine that? As
Imagine
many
how
people
strong
as
your
you
team
want.
would be.
Exactly. And I think that's the key because one of the things I think that led to having that education subscription is that it was just that. One person went, took home the information, and then started talking about it, right? Because that's how excitement and good news travels, is that one person talks about it, and so then there was a need.
It's everybody else said, how do we come?
Exactly.
How do
And
we
then,
get to do it?
boom, now you have a subscription, so that way you can cover your entire dealer umbrella and not have to worry about if one person has more or less education, comfort, confidence, all of the other things than anyone else. Everyone on the team can be involved, and everyone, if you think about that, especially depending on their role, the amount of additional peer-to-peer connections that can be made just in each
class.
specific role in each class that's in your dealership, it would just, the strength in that is, you can't really measure it.
You
know?
can't put a price tag on that.
Yes, that's unbelievable. Okay, so I can do the education subscription. I can send as many people as, okay, I just wanted to test you. It was a test. Just want to make sure. And then where do we go from there?
So from there, we would move up to our Academy program.
Okay.
And I think most of you are probably familiar with the NADA Academy program. We have one specific for car dealers. We also have one specific for commercial truck dealers. And this is, we just expanded this.
Yes.
So traditionally, our Academy program was about a year long. It's 6 class weeks, really focusing on each individual department in the dealership. But we've just expanded the program. We got a lot of feedback from our students. Again, similar to talking about the Engage, our students said it would be really great after graduation if we had a few additional touch points to talk about what's working,
right,
what we've implemented, where we still need help, and to get back together from that peer network that they formed with one of our Academy instructors to, again, talk about successes and challenges that they're still having after graduation.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yes.
I think that's the biggest thing. I promise you, when we were talking about Engage yesterday, we had the chairman who had recently graduated from the Academy.
Yes.
And he was talking about that, like when his group finally met face-to-face, they made the decision that they wanted to meet more than just once a year. And they actually are doing it at NADA headquarters. So the benefit of that is it keeps the cost low for them having the ability to meet. They have a space that they're familiar with. But then in that, they also have access to not only their instructors, their moderators, but others that there are in the NADA headquarters. So it's, again, we're talking about the value, it just continues to compound.
Yes.
You know?
And we've had so much growth and success bringing more people into our educational offerings. We actually had to add a brand new classroom at our headquarters.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
Like we had to add space
we had
for
to
education.
add a classroom.
That's great, right? That's
Yes.
super exciting. So if you think about that and how the impact of that can happen, because even with the Academy, right, the Engage, which I know we're going to get to, but it was created out of that need, right? It was created out of each step that you see on the escalator that continues to grow. And I would suspect when we come back next year and we'll talk about it again, there'll be something else new, you know,
yes.
which I'm excited to hear about.
Yeah.
But each step is created not out of a need from necessarily NADA talking about it.
Oh, it's
from
it's everything that you tell us you need.
Exactly.
Yeah, we listen to dealer feedback every day, and that's how we've added all of the things that we've added to the escalator.
Yes, I think that's an important piece because what really happens at that point, it's basically tools that are created by the dealer with their idea in mind and for the dealers, so that way they can maximize their storefront. And that's the thing, that it's not just NADA coming up and going, I think we need to add a, no, it doesn't work that way. It's, oh, hey, we're hearing this. Can we incorporate this? Can we build a new classroom? Did anybody lose the office because of that classroom?
I think we took care of everybody.
All right, well, that's good. All right, so where are we? We talked about the academy. Where do we go next on the escalator from there?
So after the academy, as I was mentioning, we've expanded the academy program to have those 3 additional touch points after graduation. And moving on from there is our brand new Engage program.
Yes.
We created that, again, out of feedback from the students saying, we'd really like to stay together as a class, as a peer network, and continue our education. And so with that, we created the Engage program. And it is an opportunity for our dealers to stay together in a group, have our financial composite, have our digital analytics composite. So they're getting all of that great financial information, all of that great digital analytics information, and they're meeting virtually most of the time.
Yes.
So again, like you said, keeping the costs down, because we know a lot of times the person that's just graduated from the academy might not be in a position to go to some of the fancy places that our 20 groups might go.
Right.
But they want to keep that conversation going with their peer network, and they're learning from non-competitive peers.
Yes.
So it's not like you and I work across the street from each other, because we're not going to share any information with each other.
Right.
But it's non-competitive dealers in this group talking about business, talking about their challenges, talking about their successes, looking at the financial composite and saying, hey, I'm doing really great in this metric, or hey, you're doing really great in this metric. How are you doing that?
Yeah, and one of the things that I heard in the conversation that we talked about with Engage was there was a level of accountability that wasn't overbearing or aggressive.
Right.
It was accountability because of the fact that you want to be successful. You're here for a purpose, right? And so the accountability that was discussed was saying, hey, if you're struggling, don't struggle by yourself. Because of the fact that we're non-competing, you have the opportunity to be transparent.
Yes.
You have the opportunity to be open and honest about what's going on, because you don't have to worry about, hey, I'm letting my guard down, and now, oh, if I'm struggling in digital marketing as an example, and now you're going to capitalize on that because you're in my market and you're going to increase your spend on that.
Right.
No, it's really being able to say, hey, these are the things and the challenges that I'm dealing with. How can we help?
Exactly.
And each one of them, I think the other thing that came out is there was a section of Engage that started virtually, right? And then, or the graduation that they were virtual together, and then they forced to have an in-person graduation because they had not met their peers in the actual real space. They had only been digital and virtual. And I think that was a big testament, you know.
It's a huge testament, and I should mention that about our Academy program and all of our education, that it's available both in person or live online.
Yes.
And so we understand that a lot of students might not have the ability to come to our headquarters to do the in-person academy for, 6 individual weeks over a year. So our academy program is offered both in person and live online. And we are very happy that even our live online classes, we see that engagement, we see that bond. They only meet behind computer screens, but as you said, a lot of our academy classes, when they do live online, they still come to our headquarters for the graduation, so they can meet in person, see each other in person, and then go on to create one of these Engage groups so they can continue that conversation and continue that growth in their career.
Yes, and they even do things, the reason I keep highlighting it is because I think when you really think about it, when it comes to education and connections that we created throughout our lives, right? There's some of us that have friends from high school, friends from college, things of that nature, and we recognize how important those relationships have been in our life. Well, now when you talk about that over a professional aspect and the trajectory of what that can take, there was a group that came and forced their way to have a reunion here during NADA and use that kind of as a reason to say, we're going to have a class reunion, we're going to get together, what better place to do it than NADA?
Exactly.
And that wasn't anything that was prompted. That was them making that conscious decision to say, hey, we're going to make an effort to stay together, to continue to connect with one another, and continue to move forward.
Yes, and with our
awesome.
Engage groups, we really really want to give them the flexibility to make it their group.
Yes.
So if they want to meet, one time per year at show, it's their decision. If they want to meet one time per year at our headquarters, it's their decision. If they want to meet virtually every quarter or every month, it's their decision. We provide the moderator, we provide the resources for the financial composite and the digital composite, but we want it to be their group structured the best way for their specific group.
Absolutely. And now they have a bridge, right? So they have the bridge from the academy to 20 groups. That's a bridge that can really continue to carry them over on that path to greater and bigger success.
Yes,
right?
yeah, and I'm sure you learned that we had been missing this piece of the escalator for a long time.
Right.
Because a lot of times students will graduate from the academy and they want to join a 20 group, but a lot of times their dealer principal or the owner might be involved in a 20 group, and they come back to the store really excited and say, I want to join a 20 group, and the dealer says, no, that's my thing.
Right, yeah,
I'm
that's
the one.
me. Yeah.
I'm the one going on the fancy trips.
That's it. That's it. I love that. So let's talk a little bit more about 20 groups, because I see that that's another stop on our escalator.
Yes.
And let's talk about the importance of the 20 groups and how that impacts that top of the dealer kind of umbrella.
Yes. So again, that need for peer-to-peer conversation, because again, you're not going to ask the guy across the street how he's being successful.
I mean, you can try it.
You can try.
But
I don't think he's going to tell you.
Right.
So 20 Group, for anyone that doesn't know, it's a peer network of non-competitive dealers. We put them together in a group, and it's facilitated by one of our 20 Group moderators. They have our financial composite and our digital composite, and they're analyzing those. They're taking a deep dive into all that information in their meetings. They traditionally meet 3 times per year. Some of our groups meet 3 half days. Some of our groups meet a day and a half, so depending on just what structure you're looking for as an individual, that's the traditional setup of a 20 group. And for years, our 20 groups were really focused on the franchise specific.
Yes.
So it would be a group of Ford dealers or a group of like-sized, Chevy dealers. And we've really tried to expand the options available for 20 Group, because we recognize that there's way more than that.
Right.
There's more than just the dealer principal at the Ford store.
Right.
So we now offer things like collision center,
yes.
20 groups. So if you have a collision center and you say, I really want my manager to be doing a better job, you can send your manager into a collision center 20 group.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Because collision centers, people don't think about it, and we talked a little bit about this the other day, is that a lot of times when we think collision center, some people don't even know where their collision center is located, to be honest. They'll be like, well, I know sales and service, and collision's like over there somewhere. But having it is a part of the culture. And if someone is going into a collision center, they're not just going there because they had a great day. 9 times out of 10, they're going there because something happened that they're upset or stressed or have anxiety about. So making sure that collision center has the proper culture and is set up to reflect the true culture of the dealership is imperative.
Yes, and it's such a specific business that's so different than the other departments.
Right.
So it's a great way to focus on that piece of the business and really make sure that piece of the business is successful.
That's awesome. Now, what about if I want to join a 20 group, but I have multiple franchises? Is there something for me there?
Yes.
Can I get help too?
Yes, you can.
All right, good.
So we like to nickname that the super group.
Okay. So do I get a cape?
Sure.
Okay, perfect.
Those are our multi-franchise 20 groups.
Okay.
And we have several of those now because obviously with consolidation in the industry, we recognize that dealers typically have more than one store.
Right.
And, when you have 3 or 5 or 10 or 20, things change. You have to talk about the business differently than just looking at my one Ford store.
Right.
Because now you have all the franchises.
Absolutely.
And the multi-franchise super groups, the 20 groups, it's an opportunity for you to meet with other individuals in the business, other dealers in the business that have 5, 10, 15, 20 stores. And you're not analyzing the specific number of an individual store. You're looking more from a 30,000-foot view to say, what do I need to do in the future? What do I need to keep looking at from a talent management standpoint, from real estate standpoint, do I need to build a new building?
Right.
What's the cost? How's that going to work? You're looking at the bigger picture.
Yes.
For those 20 group meetings.
Yeah, you're also looking at compliance, right? Because when you talk about the compliance that you have to be aware of,
yes.
and from a dealer standpoint, if I have one dealership, it's one thing to install my compliance and have all of that set, my policies for one dealership. But now if I have to do that for 3, 5, 10, now
20.
I have to do different things like you mentioned. Now with the multi-franchise, how many franchises do I have to get my CAPE? Because I know there's what considers multi. Okay. All right, I think I can do. Okay, yes. 3. Okay,
yes.
Cool. 3, you get a CAPE. Did everybody hear that? You heard it here first from the NADA live stage. It'll be part of the group. You join a super group, you get a CAPE. Now, we're not going to promise it's going to be like a big Superman CAPE. It might be a little CAPE, but it'll be a CAPE. All right? Yes. All right, we can do that. So I think that's great, and I hope that everyone is tracking with us and following along in that everything on the escalator is about growth. It's not about, hey, I'm starting here and next week I'm going to be here. It's more so like I'm starting here, and throughout my career, I have this resource and this tool that I can come back to based on where I am, the career that I'm in, the promotions that I've achieved, or the growth and success, whether I be a franchise owner or now I'm moving into my 2nd, 3rd, or 4th franchise, and I really just need that help and support. I think one of the other things that I learned about the super groups that I thought was interesting is the change in the dynamic of the conversation. And you kind of alluded to that, that the supergroup conversations are not the same as the 20-group conversations.
Correct.
It's more talking about that high level, whereas in that 20-group conversations, they are getting into, let's say, the weeds of the business.
The nitty-gritty details of that individual store, whereas with the multi-franchise, you're looking from a much higher view.
Yes. Now, one of the other things that you mentioned, and we've got about a minute left, so I really want to hammer this point home, is you talked about financials and things that composites that NADA provides, right?
Yes.
And let's talk about the importance of that, because I think that's something that I don't want to be missed, because I think that's a valuable thing and resource.
Absolutely. So with our financial composite, you're giving us your financial statement information, but we're compiling it into a form so we can see how your performance ranks up compared to the other members of your 20 group, so that, again, you might be doing really killer in one area, and I'm having a hard time there. And our 20 group moderator is facilitating that conversation to say, Errol, how did you do this?
Right.
You've really moved the needle on that number. Tell the room how you did that. And that way the rest of the room can learn from you, take it back to their store, and implement what you did to really make it a success.
That's great. And if you think about that, if I own one franchise, having that information is great. But now you multiply that, like we just talked about with the super groups, and if I have 5 or 10 different franchises, having that to be able to be compiled, because if I understand it correctly with the super groups, it compiles all of your stores and creates
then rolls it up. Yep.
And that's the value in that is unmeasurable, because you have to think about it. I don't have to do all of the mental gymnastics to figure all of that out. I have a great resource and tool that can help me. All right, Cameron, so before we go, tell everybody, I see them. There's some people in here that either A, want to take that 20 group information back, or just the education escalator back, but they want to find out more information.
Yes.
Where can they find you, or where can they take that back home with them?
Just need to come to our booth, the NADA Pavilion, 2101. Is that right? Yeah, 2101 West. It's right inside the doors here.
You can't miss it.
You can't miss it.
Look up if you can't find it. Don't look for capes, but just look up. You'll see the sign.
You'll see a big red sign.
Yes, that's
and people in red shirts just like this.
Woo, and like that. There. Awesome. Well, Cameron, it's been a pleasure as always.
Thank you.
I'm excited because I know next year there's going to be more stuff on the escalator.
Even more.
Right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you
so
much.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been working for car dealers for just about 30 years. I love the spirit. I love the entrepreneurship. It's really one of the last true American dreams. I'm Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA. As most of you probably know, NADA exists for 2 primary reasons. Number 1, to educate, and number 2, to advocate for our dealer members. The key value that NADA provides for dealerships, we've got a lot of dealerships that are members of NADA. Over 90% of dealerships belong to NADA. So with that kind of power in numbers, we can take your voice to Capitol Hill, to Congress, to the administration, and to our manufacturers.
When we advocate on behalf of dealers, we look at potentially all three branches of government. And that actually has played out with the vehicle shopping rule. NADA filed extensive comments explaining why the proposed rule was very problematic for consumers. That resulted in several revisions which will help dealers, but it did not go far enough. NADA is supporting legislation to negate the rule, and NADA also has filed a judicial challenge against the rule.
The Biden administration's EPA has proposed that by model year 2032, 67% of all new vehicle sales be fully battery electric. We think that's too far, too fast. NADA believes that a more balanced approach is not only going to be achievable, but better for the environment. Consumer demand has got to catch up with political aspirations. We take your voice and we meet with the White House. We meet with Congress. We talk to the IRS. We've talked to the EPA. Rest assured, NADA has your back. Together, we can move this industry further. So if you're not engaged, please get engaged. But we're here to help you do just that. We're glad you're here at the NADA show. It's a great opportunity to learn from each other, develop new relationships, and grow. Thank you.
My name is Colin Morikawa.
Billy Horschel.
Alban Valenzuela.
Sahith Thigala.
As Zurich Golf Ambassadors, we put the focus on achieving a better tomorrow,
both on and off the course.
That's why we're proud to work with Zurich, a global insurer aspiring to be
one of the most responsible and impactful businesses in the world.
Together with Zurich,
we're always building
towards a brighter future.
Hello, I'm Brian Wayne.
And I'm Michelle Blakely. We're thrilled to extend a personal invitation to all of you to our NADA live stage presentation, Attracting Customers, the Battle of EV and ICE.
We'll be delving into topics such as covering consumer expectations, branding, and tailored communications for both EV and ICE consumers.
Plus, discover strategies to drive more revenue to your dealership. I promise you it's a session you won't want to miss.
We hope to see you there.
That's it. There we are. The great thing is none of you will miss it because you're here, and we're getting ready to get into that next. But before we do that, I would be remiss. All right, you guys ready? We're going to have some fun. Who is Team ICE? Raise your hands. Okay, I see. All right, good, all right. Who's Team EV? Okay, all right, good. Who's in the middle? Who's hybrid, Team hybrid? Okay, good. Who has no clue? All right, great. Well, you are at the right spot because that's exactly what we're going to talk about next. We are going to talk about the continual battle between EV and ICE. And to help me in doing that, I'd like to welcome up to the stage with me Brian Wayne, who is the president of the EV division for Affinitiv, and Michelle Blakely, who is the VP OEM Strategy and Development with Affinitiv. Let's give them both a round of applause, please. All right, so now that we know where the temperature is in the room, we can kind of know who you make eye contact with and who you don't, right? So first off, thank you both for joining us. Take a little bit of time. I know I introduced you, but take a little time to introduce yourself and expand a little bit more on your role, and then we'll get into the conversation from there.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for having us.
My
Thanks,
pleasure.
everyone. So Michelle Blakely, VP of OEM Strategy and Development at Affinitiv. So I'm helping all of our OEMs understand the strategies that they can deploy at the dealership level to really bring in more customers to the dealership. So software, services that they can use back in their shop. So just helping them bring in more customers.
Fantastic.
And I'm Brian Wayne. I am the president of the OEM Relations and also our EV division Voltage as well. So we're just inside the door, so you can't miss us.
Boom, I love that. Okay, so let's get right into the conversation, right? Because one of the big things that we've seen is that there obviously is external pushes for, hey, go EV, this is what you want to do. How are we seeing customers evolve with that? What are you guys seeing from what you've seen in the marketplace, or what are you hearing from customers on their journey to making that evolution?
Well, I think as you could tell from some of the hand raisers, it's a changing landscape, right?
Yes.
And it seems to change almost daily. I think one of the case in points, you start at the beginning of the year, we went from a $7,500 tax credit down to 7 vehicles that qualified for it, and then I think earlier this week it's up to 27. So starting to improve, but that's still available for leasing, so that's still bringing that credit into the fold for most people who are interested.
Yes.
But I think at any time, and this goes back even to when we look at our ICE vehicles, the newest models, when you first start selling them, everybody wants top of the line, wants
Right.
most equipped. So most of these EVs that have been sold have been premium, loaded up, high end, so very expensive units.
Right.
Now we've kind of worked through that. So it's now into all those intenders have all purchased, and now we're down to the next level of the buyers. And we just don't have a lot of the lower entry models, like a below $30,000 EVs, which we'll have some more of those coming this year. So I think that's going to bring more of this undecided group into the mix now, because now there's more of an affordable EV that might help kind of oversee some of the issues that they've had with the high cost ones.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's an imperative, because you're absolutely correct. One of the things that I think we constantly see is, there's a ever-changing demand, right? And there's ever-changing availability. One of the other things that changed this year was the availability of the tax credit to be pushed back to the dealer.
Right.
And that's a big incentive for those people maybe that weren't there before. Now they say, hey, wait a minute, the IRS has made this change, and that now puts me from I didn't qualify for that, or I didn't want to wait for that, to now maybe this is more appealing to me. So I think that's definitely a big deal as well.
For sure.
Yeah, and then I think from the ICE side, we've seen a shift in our demographic, right? So the younger generation, our Gen Zs, are starting to purchase vehicles, and they have different wants and needs. The Gen Zs are coming in, and they actually want to have conversations in the dealership, where the millennials, we didn't, right?
Right.
It was, I'm okay digitally, no big deal. Actually, text me, that's better. That's not what the Gen Z wants. They want that personal connection. They want to touch things. They also have different needs. They want an affordable vehicle.
Yeah.
Right? They have student loans they're paying for. That's top of mind for them. And so since they're purchasing a little earlier than the millennials, affordability, reliability is really important for them. And then we've also seen the technology enhancements, right? So as Brian said, the EVs came out with tons of technology. And that's starting to bleed over into the wants and needs of the normal ICE customer, because it's like, I want that too, right?
Absolutely.
Like, that's cool. I really want that. And CES told us AI is taking over, right? It's starting to become the brain of the vehicle. So it's getting really cool, and demographic, technology, that's all we need on the ICE side.
Right. Yeah, that's very good point. So when we talk about the difference between the millennial and the Gen Z and who's buying these vehicles, what differences are you seeing between those buyers, and what's happening with not only just the ICE versus the EV buyer, but then also how that generational or that gap makes a difference in how that buyer looks?
Sure. Well, the nice part was, I think once we worked through this initial round of folks who were very well informed, they did all their homework, they knew coming in what they were going to get and what they wanted, so much so that most of the OEs didn't even advertise these vehicles, right? They sold them online,
Yes.
and they sold out their production in a matter of minutes.
Right.
Now that those are all gone away, everybody's having to make adjustments. Now the retailers out there are having to learn to sell these vehicles, just like they do on the ICE side. How do we educate the customer? What do we need? Is it more of a presence on our dealer website to educate them on the vehicle? Is it about the infrastructure? What is it that we need to do to help draw these buyers into our dealership and look at these specific vehicles for the purchasing? And that's the challenge.
Absolutely, and I think you're right, because to your point, the vehicles almost had like that ShamWow effect, right? They sold themselves, right? Everybody that came out, the reservation banks open, and everybody was clicking away with their deposit and then waiting, right, and taking delivery. And so we've kind of seen that bubble, and now that we're moving past that bubble, you're starting to see dealers that have inventory on lots now, as opposed to if something came in, it was lot through, out, buy, see you later, and that's no longer the case. You're also starting to see some of these vehicles become available, especially in the EV market, now coming back already into the used car market. And so that does create now a new conversation and need for that education amongst buyers and things of that nature. So I think that's a good point. With that, because of the fact that we're starting to see EVs and vehicles get more on the road, how does that impact our service expectations? Because now we talked about Salesforce needing to have a better and bigger education and broader education to sell the vehicle. What about our service force? How are they dealing with that?
Yeah, definitely. And I know you wanted to talk a little bit about Sales, okay. But from the service aspect of it, that is going to be, I think, everybody can agree, one of the biggest challenges that our retailers will affect, and certainly the OEs. But I think the biggest thing is really going to come down to education, because this isn't vehicles of old where you could open the hood and see pavement when you opened it. There's a lot of technology. I mean, it's almost a computer on wheels. It's almost a smartphone on wheels. So
Right.
who do you want working on this vehicle? And it can't really just be anybody. You want the right tools. You want specific training on that vehicle, because just because you know how to work on one engine, it isn't going to be the same when we're talking EVs, because batteries are different, the way that they're set up is different, the technology is different. So you need a truly factory trained technician, but I think that's an education. We need to make sure that as an owner of whatever vehicle make that is, that your customer base knows, I'm the expert, I have the training, our staff is prepared for this, you want to come back to us when you have any concerns whatsoever.
Absolutely, yeah, because it's there's no, at least not yet, there's no electrified backyard mechanics. I foresee it 10 years now, there's going to be Doc. Somebody's going to be, with the whole, everything ready to go to get your DeLorean back on the road. So, go ahead.
Yeah, and then I think from the service side, if you think about sales and service, the customer process hasn't changed a lot, right? How we deliver on it may be, but customers want to feel valued, they want timely communication, they want it to be easy.
Yes.
And so that's on sales and service side, right? And so if we think about that, when they come in, they just want to understand what's happening. And if Amazon has done anything for every industry, it's that when somebody wants something, they want it right now. And so that is really taking part on our service side. We're starting to see customers who want their pickup and delivery. It's starting to happen a lot more. Mobile delivery. I want my car service, but I don't want to leave my house.
Right.
I want you to come pick it up and take it back for me. I want you to make it easy. I want to know when it's coming back, where it's at on the trip. I want to understand what the tires look like, and I want to do it at the comfort of my own home. So the service expectations are really, really shifting, and we have to make it easy because it's a $400 billion industry by 2025, according to Cox. And that's because customers are driving more, right? The ICE vehicles were, 12,000 miles 5 years ago. We're up to 14,000 by the end of last year. Like, the more the people are driving, the more money is coming into the service, and we have to be ready, be transparent, make it easy.
And that's true. To tack on to that a little bit, I think she touched on it with the mobile pickup delivery. We've tried that a lot on the ICE side, and because states have very limiting restrictions on hazardous waste, so oil changes in your driveway aren't really that feasible depending on where you are, but that doesn't exist in an EV. So you can do that. So as these EV come, I think that's going to change. They might not be regular visitors to your service department, but that doesn't mean you can't still be their customer. You just have to go to them to do that service business. And a lot of it we see also happens in the communication aspect of it. We worked really hard to develop a plan for that, because you still have retailers out there that will send an EV customer, you're due for your oil change at 5,000 miles. And there's nothing more upsetting to an EV customer to get that in their mailbox or in their email to say, wait a second.
Yeah.
Do you even know what I'm driving? Are you my retailer? So that's the issues that you've really got to make sure that you're on top of and work through if you want to keep that customer for the long term.
Yeah, you don't want yourself to look like a dipstick, so it's a big deal.
Nice use.
So you see what I did there? You like that?
I like that.
I'm a dad. They just come easy at this point. But let's talk a little bit more about specifically when someone's making that decision, right? Because I think one of the things that you mentioned is that people want it to be easy. They want to have the information, but overall, buyers haven't really changed, right? So from a dealer perspective, what are some things that I need to be aware of? We talked about sales and service, but what are some other things that I can start preparing for when having that conversation? And maybe someone that does come in, and kind of like our audience, there's a broad split. They don't know if they can do ICE or EV or BEV, they don't know. They don't know what the different options are. How can I better equip them and be prepared myself as a dealer?
I think you just have to sit back and think about, what is it that I needed to know? What did you learn about the vehicle before you decided to go sell it, right? When the model came out, what was the first thing that you walked in and did the walk around, right? And was like, oh, that's really cool, that's new. That's what the customer needs to know, right? Communication is so important, and they don't know all the good ins and outs of the vehicle, right? They don't know about your dealership. I was talking to someone yesterday, and they said you buy from people you know and trust.
Yeah.
So if you don't know about the vehicle and you can't tell them about it, and you can't tell them about your dealership, they don't know and they don't trust you. People buy from people, right? I mean, the reason we have a sales process is because there's a customer process, right? So we have to understand that and cater to that and help them understand the process and give them all the information that they need, why they should buy from you, what are you doing in the community, make them comfortable, make sure they understand the vehicle, that they understand the technology in the vehicle. Those are all really important things, and unfortunately, I believe that hospitality died a little during COVID, and we all got a little lazy with how we communicated because sales were real easy for us and service was real easy for us because there was no chips, so they were just coming in to service their vehicle a little longer, right? Well, hospitality's not dead, COVID's gone.
Right.
We got to start treating customers like customers again and just be smart about it. Relate back to before COVID, that'll make it real easy.
And what about, I'll ask this one to you, what about, do I have to have a different conversation if I'm talking to an ICE buyer versus an EV buyer? And how should I approach maybe each one of them differently?
It's a tricky question because you have those customers that are going to come in that have done their homework. And in the days of old, I wouldn't say too old, but certainly in the ICE world, usually 5 visits before a customer might be ready to purchase from you. Now they come in and it's 1.
Yes.
Which is nice because now they're not wasting your time when they're up at your store. It's like, well, this is a serious buyer. But it also means that you also need to help educate, if they are an ICE buyer, have they even considered an EV? So what stage are they? Are they an intender? Are they already all in and they just don't know enough about it? So having that training, making sure that you at least have some subject matter experts at your store that can talk about it and can talk about the benefits and the advantages, total cost of ownership, because that's going to be a key reason why you might look at buying an EV. The top 10 reasons, the top 5 of them why a customer might not buy an EV are all range and charging related.
Yes.
Only one is price related. So that's your biggest hurdle to overcome. How can you reassure that customer, because the majority of them only drive less than 50 miles a day, but all they're thinking is that one trip a year that they got to go see grandma that's 200 miles away and they're never going to make it in their EV. Well, is that really going to hurt you in the long run when you can save a ton of money? 85% of these people charge at home. So is the infrastructure really that big of an issue for you? Because you're probably not going to need it that much. But it is factors that people need to help be worked through and overcome if they're going to become a purchaser of those vehicles.
Absolutely.
And I think it's important to remember that the types of communications that you're having with the customer, especially when you think about service for ICE and EV, are very different. Brian mentioned you don't want to communicate the wrong thing, and that happened to me. I'm an EV owner, and I received a communication that said, hey, your vehicle is equipped with an oil life reminder. No, it's not.
Right.
Right? And I appreciated that from an ICE perspective, right? Like you should be communicating with that customer that often because they're coming into your service drive a lot. But from an EV, you have to find different ways to communicate with them post-sale to keep them engaged, because after the first year, customers won't come back. They're most likely not to come back to your service center, right? And again, $400 billion industry, 9.5% of tires are sold at dealerships. So look at all the opportunity that we have. We have to make sure that we're communicating the right information and not letting them go somewhere else.
Absolutely. I want to drive this point home. So let's do a little audience test. You with that? Okay. So I've got a question for the audience. Is anyone in the audience, did they buy their first automobile over 100 years ago? Has anybody made the transition? You made the transition from horse to automobile, right? The reason that I bring that up, and I actually touched on this yesterday, but the reason that I bring that up is because this is probably the largest shift that we've ever seen in our industry, right? It's a change. It's something different than what we've been doing for the last 100 plus years. But there's a lot that we don't know and don't think about. For example, we weren't around when there were no paved roads. Well, maybe, I know you said you look great, by the way. I need some regimen of what you're doing. But we weren't around then, right? Like, I'm from Michigan, and we had the first paved road there in Michigan. And so thinking about that is something that you have to take that same approach. Just because we weren't there for that transition, it doesn't mean that that transition never happened. As an example, there was 17 years of a gap between automobiles being invented and gas stations being invented. So the question becomes, what did people do for 17 years to get gas? Does anyone know? Real question. No? You had to get gas from a pharmacy. Could you imagine that today being your life? Like you go to CVS and you say, hey, I need toothpaste and I need 3 gallons of gasoline. Nobody talks about those conversations, right? Because we just don't think about it because it wasn't relative or important to our lives. So kind of as you both have touched on, when we're talking about EV versus ICE, we have to make it relative to whoever the buyer is and what's relative to their life. If they're driving 50 miles a day versus taking that trip every year, you know, they have to make it relative to them because then they're going to see the impact of it.
And there's no one way to do that, right? That's the cool thing about our industry. There's no one way to win a customer over. It's about that customer. So you can't do it the same way for each customer. You know, Brian's store can do it completely different than mine, and that's okay. And that's the cool thing about it. There's no one way. Just do what's right for the customer. Do what's right for what they need.
Right.
I didn't even know I had a dealership.
Me either. But, you know, I made it up.
Surprise.
I wish.
Right. If it were only that easy, right? So what do we anticipate, or now looking forward to 2024? Because you mentioned there hasn't been a big shift. We've seen, like even here on the stage, we heard from Henrik Fisker yesterday, and he talked about their moving and their EV strategy and what they're releasing. And so there is a big push. There's more fish in the pond now. What are we looking forward to, or what are you anticipating that we will see in 2024 when it comes to more EVs and things of that nature?
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of the automotive industry, is it's something different every day, right?
Yes.
And I think it's one of the things that drew me to it. But, you know, one of the things is obviously infrastructure is a huge point. And, you know, the government wants everybody in EVs, and there's been billions of dollars invested in producing these vehicles, but the infrastructure still hasn't come. But when you look at it a year-over-year basis, the infrastructure grew 20% last year.
Yes.
Which, if I were to tell you that, that's huge. However, the EV industry, the park grew 50%.
Right.
So it's just not keeping pace.
Yeah.
So that's got to change, right? And so that's very important. The other piece, and I kind of talked about it a little bit more, is there's a need for more affordability in the EV segment, because most of those people that bought, they've all bought their $100,000 EVs and $70,000 plus, and now it's the people who say, hey, I drive short distances, or I just need a commuter car, but I can't spend that kind of money. It just doesn't make sense. So we'll see more of these 30,000 and under cars coming out this year, and I think that's going to really open up the industry a little bit more, because now you'll have people who now get into EV, get used to that lifestyle, and then they can look up at those aspirational vehicles, the more expensive, the wider options, and so that will open up the industry a lot more. But I think the other piece of it that we've really got to look at, certainly from the EV outlook in 2024, is you'll see that the ICE costs have gone up.
Yes.
And a lot of what's happening is because you can't really increase the cost of the EV vehicles. So not all the OEs, but a lot of them have pushed the developmental cost into the price of the ICE vehicles. So the MSRPs from year over year have gone up quite a bit, even though they've remained unchanged for EV. So that does help the total cost of ownership for EVs.
Absolutely.
So that might even drive more buyers into it. So it's that whole, and you and I could have this conversation in 6 months and it will be totally different.
Yes.
But that's, you know, ideally what we're seeing right now happen. So.
Yeah, and I would agree with you. I think one of the things, too, that we discovered is kind of like you mentioned with the incentives and the price and making it affordable, you do have to find where that fine line is. And I think one of the things also that from, like you talked about with the dealers knowing and having education and being able to inform, when you're talking about what's going on, and because you mentioned about being involved in your local community, right? Understanding what's going on in the community of landscape. So, for instance, I mentioned that I'm from Michigan, and our electric company, DTE, actually has a program where if I'm an electric owner, I actually get up to $2,000 in rebates, $500 for installing a level 2 charger at my home, and then another $1,500 just from purchasing a new or used EV vehicle, which if I'm going to a dealership and my dealer knows that and can tell me that, now that might be information that I don't know, and that's information now that can help me in that buying decision where maybe it takes a vehicle from being out of reach to, you know, being a little bit more because I've been worried about, well, how am I going to charge, how am I going to do these things? And they'll even take it a step further and they come out and install that unit in the home as well. So there's a lot of resources and tools that are available, but I think like you both have talked about, the importance is on a dealer level, getting everybody educated and getting them armed and equipped properly to be able to have those conversations.
So Michigan will also let you do a separate meter. So
Yes.
if you do that, that's a big key too, because then you can track to make sure that the usage lines up with what you're seeing. But
Start railing up those kilowatt hours like, all right, I need this, okay. Yes, 100%. You're absolutely right. That's great.
Yeah, and then I think from the ICE side, you know, 2024 is interesting, right? We've got to keep communicating with our customers. It's key. There was a study that just came out, and it was a review of all the reviews on Google, and over 60% of them mentioned communication. good or bad, right?
Yes.
Good experience, good communication. Bad experience, bad communication. So it's going to be really interesting, but we're going to see vehicles on lots a little bit more, right? We've heard it already here. Like, vehicles are starting to get on lots. They're staying a little longer. EVs on lots a little longer than ICE right now, unfortunately, which means incentives are going to go up, and we're going to see that switch to a buyer's market versus the seller's market, which is going to be a huge deal, and we're going to see some more hybrids. So we're going to shift back a little bit into that hybrid stage, and customers are going to want and need more technology in their vehicles. So
The hybrid's the gateway drug to the EV world.
I've heard that today.
That's
I heard
right.
it today.
That's it. That's it. It's very true. So talk a little bit more about specifically Affinitive and maybe how some of the solutions or things that you guys can solve for in this ever confusing, changing marketplace that we're dealing with.
Yeah, a lot of what we focus on is the communication aspect of it, making sure that when you're sending out communications that they're EV-centric and they are speaking to the right customer.
Not telling me that I have a oil change reminder when I don't. That's what we don't work on. We ensure that doesn't happen.
I will say the first time we surveyed a group of folks to find out about their thoughts on EVs, the number one concern was oil change. So it just, again, shows you how much of this comes down to an education, because a lot of them still thought that there was oil in the vehicles.
Absolutely.
And there is no blinker fluid. That still has not changed in the EV world. But I know. But so we do a lot from the communication, but also the servicing is different, right? So this customer is not coming in every 5,000 miles, and when they do, there are no oil changes. It's once a year, and it's maybe a filter change, it's a tire rotation, maybe an alignment. So making sure that you manage those expectations with the customer, but maybe it's battery health checks, and maybe it's offering subscription services, or if it's just even a maintenance plan for this customer to give them the comfort and peace of mind that I'm going to be in this vehicle for a while. I don't want to worry about the battery. I don't want to worry about any of this stuff later on. So I do think that those things are important, and we try and help create that whole life cycle management for the EV customer or the ICE customer to keep them separate so that you can manage both and still exist within one dealership, right?
Right. So the nice thing is that, like you said, the great thing about what you guys solve for is having that ability to, no matter where you are in the audience out there, there needs to be the proper channel of communication. Because like you said, the last thing that you want to do is have cross communication or misinformation that goes out, because that can be detrimental to your credibility. And that's what it's about. People, like you said, want to buy from individuals that they trust. And so having someone that can help you in making sure that your communication is clear, concise, and correct is going to be imperative. I know you mentioned that you guys are right inside on the show floor, but in case anybody wants to know, tell them more about where they can find you, get more information, or help with your services.
Right through the door, 1341. It's about catty corner right when you walk in. Feel free to stop by. We gotta come get a drink with us. We're happy to chat about EV and ICE.
Nice. I like it. All right, wonderful. Well, before we get out of here, any last things that you want to tell the audience before we go?
No, I mean, it's both of us really love talking about this stuff, painfully so. We probably will bore you, but if there's anybody want to continue the conversation, come by. We're happy to chat about it. It's fun, it's exciting, and we're going to see where this thing goes, right?
The only thing I would say is communication is key. It's not dead. Hospitality is not dead. Bring it back alive.
That's it. That's it. Don't hide behind the keyboard or, have the whole, I look nice up top, but I got sweatpants on the bottom because I've been in Zoom.
And we've all done that, right?
100%.
Bring hospitality back.
That's it. I love it. Well, thank you both very much. Again, if you want to see them right inside on the show floor, don't miss out. And we thank you both for your time and for being here today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the new era of entertainment, powered by a community of over 1 billion people globally, engaging with an entire movie's worth of content every single day. That's 1 billion people with the opportunity to go from FOMO to showing the world who they really are. TikTok is where real makes its way onto red carpets and runways. Here, everyday people are creating and sharing the moments that drive culture. This is a global community of creators redefining, reimagining, and remixing entertaining content as we know it, only on TikTok.
All right. All right, so service, giving back, community, all have been the pillars of today. And if everyone looks over to your left, you can kind of see our canine friends have joined us both to the left and here on stage. And so our canine companions are something that we definitely always are excited to highlight every year at NADA. And so we don't want to miss that opportunity to do that this year as well. It's the 20th anniversary of the NADA Foundation auction. So we're excited to continue this tradition. And to help us in getting started with that, I'd like to welcome up Kimberly Danker. She's going to help us in leading with that. So let's give her a big round of applause. Kimberly, welcome. You're welcome.
Hello, how's everybody doing? Wonderful. That's right. It's been 20 years since 2004 when the NADA Foundation's Frank E. McCarthy Memorial Fund first began donating to canine companions. So that is a wonderful, wonderful thing. We wanted to thank the NADA Foundation. We want to thank our friends at Open Lane who held the auction a little earlier today. We want to thank our friends from the Joe Verde Group as well. So we'll give them a big round of applause here at the end. So Mr. McCarthy was the NADA president from 1968 to 2001, and he was a recipient of your International Freedom of Mobility Award. So that award and his commitment to the freedom of mobility and his love for golden retrievers made canine companions a really great natural fit, so that we are a beneficiary and have been for the last 20 years. So you have donated until today You've donated $1.2 million over the 20 years. And from the auction that started in 2012, over $900,000. And we will have final numbers here in just a few minutes, okay? So it's a really big deal. Raise a round of applause here. So our service dogs, you've heard this number from the auctioneer, they do cost us about $50,000 for the life of the partnership, the life of the service dog. And that means that the NADA Foundation has helped us provide over 24 service dogs to people that are very deserving, and it gives them more independence or freedom of mobility. Woohoo! And please know that the proceeds from today's auction goes across the country, okay? Canine Companions is an almost 50-year organization, almost 50 years old. We celebrate next year. And we have 6 regional offices across the country. I am from the office in Oceanside, but please know that the funds raised today will go all the way across the country to all 6 regions, okay? And I can explain what we do in 4 very simple bullet points, okay, and then I'll get off the stage. All right? So number 1, Canine Companions breeds, raises, and trains their very own service dogs. And we use Labradors and Goldens and crosses between the two. We have found those 2 breeds to be the best for us and for what we need our service dogs to do. And then we have an army of volunteer puppy raisers, some of whom are here today. Raise your hands, puppy raisers. Woohoo! These are volunteer puppy raisers, and they raise the pups for 18 months before turning them in to our offices. Number 2, we strategically match these dogs with our qualified applicants, with our clients. And our clients can be children ages 5 and up, adults, and veterans. These folks may have physical disabilities, neuromuscular disabilities. They may have partial to complete hearing loss, may be on the autism spectrum, may have Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, and also post-traumatic stress. We do have several commands that are specifically just for PTSD now, okay? Number 3, see, we're already almost done. We provide long-term support to ensure the success of that team, that human and canine team, for the life of the partnership. And that is generally 8 to 10 years. So we are always with them. They can always call us. We check and recertify them for public, so that they can be out in public as a service dog team. And at the end of their time together, if they want, they can get another dog. We can do the whole process over again, okay? And number 4, Canine Companions does this absolutely free of charge, okay? And we can do this because of our incredible volunteer puppy raisers and people like you that have donated today during the auction, and also through our website and are supportive of our organization. So we can do this. I wanted to thank you very, very much for this, and our gentleman's going to come back on and let us know what we raised today, okay? I'll be around for questions if you want afterwards, and then we're going to hear from one of our graduates.
It's now that moment.
I think he's going to come give us the number, and then it'll be that moment.
They want to know a number, right?
Yes.
Do we want to tell them the number?
We do.
You sure? Now,
I think so.
I want to go back to how much we raised over the 20 years. Can you give them those numbers again? Because they didn't give you a big enough applause.
Okay. Well, it was $1.2 million for the 20 years.
Okay.
And since the auction started, there you go.
Yes, that's a big deal.
Since the auction started in 2012, y'all have given over $900,000 just through the auction.
That's a big deal.
Very big.
And do you all want to know how much has been given so far during NADA right now? Are you ready for that number? $135,000 so far. It's amazing. That's amazing, right? Now, are we still taking donations for that?
Sure.
We're still open?
Sure.
I think we can get to 150. Do you want to think we can get to 150?
If you trust
Does everyone
me,
here think we can get to 150?
Yes.
So in order to do that, make sure that you share the word, spread the word, and get over there and be able to donate yourself. But let's try our best to get to 150 this year. I think that'll be a great accomplishment.
That'd be wonderful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. And now you don't want to hear any more from me. We want to hear from Leanna and her service dog, Grant. Actually, he's not going to say anything but look good.
He's already yawned once, so
Has he?
you know
Okay.
he's so over it.
He does not need to hear any more from me. But she's going to give you just a few minutes of what it's like and the fact that Grant's not your first one, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here with you today. Granty, heel. Come on, buddy. Yeah, it's a good boy. Over 20 years ago, I became disabled when I fell out of a tree. I was climbing for fun. And I thought for sure the life that I knew was over. But I managed to pull it together. I got married. I had a one-woman show. I was touring around the country. I was doing pretty well. And my husband was pestering me to get a service dog. And I thought, why do I need a service dog? Now, he will tell you that he was worried about my health and my safety, but I suspect it's because we lived in an apartment with a no pets rule, and a service dog was the only animal we could have. But as it turned out, a few years later, my body was changing, and it started to make more sense. My bones were getting weak, and so picking up my shoes off the floor was causing fractures. And we discovered Canine Companions after doing lots and lots of research. They placed me with my first service dog, Reba. And I have to tell you, it was love at first sight. It wasn't love at first sight with the husband, but it absolutely was with that dog. And she was perfect for me. With her help, I was able to continue to tour around the country. I didn't have to worry about being stranded in some parking lot in Pittsburgh because I had dropped my keys and it was too dangerous to pick them up for myself. And after I had a baby, I didn't have to worry about getting around my own house. I could move with the baby on my lap, and Reba would plow the road, picking up the toys and all the other detritus that ends up on the floor when you have kids. I had her for 10 years. I lost her to cancer in 2021. When she died, I thought that was it. I was never going to be able to do this again. My heart wasn't going to be able to stand it. But CCI was there for me. Canine Companions placed me again with the perfect dog for my current needs. They placed me with Grant. And now I can't pick up the laundry basket from the floor, but it's okay because Grant drags it from the bedroom all the way to the laundry room. I can't pick up the grocery bags, but it's okay because Grant can. He loves the really awkward ones, like the box of cereal that bangs against his front legs when he walks. His tail wags like mad, and he doesn't want to give it to me when we get to the kitchen because he's having so much fun. And best of all, Canine Companions is going to stay connected to me. They did through the 10 years that I had Reba, and they'll stay with me as long as I have Grant, so that as my needs change, they'll help me to train him, extend the training that he has. He already has 41 commands that he can do for me. And we extend those wider and farther so that as my needs change, he changes with them and meets those needs. I cannot tell you the kind of comfort that that gives me. Going forward with my life, making the most of every moment that I have because I have this dog. And CCI gave him to me for free. And all of the support is free forever. So we, Grant and I, are so grateful to you and your organization for the support that you've given us. You are what makes this possible, what makes my life, as gorgeous as it is, possible. So thank you so much for that. Granty, you want to show him something else? You want to pick up something? Hey, stand. Oh, it's a good boy. Yeah, it's a good boy. Look, I dropped my keys. Granty, get. Attaboy. Yeah. Sit. There's a good boy. Can give? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Come here. It's like, now what? Come here, baby. Lap. Good boy. Oh, yeah.
I must say I'm very envious. I asked my dog the other day, what's 2 + 2? He said nothing. It's terrible. No, but let's give another big round of applause. Also, if you have more questions or you want to find out how we can donate, we're standing by right here on the side. We can give you the information to donate to the website. The auction itself was held earlier today, so the auction itself is complete. However, the donation part and your giving is not complete. So if you'd like to donate or want to share the information to others where they can donate, please step right over onto the side. We'll make sure that we provide you and give you that information, all right? So stay right here. We're going to go into our next section. We're just going to take some time, set the stage up, and then we'll be right back with the NADA live stage.
Sit.
Hello, I'm Brian Wayne.
And I'm Michelle Blakely. We're thrilled to extend a personal invitation to all of you to our NADA live stage presentation, Attracting Customers, the Battle of EV and ICE.
We'll be delving into topics such as covering consumer expectations, branding, and tailored communications for both EV and ICE consumers.
Plus, discover strategies to drive more revenue to your dealership. I promise you it's a session you won't want to miss.
We hope to see you there.
Why does Sam Pack send his team to NADA?
You ever wonder how to take your dealership from what the heck are we doing to wow, we got this?
What are we going to do about this used car shortage?
Can we keep a copy of their driver's license?
Hey boss, this client has a 550 credit score. Is it even worth my time?
All those questions and more will be answered at NADA. The National Automobile Dealer Association Show, where you learn A to Z of the car world. Remember 1917 when cars were considered a luxury? Nope. Neither do we. Thanks to NADA, cars became a mass consumer good, saving our granddaddies big bucks.
NADA is more than just a legacy. It's a visionary leader for the automotive industry. With their guidance, dealerships stay ahead of the finance trends and champion fair practices against restrictive regulations.
At NADA, your finance director will learn valuable techniques on safeguarding your customers' information and how to protect your dealership against fraudulent activity.
I also learned about fair lending practices, identity theft, red flags, and OFAC requirements.
NADA teaches us on how to hire, train, and retain quality technicians.
And proper scheduling is crucial to keep those technicians busy and productive. At NADA, we learn about and buy the latest equipment and technology to make it happen.
At NADA, your used car manager will learn the latest techniques on acquiring used car inventory, pricing and advertising to the market so that you can survive any disruptions to the new car supply chain.
Thanks to the NADA training, I can better navigate the used car marketplace.
Become a used car value guru with NADA's invaluable resources. And did we mention the celebs? From Ronald Reagan to George Bush, they've all made pit stops at NADA.
So why go to the NADA show? Because you can turn oh no into pro. With NADA, we've turned 5-star Ford into 6-star Ford.
Sean, that's not a thing.
With NADA, anything is possible.
Don't miss the auto industry event of the year, NADA Show 2024, Driving the Future.
All right, now, if anyone's paying attention, you'll notice that there's one award, but 3 chairs. Ooh, a little bit of mystery there, right? No, next up, we're actually going to have a conversation with our Century Award winners. And so what I'd like to do at this time is welcome up to the stage with me Ted Smith, who is the president of Smith Ford. I'd also like to welcome up Zachary Sight, who is the VP of Bob Sight Auto Group. And I'd also like to welcome up Kristen Koloski, who is the dealer principal of Sachs Motor Company. Come on up, gentlemen. How are you? Round of applause. So as I told the audience, 3 winners, 1 award. You guys got to figure out who takes this one home, okay? With arm wrestle, push-ups, whatever you decide on, thumb wrestling. But no, so everyone out there in the audience knows this is just an example of what they actually will receive as a Century Award winner. Each of them individually have one that has been personalized and will be sent to them. We wanted to give an example because we do think it's an important honor to recognize. And so all jokes aside, they do not have to arm wrestle, thumb wrestle, or do push-ups for this one trophy. They each will have their own. So let's take some time, gentlemen, and we'll start far and come this way. Let's introduce ourselves and tell everybody about your dealership, your experience, and anything else you want to share.
Sounds good. Good afternoon. Christian Kostalecki, Sachs Motor Company in far western North Dakota. I'm a fourth generation dealer. My mom is in the crowd. She's the owner of the dealership, and she's the 3rd generation. And I have one of my sons with me, and he's the 5th generation. He's starting in our accessory shop, and so that's kind of been the story for us all along, the family-owned dealership. We started in a small town in North Dakota and then moved to our current location in about 1926.
Awesome.
Zachary Sight, VP of Bob Sight Auto Group. We are in Kansas City. I'm lucky there's a whole lot of sites out here right now. Very well represented, 4th generation dealer, and just super proud of our family business that we've had over all these years.
Fantastic.
I'm Ted Smith. I'm the dealer at Smith Ford in Conway, Arkansas. We're a 107-year-old dealership. Missed out on our Century Award when we should have gotten it, and thanks to Mike Stanton, I think we've got it now. We were founded in 1916. We were founded out of a general store that sold farm implements, and my great-grandfather thought that he would see if there was anything to this horseless carriage deal, so he started selling Model Ts. We've been a Ford dealership for 107 years. We have, I'm 4th generation. I've got other 4th generation. We've got the 5th generation represented here, so I've got my posse too. We're very fortunate. We've grown, you might have read the article in Headlines Magazine. We have grown where we were planted. We have been a part of the community, and that's community and family are our secret.
That's fantastic. That's awesome. Okay, so we're going to raise the stakes then. You guys don't have to fight over the award. We're going to have the families do it, right? We're going to put it out in the middle and let them go. No, I'm just teasing. Well, that's great that the families are here to support. We really, really appreciate that. So let's talk about that, right? Because each one of you mentioned something that I think is important. Where you started, you've had the opportunity to either stay planted or you've grown from that. How important is it, and each one of you can speak to this, how important is it to that community engagement and kind of sticking to your roots to what's led to your success all these years?
I'll start. We're kind of a town of about 25,000. Our area of influence is about 60 miles around us, and so we're a very important part of that corner of the state. A lot of community involvement with different organizations and a lot of long-term customers that it's fun to see their 3rd and 4th generation coming into the dealership and, knowing that their parents and grandparents bought vehicles from us as well.
That's great.
I would agree. I mean, in Kansas City, the Sight name has been a staple, obviously, for 100 years selling cars, but our reputation of taking care of the community, being involved with the schools, and just being a staple of everybody around has been such an integral part of our success from when in the dealership and also throughout the entire community.
Nice. That's awesome. And so what about and there's some great pictures here as they're going up on the screen. What have you guys seen from an employee or, internal standpoint? Because having that longevity as a dealer is one thing, but what about the culture of your dealership? Have you had the opportunity to have any long-term employees that have been with you for a lot of that journey?
Most definitely. We had a parts manager that retired after a 50-year career. It was the only job he ever had. Most of us have worn different hats in the dealership. I started in service, became a service advisor. My dad got about his third heater in a week and made me service manager and said, "It's all yours." I've been at this almost 50 years, and my family's been right there with me. My sister, brother-in-law, niece, and nephew, and obviously my wife. She's looking at her phone right now, but she's definitely a secret to success.
That's awesome. And what about you guys?
No, I mean, I would agree. I think from an employee perspective, right, we run all of our dealerships like one big family. And so we've had so many long-time family members within our dealership that have stayed, not just the sites, but all the employees. People come there, they want to work there, and they make an entire career there. So that's such an integral part of how we've had success, is creating everybody as part of our family.
Yeah, I think that's the key to our longevity is the employees. They're the reason that we've been around for 100 years, and we've got a couple of 50-year veterans. Right now we've got a 42, a 44, and a 44, and so a lot of long-term employees that enjoy the atmosphere in the family-owned dealership.
That's amazing. So in the time, because all of you have extensive experience at the dealership, which is great, share with us maybe a personal story of something that you've been able to take away or that really has impacted you during your tenure of being at the dealership that really has kind of helped cement the importance of the roots of the dealership for you.
I mean, I will say when I started almost 25 years ago, right, in a very strong, deep-rooted dealership with a bunch of family already there, all the employees embraced me as the next generation. And it showed how much success we can have within the organization that, the next generation of the family can come in and be part of it. They were never threatened by another kid coming up or the next generation. They were all part to help build me up to what I became.
Wow. Now, did you ever feel any pressure from that, or how did that transition work for you all those years ago?
We were so lucky growing up. It was never a conversation of if we're going to go in the business or we need to go in the business. It was always, if you want it, it's there. And it was never more than that. And so, myself, my brother who's here, we both chose to come into it, but there was never pressure to be part of it. Just the opportunity was there to run with it if you wanted to, and if you didn't, that was okay also.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I'll second that. I think it was the opportunity was presented. It was never. I left the dealership for about 15 years. Went and got a business degree and was an investment advisor. But I worked in high school in detailing and that type of thing. When I came back 15, 20 years later, it was like I never left because the employees were still the same. So it was a testament to what had been going on during that time period, that they were happy to stay where they were and enjoyed the business as much as we did.
So what was it that brought you back 15 years later?
I've always enjoyed it. It just, I think, frankly, living in a rural area, wanted to go to a little bit larger location for a while, and lived in Denver for 10 years. But then you start to have family, and you realize the importance of maybe moving back and raising your family with other family members, and being involved in that family dynamic was very important.
Nice, awesome. And each one of you talked about, having either fourth or even fifth, generation here. Looking forward, what are some things that you anticipate or see in the business that might become challenges and or changes to the industry as we know it?
In our case, we have been successful because of Ford Motor Company, and Ford Motor Company kind of has the fate of our children in their hands. That's kind of up to them at this point. We hope hope that they'll do the right thing, and we feel like we've served them well over 107 years and 5 generations.
That's awesome. Anyone else want to answer that one?
I mean, I think for us, right, whatever the future brings, we're all entrepreneurs. We all kind of figured it out within the dealership organizations, but it's continuing to have the best people, because the people are the asset will create the success for the next generation. And as long as we can continue to take care of all the people within our organization, I think we'll continue to have success.
Fantastic. Well, I think everyone here kind of has heard some of the ingredients, right? I don't want you guys to give away the secret sauce, so to speak, but I think you've alluded to it, right? It comes down to having the right people, having the right culture, having the right commitment, and really also apparently having the right family, right? Because family support is a big element to being successful. So all of those things combined go together. And so I want to congratulate each one of you. At this time, I'm going to take the award out into the audience, and we'll let the families figure out who goes. No, I'm just joking. I'm teasing. But no, thank you seriously, gentlemen, and congratulations to each one of you. Let's give them all a big round of big round of applause. We thank you for your time and joining us, and continue to more success. Hopefully you get to 6, 7, 8 generations, right? That's the goal. Thank you all. Well, isn't that amazing? 100 years of excellence. It's incredible. Yet. There it is. There it is. If you've been following along with us, then you know our next up to the stage. You've seen them here yesterday as part of the pitch competition. They were here earlier a little bit talking about some of the solutions that they offer, and they are back to conclude and finish up from their winning of the pitch competition yesterday. So we are super excited. Come on up, come on up, come on up. We are super excited to have them here, and I will let them take it away. Scott, Alexia, are you both ready?
We are born ready.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Well, the stage is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Wow, what an honor. Thank you, the judges and NADA. That was so fun yesterday doing that, our competition, and the fact that we won and it was voted on by dealers that wanted to learn more about our product based on what we said. So we're very excited to be here today and share a little bit about what we do. You know, I feel like I'm always going back in time. But it was about 14 years ago when ratings and reviews, believe it or not, were exploding. And there was not a single way to monitor or know, unless you went to every single review site, what consumers were saying about your dealership. So we had, it really wasn't rocket science, but it was the idea to how do we make it easy, not just to learn when a consumer had a bad experience, which is what was happening. They were the ones going online. You know, they had a bad experience at a dealership or they didn't like something with the car, and they would just bitch about it online, right? And at that point, it was almost too late. Yes, you can still do things, you can try to write it, but we were like, man, this seems like a backwards old way. You know, like, shouldn't we talk to them before they have an issue? So we decided to design like a new process, sort of. It wasn't that groundbreaking, but we decided, what's a modern way? Go figure. Why don't we survey consumers right at the time of sale? and find out maybe what they even liked about the car, right? You know, what was shiny and new? What was innovative, right? So how could we do this a different way? And that's where we started, right, Scott? So we were just like, hey, let's turn this process around. And even before they buy, talk to them in the dealership, right? How can we give our dealers a tool to quickly send them a text or ask them, how's the process going?
Yeah, so surveys have come a long way. I mean, obviously, we went to dinner the other night, right? So Lexi calls me. We're taking a bunch of dealers out to dinner, a bunch of clients out to dinner, and she says, go pick a restaurant. I don't go to Las Vegas enough to know the good from the bad. What do? They went on Google. It's automatically sorted by 5 stars, 4.9, 4.8, 4.7, and that's how we chose our restaurant. We ended up at the Wynn. Obviously, consumers are doing the exact same thing, so it's obviously critical. You know, the interesting thing is, Lex, we started doing this this trend study 10 years ago.
10 years, yep.
And 10 years ago, we posed the question, what importance does reviews have on choosing a dealership? And it was high. It was 7 out of 10 consumers 10 years ago said, it's a critical factor for me to determine where I'm going to spend my, back then, $35,000, $36,000 on average. We just released the trend study yesterday. That number is now 95 out of 100. So it was big, and we were talking about it 10 years ago, and hopefully people were listening. Today, 10 years later, 9.5 out of 10 people will first go to Google to see what you're rated before pulling the trigger on parts, on service, or sales. So we've come a long way. I'm glad you had a vision back then because it obviously stuck.
Well, and it's not even on Google anymore. Even if they think they want to go to your store, they're going to go in Google Maps, Apple Maps, and right there's ratings and reviews, as well as competitors. Right? So the cost of ignoring that. And that's just the start of this crazy road that ultimately is the customer journey. And we did something kind of crazy. Remember, Scott? We started just listening to the consumers. Even when they were mad, they left a bad review. We would survey them and the surveys weren't great, or maybe they were great. What worked and what didn't? Because on this crazy road to get them to buy, not just once, but multiple times, how do we make sure they don't drive off the road? How do they stay in that sales funnel? So we just listened, and over 14 years, we've found ways not to replace every piece of technology in a dealership. There's great vendors here. You guys walked around, amazing technology. How do we partner with them? How do we work with them? How do we find those little gaps where we can keep people in that sales funnel and partner now with about 206 vendors? Yeah. So we want to be that intel inside.
So reputation and social is our core competency that dates back to 14 years ago. And a lot of folks know Digital Airstrike for that. We got a little demand when we started getting 5, 6, 7, 8,000 clients. So we cover a lot. I think that it's a unicorn to think if one partner were to exist out there and does everything from A to Z, but we're pretty darn close, right? I like to think of us as an A to S and A to T provider. We're not in the website business, nor do we want to be. And we're not in the DMS business, but everything in between, along that road there, as you see it on what is that, an old Google study?
Google and Polk.
Google and Polk, right, IHS. They call it the path to purchase. We now touch, and we're proud to say that we touch 32 out of the 36 touch points in that journey. So we can help you with just about everything. I know that sounds like an absolute statement, but it's true. So let's dive into it as far as the building blocks.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of pieces that go into it. And I say again that we enhance other vendors. We are really advocates and partners for our dealer clients. I see some of them here. I'm looking at one right now. I see you, Josh. He didn't know us a couple years ago. And it's our team, it's the pieces that work for his stores, right? He may have 5, 10 vendors he loves. We're like, how do we find the gaps where they maybe don't do something? So his installation is totally different than another dealership, and we love that, and we like to work with those venders.
What's the country you always use? There's a country.
Switzerland.
We're Switzerland. We play nice with everybody.
Well, I'm from Canada, so
they're pretty.
Maybe I wasn't nice enough. That's why I got kicked out and came down here. I'm pretty nice.
So, Lex, you helped make this story. I'd love for you to speak to this next slide. I mean, again, things have changed a little bit from the kitchen counter 14 years ago in your kitchen when you created the company. We've picked some people up along the way to kind of build them into our story.
We did. Well, we started as Digital Airstrike, and sometimes people go, why that name? Are you in the military? Like, where did this come from? And I can tell you, I worked at the Van Tuyl Group. I worked with like 87, 89 stores. I've been in a lot of, the people's shoes that are here trying to interview vendors and see what works. And I, back then, even didn't want another dashboard that some vendor wanted me to look at, log in, and then I had to do something. I'm like, well, wait a minute. So we wanted to strike. We wanted to, for our partners and dealers that want us to, certainly give you the data, give you the BI, tell you what's going on, tell you maybe how you, if you want to, go out there and engage with that customer. But we wanted to strike and do it for you if that's what you want us to do. So that's where it started. That is our biggest division. It's my baby. It is absolutely still our largest part of our business, but it's not the only thing we do. So what else do we do? Well, I just love this industry. I love so many of the humans that I get to meet kind of at this high school reunion every year. And Cliff Banks is someone that I've admired. I've totally looked to as, you know, almost like someone that could see the trends before they happen, because we want to learn and know where we're going too. And it was great. We were talking a couple years ago at NADA, and I just said, Cliff, I would love it if we could find a way to work together. So Autovate is a part of our family now, and it really is just a way for us to bring the best of the best M&A, visionaries, tech vendors together to talk about trends so we're all getting better and partnering more. And then Best Ride, one of our partners, Gannett, which is now Local IQ, had a way to get inventory distributed on 200 regional newspaper sites, and they didn't know how to manage it. And I'm like, inventory, wait a minute, that's what we do. We can help you with that. So we now have Best Ride as a part of what we do, and that helped us with a lot of, you know, channel partners. LotVantage, a great inventory merchandising back-end tool. So we use it across everything that we do. We don't think that we should talk to a consumer if we don't have the data, and a lot of the data has to tie back to inventory. This isn't just about having nice conversations these days. We want to be appropriate and timely, but we want to give consumers what they want, you know, and sometimes what they don't even know they want. They're thinking of one vehicle, but maybe we could give them alternate vehicles, and suddenly they're spending a bit more, or they're happier, or it's, you know, a better trim package. And then last but not least, it was just, gosh, it's been crazy. 6-7 months ago, we acquired 3 Birds. Great company, great technology. And we'd already had our own CDXP. We've had AI for a long time around our ResponseLogix quotes, but it was a way for us to just expand our offering very quickly, and it's already fully integrated into our platform, and we've launched texting as a part of what we're doing now with that platform. So it's really exciting, and that's why we rebranded as DAS Technology.
So that's our story, everybody. Hopefully you guys can appreciate the journey. This is the point of this 25-minute session where we get into the pitch. And I got to be honest with you, I got to go off script a little bit. Hopefully, this isn't rehearsed, so hopefully you don't get mad at me.
Hey, I don't like pitching either. I know where you're going.
Ditch the pitch.
Let's ditch the pitch.
Irony, here's my statement. The irony of us winning a pitch competition is a little bit odd, because I didn't have high hopes going into this, because we don't, our sales force doesn't pitch. We consult. You know, I know Alexi can appreciate this. This is a little unique. We're going to get a little personal here for a second. Alexi's, and both my father and Alexi's father were psychiatrists. Yes, we're products of shrinks, everybody. We're as normal as they get. And there's an old saying in the medical field: prescription before diagnosis is malpractice. And we were guilty. I was guilty in my career as well. So you can go to a lot of these booths, right? And you can get pitched the new shiny object. When you go over to Digital Airstrike, this is on all of our monitors as far as what you see in front of you. We will not say a word. We will not recommend a solution. We don't even know if we can help you until you tell me what your ailments are. Does it hurt? Does it itch? Does it sting? What is it? And these are the questions that we've asked, you know, as far as a dealership. Are you having problems converting the traffic maybe you're already spending all the ad dollars, right? And you're drinking out of a fire hose. This was very common during COVID because everybody downside and they couldn't handle the traffic that was coming to them. And quite frankly, our diagnosis was you're spending too much money on advertising. Maybe, ironically, you even need to cut back on your advertising with us because you can't handle the traffic coming in. Number 2, how can I identify website visitors who take action? The vast majority of consumers that you put a lead form in front of them, I think the stats, 96% will abandon that lead form. They're on to us, everybody. They figured it out. If you put your name, your email address, now they're going to get bombarded with emails and phone calls. Maybe that's your problem. Number 3, I need a better way to market my inventory. You know, the third-party lead companies out here, they're terrific. Many of them are publicly traded. They have very big stock prices and market caps. But at one point, you've got to make sure that you're investing your dollars to grow your brand as well. So we talk about that as well. And then lastly, how do I use my own data? right? A lot of dealers have so much data, and they're out there, as soon as they get the sale, they're off to the next sale, right? To get the next person the CRM. Hold on, before you go and you try to acquire the next consumer, are you taking care of the consumer you already have in your system? So we jump into it. So should a dealer walk into the booth, or in this scenario, say, I'm really having a problem converting my website traffic, which is an epidemic, especially with COVID not being that far in the rear view mirror, a lot of us lost the art of the sale, right? We're taking orders. There was a supply and demand. It was completely out of whack. So we have a system, Response Logics, that we've had for a while, but it's been recently completely overhauled. And this thing it's nice because it guarantees an immediate response to any and every lead that hits the CRM. So your TrueCar leads, your Cars.com leads, your Edmunds leads, your OEM leads, the leads from your website, we're ensuring within minutes you're going to get a meaningful response to the consumer. Historically, it was always via email, but we have a surprise for you in a slide or two, and it's got that vehicle of choice. Now, NADA would tell you the vast majority of consumers that come in on a specific vehicle, let's call it a Honda Accord, guess what? They don't end up burning gas in a Honda Accord, right? It's like any 10 given people come into your dealership on any given Sunday, they come in for a new car, 6 of them end up burning gas in a used car. That's no surprise. But we as dealers, we get pigeonholed, and we take it so literally when a request comes in for a Honda Accord, we're giving them the best price on the Honda Accord. When can you come in for the Honda Accord? So what this system takes into consideration is maybe they want that Honda Accord, but here's a fully loaded one, here's a base model, and here's a couple used car options as well.
Well, it's choice, right? And I was a lifelong marketer, chief marketing officer. The whole thing is you always have a vision of how you think a consumer wants to get information, or maybe what vehicle they think they want, or how your sales team's going to follow up. That is just BS. It never happens that way. Right. And you have to put the power in the consumer's hands, but give them choice. Give them different ways to communicate with you, but you better have an insurance policy, I've always felt, so that if by chance that salesperson's busy, or you don't really have that model, right, in stock, or that color, or that trim, or what if their credit is in the toilet and they didn't think it was, right? They calculated that payment. What are you going to do? And you hope you've hired the right people, you've trained the right people, you hope all your vendors talk to each other. And we all know hope is not a strategy, right? And then what's your insurance policy? So I'm just like Scott. The team, I'm looking at some of our team out there, I never use our materials or deck. So sorry. I just talk to people because I put myself in their shoes. Like when I submit a lead for anything in my life, I'm sure that all I want is a good experience. And if that human that somehow is involved in getting back to me doesn't do their job, it'd be so great if every business and every industry had a way to alert the owner or general manager that maybe someone dropped the ball, and then somehow that technology can pick you up and get you back on track and make sure you're happy. And that's really everything that we do is about that.
Yeah, we're doing what comes natural to us. We're having a conversation again, which ironically is getting us in a little trouble because I'm watching the counter. So we're going to start moving through some of these slides. Hopefully you guys are going to appreciate this. If there are any questions, comments, I'm sure we'll have a little Q&A at the end, or my contact info is at the end. But response logic. So again, it hits on two variables. A response time, your OEMs will be happy with you. It gives that rich, meaningful response to the consumer, and then follow-up, right? The other variable that we're really not good at. NADA will tell us the average shelf life of a new vehicle, a new customer, is about 40 days. That's your sweet spot. So a request that comes in on January 1st, that consumer is typically buying on February 10th. But our BDCs and our inner departments are following up 2, 3, 4 weeks at most. It's like, let's use a football analogy. It's football season. We're showing up to play the first half of the football game. We're going to the locker room, and we're not coming out to play the second half when the majority of the touchdowns are scored. So this solution will follow up for 6 months. 6 months with multiple choice questions, engaging the consumer, and letting your staff know when that consumer is live. Not only via email, it's omni-channel, we're communicating via text as well. 98% of all texts are read. Of that, 95% of those texts are read within the first 5 minutes. So it's an immediate way to get an interaction with the consumer. The second they go online, we're alerting your staff. So on a given Monday, your staff isn't coming and just calling the 50 leads from over the weekend. They're calling the 7 leads that just went online over the last couple minutes and giving them real-time alerts so they can jump on and grab the low-hanging fruit.
Well, and what I love about it is it doesn't replace something your staff would do, and it integrates with your CRM. So basically, we're doing heavy lifting and actually also answering the questions that a lot of the consumers want. We just did a trend study. Love to have you guys stop by our booth and get a copy of it. Most consumers feel that dealerships don't answer the questions they ask. You know, they've got very specific questions. They would love to see things like walk around videos. You know, does that vehicle have a sunroof? Does the sunroof open? We just listen to consumers. Most salespeople are so busy, if you don't have a tool like this, they're just going to be like, come on down. Come see me. I'll show it to you. You're not answering my questions. I think it was about, 65 to 70% of the consumers in our survey said they didn't get their questions answered. And the other cool thing is this will actually, though, make it seem like that salesperson is answering it. We integrate with the CRM, and Bob, the sales guy, the email, the text comes from him, and then we tell Bob we answered the questions, and oh, by the way, that consumer can click to call or talk to Bob, and we just save Bob some time. Maybe Bob was doing a test drive or a walk around, right? And so it doesn't replace the humans. It doesn't replace your CRM. It works with what you have and just makes them better.
Yeah, it complements what you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2024. It's all about scalability, right? Doing more with the same or doing more with less to help scale your business, and that's what this is. You got reactivation alerts, which we already talked about. In the essence of time here, we're going to keep rolling. This is in a nutshell. This is a good illustration as far as how it works. Lead comes in. We're part of your CRM. We're integrated with just about every CRM out there. The communication, we don't exist. We don't have a brand as far as the consumer's involved. We will never put our brand in front of yours. So as far as the consumer knows, this is from you, from a real live person. It's got round-robin capabilities. So again, we're an extension of your team, your BDC and your internet team with Response Logics. You're going to get multiple attribution points on a weekly basis. We're going to tell you who's opening these. Aside from real time, we're going to give you weekly reports. We're going to give you monthly reports, and the attribution's there. What my favorite thing is the reactivation. On this next slide, you'll see one of our poster children here.
Chip, he's here.
Diggs is here somewhere.
There's so many people, though. We got Kevin, we got Josh. I want to have all your pictures up here, all of our amazing clients.
And just to talk to some of these numbers, 224 average sales leads per month reactivated. Literally resurrected from the dead. These are consumers 100 days old, 160 days old that are coming alive, and Chip's getting a real notification and his team's jumping on it. 38% of internet sales attributed to this solution, 27% increase in sales. So it's a great product. We've got to move on. So what about the people that didn't leave a footprint on your website, which is the vast majority? All right, this is something kind of cool, and this is something kind of new. So Smart Spot. Ladies and gentlemen, we can identify the consumers that are on your website that don't leave a footprint, don't click to call. We've got the majority of them, over 50% of the consumers, we can identify. So all they have to do is step on your VDP, whether it's for a second or a minute. The last VDP they looked at, we will match and we will send them an offer. So everything we just talked about over the last 8 minutes holds true for the consumers that aren't even engaging with your website and they're on a VDP. Shortly thereafter, they're going to get information on that vehicle, basically with all the information we just went over.
I mean, if you've ever seen, we've all seen the cookies that pop up. You know, if they don't turn off or decline cookies, we can match 55% with an email to their IP, and then we just go ahead and send them a really appropriate message. So think about how much more traffic. I mean, we're talking to some third-party lead providers that are like, man, you're right, lead counts are down. Can I even get it from my website? So it's pretty exciting stuff, but the real power isn't just a random creepy message like Big Brother. It's, no, I was looking at that SUV and suddenly I get a really nice message about, that SUV and other SUVs. So it's a great way to get more leads with, by the way, not spending any more advertising dollars. I love nothing more than our clients to reduce their ad budgets.
So again, there's another illustration. It's instead of a quote, in this case, it's an offer. And then as far as the creepy factor, we would coach you on how that works. It's actually pretty easy. It's just a coincidence that I happen to be calling. You're on my website right now looking at a vehicle. So again, it's a great way to cast a net.
It's karma. It's kismet.
Yeah, it was meant to be.
They should work with you.
It's meant to be. So again, I made a comment earlier. We love our third-party lead providers. Sure, we all do. Love keeping them in business and making their stock go up, but let's work on our stock as well. So what we've been doing is helping our clients cast a net and get their inventory out there. So one of the many, many things we do is we help get inventory to Facebook. We've been a partner of Facebook now for, 14 years.
We were the first to ever partner with Facebook, so yeah.
Still ticking after all these years. Facebook Properties, Meta as well, Google Performance Max, also known as Google Vehicle Ads, and I think they used to call them VLAs. And then what's pretty new that a lot of dealers didn't know about is what Microsoft's been up to. So if any of you guys noticed, whenever you got one of those updates, we've all got an update on our computer. Magically, that next morning when we turn our computer on, our browser, which used to be Google, is now defaulted to Bing. They're pretty sneaky, aren't they? So
the amount of times they can embed that your default even link opener in an email suddenly is Bing.
So with Bing taking off, it's no surprise their biggest user base is now Florida. right? Because Florida, they don't know how to change their default browser back. But we are helping our dealers get their inventory on Microsoft Autos, which would be Bing, ChatGPT, Yahoo. So really, again, it's that net. Maybe it's the older demographic, the more affluent demographic on Bing. We just talked about covering your bases on Google, on Facebook, and then it's just a net where there's no one tactic that's going to solve your issues, right? You've got to be on all these channels. So we've got a solution that gets them all on.
Yeah, there's some more that we don't even need to talk about. There's so many, like I said, so many of our partners, we love all our partners, but we want to make that messaging relevant and make sure you are serving up the right inventory at the right time. So actually you spend less, right? Let's make sure that, it's the vehicles you've got to move. If you aren't having success with EVs in your market, why are all the EVs getting clicked on and then it's wasting budget? Let's make sure it's very relevant to your brand, your market, and what you want to move.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the slide right here, let's not forget about YouTube. A lot of people forget about YouTube. YouTube's for kids. It's where my kids, consume their data. Ladies and gentlemen, YouTube's the second biggest search engine in the world. Right? So keep that in mind. You've got to get your inventory regularly on YouTube. And again, that's what we're helping our clients do. It's part of this platform. All right, we're almost at the finish line. We're in the fourth quarter. I think we're right on cue.
5-minute warning.
It's one of these buzzwords. It used to be big data years ago, and then, what was it, transparency?
BI, and then digital retailing.
AI, CDXP. What does it even stand for?
Customer data and experience platform. So I don't think you should talk to a consumer or a customer until you have the information, which is in the data. Did they reach out to you 5 times with 4 different emails? Have they actually serviced with you 6 years ago? Did their spouse buy a car from you 2 years ago? You've got to know the data before you have a message and you spend money and time on sending a message. And then you want that message to help keep them on that windy road to purchase and keep them in your sales funnel.
So CDXP, everybody, I know it's an overused acronym already. Everybody seems to be defining it different. It's true consumer lifecycle management, right? Managing that consumer from the very beginning when they hit your CRM as a lead, to when they came in, to when they purchased, to when they serviced, ultimately to when we want to get them back in on an equity mining play, maybe 3-4 years down the road. This is an illustration that we have. We call this the chaos slide. This is really what it looks like in a lot of our client CRMs. You've got a different vendor doing your email, a different vendor doing your social. Maybe you've got an in-house person doing your website.
Direct mail.
Yeah, direct mail. It's still a thing. So really, how do you tie it all together? And I've got my own word tracks for this slide, but do you guys remember back in 7th grade, back in biology, the cell, when we all learned the cell, and you've got the nucleus, the brain of the cell. CDXP is the nucleus of that cell, right? It's talking to your DMS, the CRM, third-party information, and at the end of the day, it's hitting the consumer with the right message at the right time, depending where they are in the life cycle. So the guy that looks like...
Going back to school and high school, you know what that makes me think of?
It was a while ago.
Paul Abdul, TLC,
all right, go ahead,
a little Warren G tonight. Sorry, that's where I'm going with our party later.
Yeah, of course, we'll end on that slide. So in the essence of time here, let's call him Clark Kent, the gentleman in the blue there under active shoppers. Looks like Clark Kent a little bit. So he's an active shopper, so we're going to communicate to him on the vehicle that he just submitted his interest on. Sally below him, maybe she submitted a request for information a month or 2 ago. She's going to get a little bit of different type of messaging. The recently purchased, these are the most deprived consumers, right? This is the honeymoon phase. We just put a ring on her or him. They just bought a vehicle, and all of a sudden all the communication stops because the BDC is trying to get new people on. So
what about declined F&I, or even a service customer that had declined service? That's what you should talk to them about. Because they might have, buyer's remorse that they didn't get that extended warranty, right? Or they didn't actually replace their tires, but yet we stopped talking to them, which is crazy to me.
And this grows. We evolve with the consumer. So let's use that example with Clark Kent there in the blue. We've got a Trojan horse. We kind of got a secret sauce to all this. So we're communicating with the consumer. We're going to place a pixel on the website. We're going to follow the user to your website. As the consumer evolves, the communication evolves. So even though Clark in this example maybe came in on the Toyota Camry, now he's on your website clicking on our emails, looking at used vehicles. So our communication's going to change. Maybe he bought elsewhere, but now he's looking at brake specials on your website. Now it's a fixed ops play. So in 2 minutes or less, I want to just go through what a couple of the renderings look like. Again, for somebody that came in on a lead, that's a lot of what the creative would look like. It's getting them into the showroom. For the consumer that's a little bit older, that submitted the lead a couple months ago, again, a little different look, a little different feel, a little more passive, trying to engage them to do more, to come to your website. Retention Accelerator, I just bought a vehicle. You guys have Starbucks, you have drop-off, you have delivery, the perks of the dealership, wrapping your arms around that new wife, that new husband. Service Accelerator, this is 2 years and beyond. This is getting the consumer in the habit of servicing with you. As their warranty's ending up, we want to wrap our arms around that consumer and make sure that they're coming back to you and not Midas or Pep Boys.
Well, and it's text now as well as email, and we also help manage the opt-outs. Maybe they just want to opt out certain kinds of communication, but you don't want to have them opt out of everything. And the best thing about this is, and this is why I don't use these slides, you shouldn't have to worry about this. I love working with vendors where they just take care of it, and you don't need to know all these pieces, but you need to know they're happening and that you can look at the results ultimately, that you are keeping people in the sales funnel, selling more, and you're not getting opt-outs. And by the way, you are able to reduce what you're spending on all those other marketing channels.
Yeah. At the end of the day, there's an equity play too, so rest assured there's an equity mining tool in it. We set the parameters. To Alexi's point, you could be as involved as some dealers are, or as passive, and it still works, it still goes. So I think this is a good slide to wrap things up.
Keep them on the road.
Keep them on the road.
And they buy a lot more from you.
So what do we got going on?
I just want to say thanks again. We now get to add this other award to our list, which is amazing. But the best award for us is thanking our dealers and partners for working with us, and that's really what this is about. Every year, I think I was just talking to some of my friends. I think I've done 24 of these now. We thank our clients and our partners. So this is our thank you. Tonight it's going to be amazing. Just a fun night with Paula TLC and Warren G. So if you'd like to, you've all taken a demo, by the way. The only criteria to go to the party is take a demo. So this was an easy one. Come get party passes. Come to our booth.
And the irony is you're not going to get pitched. We're just going to have a conversation with you. My contact info was going to be on the last slide. We want to throw an offer out to everybody in the audience or everybody watching. If you'd love for us to do an intel report again so we can do a diagnosis on what's going on at your dealership, I will just, my phone number, 949-278-8618. Shoot me a text, shoot me the name of your dealership and your email address, and I'd be happy to personally, when I get back to the office, sometime next week, when I get my head above water, to have the team or I'll personally do an intel report just to see what we found, and ultimately, if we can help you, fantastic. If not, hopefully we just help you out with your business.
Yeah, that report is just in that road. We actually have a team and tools that can identify gaps that we think are like potholes or the people really driving off the road and you're missing a lot of potential sales. It's totally free. We'll give you some thoughts on that, and if you just want to take that info and run away and fix it, that's good. That's great too.
So again,
anyway, come visit us. We're literally right there. It's the first door. You can't miss us. It's the fun booth.
Just look for the orange.
The orange and black.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for investing the time.
Thanks.
My name is Colin Morikawa.
Billy Horschel.
Alban Valenzuela.
Sahith Thigala.
As Zurich Golf Ambassadors, we put the focus on achieving a better tomorrow,
both on and off the course.
That's why we're proud to work with Zurich, a global insurer aspiring to be
one of the most responsible and impactful businesses in the world. Together with Zurich,
we're always building
towards a brighter future.
You know what makes everything flow smoothly? A great team. And I'm very, very thankful for our great team that we have here. Let's give our production another round of applause. If you've been hanging out here with us in the NADA live stage living room, you've seen big chairs, tall chairs, short chairs, high chairs, different type of microphones. They make everything just flow that much smoother, and we appreciate that. So we definitely want to recognize them for all of the hard work. We're going to continue talking the conversations here on the live stage. And next up, we're going to talk about decreased cost and boost retention. And to help lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Catherine York, who's going to moderate. Now, Catherine York is the manager of communications for NADA. So let's give her a big round of applause. Catherine, come on up. You're welcome.
Hi, everybody. I'm Catherine York from NADA, and I am very excited to welcome my two panelists here. Next to me, we have Josh Johnson, the CEO of Don Johnson Auto Group, fifth-generation dealer from Wisconsin, and a frequent winner of Best Workplace Awards. And to his left, we have Julie Becker-Myers, Director of Dealer Training and Financial Reporting at Ally. Julie is an industry veteran with experience at dealerships, on the faculty at Northwood University, and at a DMS provider before joining Ally. So we're going to have a great conversation today about retention, employee retention. So I know that employee turnover is a challenge at a lot of dealerships and in the workforce. So let's start by talking about why dealers and managers should really focus on retention, what the business case is there. Julie, why don't you take it away?
This has been a topic that I've been really passionate about for a long time. But really, when we look at it as an industry, we need to focus on really advertising careers rather than jobs. We want people to come and work for us and want them to stay for a long period of time. Actually, when you look at it, turnover is really expensive. Josh has got some great examples I know he's going to share, but when we look at it, we want them to build a career where they're continuing to stay with us, they're growing. As we grow as an industry, they have opportunities to stay with us.
Simply put, turnover is a triple threat. We invest tremendous financial resources in developing our teams. When they leave, those investments walk out with them. When you see that constant turnover within the dealership, the morale for your existing team suffers, so your culture starts to fall. And then you feel it on the top line revenue side, because when your guests are coming into the facility and they don't recognize any member of your team, your closing ratios fall, your retention within those guests fall, so you're losing in every step of the game. Simply put, it's very difficult to put together a successful or profitable business if you have high turnover.
So when we're thinking about turnover, what are the challenges that the industry faces in improving that rate? I'll start with Josh.
I think there's a couple ways to approach this. On the attraction side, we need to focus less on the practice and more on the purpose. Not everyone's going to be passionate about selling cars or changing oil, but who wouldn't be about keeping America moving? About making sure that every day that there are groceries stocked on the shelves of the store, or that families can go from point A to point B safely. If we focus more on why and less on what, we have the opportunity to attract more people into the industry.
I think ultimately, too, we need to make sure that we share our passion. Our passion is, I look at it when I'm talking about things and I'm really passionate about something, everybody can tell the difference. So when we talk about those types of things and we talk about our roles and our staff and the things we're doing for them, if we can show our passion for what we're doing and support them with their passion, that exudes them wanting to come work in the industry.
Yeah, Julie, I'd love you to say more about that. Where are places that dealers or managers, HR directors can show that passion? What are some platforms they can show that?
Yeah, I think ultimately the big thing we need to do is be really creative when we're doing pay plans. Pay plans and help can motivate your staff, but most importantly, you need to know what motivates them. So the standard old pay plan where you make so much money, you get a commission, those types of things, although those are great, they're not as motivational to them anymore when we think about what they really truly want. I give an example of, there was a technician one day who really wanted to work more hours and get more skill, but he couldn't afford the tools. And his wife was very upset with how much he was spending on tools. So they built a pay plan for him to have some incentives that they would pay for the tools for him if he flagged a certain amount of percentage. again, it helped the dealership be more productive. And he was super happy because he was getting what he wanted, those tools, and nobody at home was giving him a hard time, right? That was a creative, out-of-the-box thinking. And they actually got a technician that stayed longer, was really excited, and he upskilled. That's a double bonus.
It's as simple as starting with that assessment of that conversation versus the assumption, to make sure that rather than assuming what that individual's goals, objectives, ambitions are, that we've got a clear understanding from their mouth. And from there, we can career path together and we can identify a high-performing individual in our business to partner them with. And it's through that structured mentoring that they can start to see the opportunities that are available to them, and we can take them from point A to point B, and we can adjust with them as they go if we start with the conversation.
So we've now entered solution mode, which is great. I think that's why people are here. And I would love to hear, Josh, we'll start with you on this one. How do dealers and managers, HR directors, employers in general make their employees feel valued from day one so that they know they have a career there and, as Julia said, not just a job?
I think everyone's seen this movie before. You hire a new person. They come into the showroom on day one and no one's expecting them. So they wander around for a little bit until a salesperson finally ups them and tries to sell them a vehicle. But the problem is the sales manager is busy dealing with the heat cases. The service manager has an issue with warranty right now. So instead they get handed off to someone who gives them a packet of new hire paper, takes them to a desk where they sit down that still has the previous owner's belongings in it, including a half-eaten bag of Cheetos in the top drawer. But what does that say? But what if we flip the script? What could day one look like? What if instead of showing up in the showroom, what if we met off-site for breakfast? A manager, a couple of other members of the team, to work out those day one butterflies, to get to know each other and build personal relationships. And then from there, what if that individual followed the manager to the dealership where they saw where to park? And they walked through the dealership together and they met every individual along the way being introduced. Then they were brought to their desk where they could set their belongings down, and sitting on that desk was a card that was signed by everyone in the dealership that says, "You're our new favorite person." What does that require of us? Almost nothing at all. And what if instead of starting and focusing on this is how you log into the computer system, we start with the conversation about what is our culture? Who are we? How do we make the world better? How are we going to engage together? And then we go into the day-to-day operations. And maybe if it was time to leave, maybe we send them home with a pizza so they don't have to worry about that after what was a stressful day, no matter how good we make it. And how much better would it be if we took it one step further and the day that they got home, sitting in their mailbox, was a letter signed from the owner or the manager that was addressed not to the individual but to their family that says, "We know that you've put your lives in our hands. We take that seriously, and we're going to be behind you and stand beside you every step of the way." It doesn't take a lot of effort, but we can change a person's world in one day by doing that.
Those are amazing ideas, and I would feel very welcome if I went to work. So, please, can I have a job? No, but ultimately, you can look at this, and it's all about treating them like you want them to be there, right? And treating them and saying, "Hey, we're really excited you're here," right? Welcoming them. And I look at things all the time when you think about it. Simple things like creating an org chart so they know where they fit in. Who does everybody report to? What are their job responsibilities? One of the things NADA has is a great list of job descriptions. Look at those and look and see which ones you can customize to fit your spot so they know what they're responsible for. So it's not, oh, I show up and I'm supposed to sell cars, or am I supposed to greet customers, or am I supposed to take ups? What am I supposed to be doing? Let's be honest and let's look at it and give them a roadmap for success. Right? And I ultimately think when you do that and people now know the structure, you're creating an opportunity for them to grow, right? It's not just here I am on the spot. Well, here I am, and look at the spots where I have the opportunity to go, and I might be able to go over here, and that's an interesting side point. And it gives me an opportunity to go, wow, this is really different, right? I'm not just here sitting and eating old Cheetos at a desk.
That's great. And now I'd love to, I know, Julie, you have some more thoughts on low investment ways to make employees feel valued and respected. You just mentioned a few, but I know we've talked about previously mentorship and job shadowing. Would love to get your perspective, and then Josh's on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, job shadowing and mentoring is super inexpensive for a dealer. But it's really a time investment in the staff, and they absolutely know that now somebody cares about me. And I look at it, Ally has a 3-pronged approach for mentoring, and I look at it and go, okay, this is so simple. I don't know why most people, I have a senior leader who would be my mentor, and that's great. I think that's wonderful. But some people have a hard time in that environment connecting with the individual, right? And so we also have peer-to-peer mentoring at Ally, which is great, and I think that's an opportunity that maybe, Josh is my mentor who also does the same job as me, and we work together. He's just been here longer. And then there's the third one, which actually I think is really creative, and I've seen a lot of success with it recently, is really a team mentoring. So we have a small group that gets together, maybe everybody who's been hired in the last 6-8 months, and we get together and we talk about things, but we still maybe have a senior leader in that group to help us, right, to guide us when we have things that we don't know. Right? And I think those are simple things, right? And it's just giving the employees the opportunity to do that, though. And I think that's one of the things that, although it costs you a little bit of time and effort, it's really inexpensive, and it shows that you care about them.
I'll probably sound like a broken record on this one, but I think it's as simple as engaging in that conversation. Our teams and our employees will tell us what they need. They'll tell us where they want to go. They'll tell us how they feel supported. If we're proactive in engaging with them, they'll feel that we care. They care. They'll give us the roadmap. We don't need to guess. And we spend so much effort, I think, as an organization that we come up with all these elaborate solutions that require a ton of time and a ton of money, and that's not what the team wants. But if we just take the time to ask, and it's not just on day 1, but it's that follow-up conversation on day 10, that's at day 60, that day 90, that 1 year, that 6 month, because their experience at the dealership is going to change over time as our teams change, as the environment changes, as they develop skills and opportunities. Our ability to create that path for them is wide open if we just ask.
Can I just add, I love the ask. I look at it, my days at the dealership, I remember we asked an employee, what do you want? And he's like, I just want to be able to take my family to Disney. Because that's all they talk about, but it's really expensive. And they said, that's all you want? He goes, I don't really need a pay increase, you know what I mean, and work a ton of hours. I just need to take them to Disney. I can't stop hearing about it. Okay, fine. And so they did a pay structure for that individual. He actually happened to be a service advisor, and they put it all in the pay plan. And so he knew, and everybody at the family had a countdown, and they were all counting down. And if he hit his targets, we were going to send the family to Disney. Now, mind you, that was like, okay, people say, well, that was an expensive thing. Well, no, that was how we set up his pay structure, right? And it was great, but more importantly, the family, to your point earlier, bought into it because they were so excited that we sent them to Disney, right? Ultimately, Dad sent them to Disney by meeting the job objectives, right? But ultimately, that family loved it, right? And I believe, most recently, I was actually at the dealership, he's still there. So, I mean, I think that goes back with retention. You care about them and you talk to them.
That's a pretty incredible story. Shifting gears a little bit, though, a little bit less fun than Disney. Dealerships have a reputation for long hours. There's that bell-to-bell mentality. What creative ways have you seen dealerships employing flexibility or any kind of way to give employees a little bit more time away from the store? We'll start with you, Josh.
There are so many things that we do in a dealership that we do this way because we've always done it that way. And I think scheduling may be at the top of that list. The fact is, the employees at our dealerships today are more skilled and higher trained than they've ever been in the history of our operations. And they have more resources available to them than we ever have had before. So there's no reason, again, if we engage in these conversations, that a salesperson doesn't have to work 5 days a week. They could get by with 4 days or 3 days. We have the communication tools and ability. We have the data available now to know when are our peak times that we need to cover and when can we scale back on our staffing. But I think if we can look at any position, we've got technicians that work 5, 4, or 3 day work weeks. We've got people in reconditioning that work 5, 4, 3, or 4 work weeks. We've got salespeople now that are operating part-time, which for as long as I grew up in this industry, I was told you could not do that. It's not possible. It doesn't work. I can tell you at one of our stores, our most successful salesperson works part-time. It's the most effective way, and it aligns just fine. His guests don't suffer, the dealership wins, and we've got a knockout employee because we're willing to accommodate. There's any way I think that we can approach that. We don't need to continue doing things just because we've always done them that way.
Absolutely agree. And one of the things I think is a team mentality is a great opportunity when you look at it. So people will say, well, I can't have no one here. Who's going to deal with the up at 7 o'clock on Wednesday night? And I agree with you, but having a team mentality where people work in groups has been very successful. I've seen recently where maybe Josh and I are a team, and when I'm not there, Josh is, and that's okay because Josh is going to take care of the customer, and he's going to take care of mine when I'm there, and vice versa. And there's a lot of thought process around that. The also thing, be creative. There's a lot of investment I know that has to be done to have all of the service spaces, right? And you think about how EV is coming in, and it's going to take in, all of this different changes in the department. Think about your hours. Are there some people maybe that you run a second shift to do different work for individuals, and then maybe you have pick up the car before they go to bed, and in the morning it's in the driveway. That's a great opportunity. You're being more flexible and allowing people to work when they can, and it also helps you with the constraints of maybe, for example, your physical restraints in the building.
Josh, you mentioned that the workforce is the best trained it's ever been. So let's talk about training. How does that fit into the career development, and how early is it needed? How early do you tell the employees that it's going to be part of their career? And I know this is different based on department, so let's talk about the hot topic first with technicians. Josh, you want to start?
I guess first off, I don't know that it really is different based on individual role, because I think as long as we continue to focus on opportunities within dealerships as jobs, we're never going to attract the high talent, and we're never going to solve that retention issues. That this needs to be a career opportunity for everyone, and to be able to lay out the multiple paths that they can go. It doesn't matter if you start in reconditioning and your goal is to end as a general manager, or if you go from an accounting office and decide you want to transition to sales, or from service to collision, or wherever it might be. If we lay out those paths and show them what it takes to get from point A to point B, and these are the skills that you need to develop along the way, so that when the opportunity presents itself, you're in a position to be able to jump on it. That, I think, is the secret. And then when you accomplish that within your team, they become your biggest advocates out in the community, and that's what's going to continue to draw people in. And that's how you build a culture, because we can do a culture by design where we're bringing people in that already like, know, and trust us because they're great friends with the staff or our best guests at the dealership. And I think that becomes a self-perpetuating success, and it's something that we've been able to build our organization and our family on over the years.
For sure, 100% agree. And I also think one of the things is you don't have to spend a ton of money on training, but you have to give them the opportunity to do the training. And I look at it and go, the opportunity to job shadow somebody is a great opportunity. It also allows the person that they're shadowing to feel important enough that you actually are like, wow, you want me to help somebody else? That's a huge initiative for them mentally, right? Because they're like, wow, I'm doing a great job. Somebody's going to watch me for the day. But now you're helping them grow, right? And so that's a great situation. But ultimately, that didn't take anything but time. And so we have to give everyone the ability. Now, Catherine, you asked, do you do it day one? I think you tell them how much you want to invest in them day one and make them feel that, hey, we're here to support you. And I think that's really important. I think that if you just tell them, here's your job, here's your descriptions, and you don't talk about it, that's a problem. And we always have a saying this, you always train before you need it. If you think you're going to need training and you're looking at it, well, guess what? You should do it yesterday, right? Because ultimately, you can never do it too early usually, right? And so ultimately, and then I think you have to look at it from a perspective of, too, there's got to be a situation where you look at it and you go, okay, these are opportunities that might not be perfect for you today, but that's because we're trying to build you into a career and we're giving you a growth opportunity. So don't just train them for today, train them for tomorrow.
The main resource we're talking about here is time. And so, training takes time, job shadowing takes time, and these people also have jobs. So how does that work? How do we make sure the dealership's still running while the employees are getting the support and the training that they need? Julie?
That's really a cultural thing for me. I mean, I think ultimately if you have a great culture and people are going to help you when you go and do different things, you're taking a training class and I need some help and Catherine, can you help me while I'm at this? If you have that culture where everybody's working together and you go the old rowing the boat in the same direction, people are willing to help. Right? And you have to have that structure where you support them when they're gone. I feel bad when we have a training class sometimes and somebody's phone's going off 800 times because they're trying to write every single deal. You've got to look at it too. If you're going to invest in your staff and send them to training, you got to let them learn the information, right? Or you got to let them do the job shadowing. So maybe that might mean me as the general manager, I might go write some service tickets for the day. But ultimately, to me, that's a huge advantage for me if I'm the general manager and writing service tickets, because now okay, I know how to do this. I remember how to do this, but now I'm looking at it from their eyes, and now that makes me a better manager. Right? So if you can do that, I think that's really successful, make things key.
The leader is going to establish and articulate the priorities. So if it starts from the top and says that learning and self-development is a core component of who we are, the team will follow. And it's crazy for us to think that somebody can divide their time by training and performing the job duties at the same time. They will not be able to absorb that information. You won't generate the return on investment. But I think to Julie's conversation earlier, if you can develop that team mentality, where we understand that this is a priority and I'm going to cover for you and you're going to cover for me, we can become so much more efficient and continue to grow as an organization. I think everybody's always afraid to say, what if we invest in these people and they leave? What if we don't invest in them and they stay? If we invest in them, they will continue to get better and more efficient at their jobs. We can produce a lot more in the same amount of time, and it opens a whole world of flexibility and opportunities for the organization. But we just need to communicate that as paramount from the top, from day one.
It's not about competing with each other, it's working together, for sure.
On the topic of culture, something that's going around corporate America a lot right now are employee resource groups. These groups for employees with shared experiences, whether it's nursing mothers or members of minority groups or veterans. How does that translate? How do you make your staff feel supported when an employee resource group at a small dealership or a smaller dealership group where maybe there's one new mother or one veteran, that's not as feasible? How can dealerships of all sizes make their staff feel supported and heard? And Josh, start with you.
So we've got a structured communication protocol that we try and utilize at the dealerships. We start with a weekly same-page meeting between an individual and their manager. We've got a weekly level 10 or all-team meeting where we're discussing issues, opportunities, and barriers that's more organizational related. But then quarterly, and I think this is an important component of it, is that we do anonymous surveying of our team to talk about engagement levels, to proactively ask for what are we doing well, what do you need to be supported in? Because sometimes there are things that they may not be comfortable saying directly or having their name identified with, no matter how open of an organization we create. And creating that cadence where they know that 4 times a year they're going to have that opportunity to share that, and then when that information comes out, we present it to the entire organization. So regardless of what it says, it's laid out there for the entire world to see, and then they can see that we're listening, and then we can start to specifically connect the actions that we're taking as a company, the changes that we're making to the feedback that we're receiving from the team, so that when life changes, they know that we'll be with them every step of the way.
That's great. I think ultimately, when you look at it, there's a great opportunity to do a lot of support for your staff, even at a very small dealership, that doesn't have to be based on an individual group, right? So if you look at it, you said nursing mothers, there's no reason why you can't still support them and actually bring in different things for the whole organization to learn from. But I look at it from my perspective, we have a lot of resource groups at Ally, and they're wonderful and really engaging. But you can look at them and go, okay, maybe I'll take a speaker that's really great and it's going to bring in maybe some history or some different things to learn about, and we're going to use those to educate the entire dealership, give them an opportunity to attend. So more of like a lunch and learn opportunity.
That's great. Thank you both. We're down in our last 2 minutes. So I know this has been a pain about retention, but I might as well ask one question about recruitment in our last minute here. What advice would you give to the industry to make recruitment resonate with people who have never considered a career in automotive or working at a dealership? Julie, you're smiling. You can start.
Well, I think you got to look at it and be creative. I mean, how many people have read a job description and fallen asleep? I look at it sometimes when I'm looking at it, I go, who would want that job? So, take your passion for your role that you have and write it out. Also, really be encouraging about the culture that you have. I mean, Josh, you've done some great things at the store, and I think if you tell them about that, it makes them feel like, oh, I want to go work there. And I think that's important.
The focus is less what and more why we do what we do. But the low-hanging fruit isn't Indeed or Career Builder or any of the websites. It start with those who like, know, and trust you already, and that's your team, your high performers, and it's your best guess. engage in those conversations. They will help you find people that will elevate your culture even further versus the unknown that comes from an online application.
I want to thank you both so much for your time and your insights. I think we've all learned a lot, and thank you for joining us on the live stage.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Always great to hear great information about what we're all looking to do, decrease costs and increase retention. And I think it just goes without saying, right? There's certain things that we continue to hear from all of the guests on the live stage, continual messaging that I think is very important that we can all take back to our dealership umbrellas. Also, make sure while you're here, if there's more information that you're looking to gain, then definitely download the NADA app. It's a crucial resource and tool that we put together for you every year. You can utilize it to find booth locations or speakers or other segments that are coming up throughout our time. Next up, we are going to get into our annual video competition. Now, if you've been following with us and this is more than your first NADA, then you know this video competition is a big part of what we do. And so we're always super excited to see the creativity and everything that comes out of it. So let's get right into it. I'd like to welcome up Bobby Sight, who is our NADA show committee chairman. And with him, he's joined by Brian Hutch, who is the general manager of Sam Pack's 5-Star Ford. Gentlemen, come on up.
All right. So, yeah, my name is Bobby Sight. I am the NADA show chairman this year, and this has been an exceptional year. We've actually had the opportunity to do a lot of new things in regards to the show. And one thing that we wanted to do, we know at our dealerships that our customers are our best testimonials. Well, the dealers and the vendors are the best testimonials for the NADA show. So with that, we did a video competition this year, and we sent it out to vendors, dealers, and whoever was going to be the winner of this video, of all the submissions, we were going to bring the entire team of that dealership out to the NADA show with unlimited passes. And with that, I want to introduce Brian from 5-Star Ford in Dallas, Texas, and they were the exceptional winners of the NADA show video competition this year.
Thank you, Bobby. I'll just tell you, it was such a great idea. It's always good when you have your customer spend the money and the time and put together a product for you, and it sells. And that's all we were trying to do, was just sell the NADA. I brought the team out here, and I tell you, they had a great time. It was just like a kid in a candy store. I told them, I said, I have to approve all your expenditures, so let's just take it easy. But it was a great idea. You're doing a great job at the show. Thank you very much.
Well, obviously the idea is not foreign to your team. So clearly, given the professionalism and the excellence of the video, this is something that your team involves themselves in on the day-to-day basis, not just for the NADA show and in this competition, but in your day-to-day dealership operations.
Exactly. We tend to communicate with video, so all of our staff, sales, service, technicians, they actually do a better job when they use the descriptive of a video. And so we do production. Matter of fact, the gentleman that did the production of the video, he's here, and we communicate to our staff with a newsreel every quarter instead of a newsletter. So they watch it. They can actually you get more. You absorb more. So yes, we do it all the time. We send out about 5,000 videos a month from our staff to our clients. So it's very productive.
So you said that you had a lot of young staff out here, and they're like kids in the candy store, which is really exciting to hear. But what do you think it means to them to be able to come out here as managers, and as far as like empowering them as your team?
Well, I tell you, especially the speaker that we had 2 days ago, it was awesome for them to be inspired. And I'll tell you, they just walking in here and trading ideas and seeing the best technology that's out there and the vendors that are out there delivering it. Yeah, I think it validated some of the stuff we were doing, because a lot of the stuff that they're seeing is stuff we've already implemented, but it also opened their eyes about what we have forward. So yeah, it's inspiring.
Well, I'd like to congratulate you and your entire team of Sam Pack's 5-Star Ford in Dallas, and you guys did an exceptional job.
Well, thank you.
Really represent the NADA brand well, your dealership brand well. You guys are truly excellent. And with that, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And we'd like to go ahead and show you guys the video.
Why does Sam Pack send his team to NADA?
You ever wonder how to take your dealership from what the heck are we doing to wow, we got this?
What are we going to do about this used car shortage?
Can we keep a copy of their driver's license?
Hey, boss, this client has a 550 credit score. Is it even worth my time?
All those questions and more will be answered at NADA. The National Automobile Dealer Association Show, where you learn A to Z of the car world. Remember 1917 when cars were considered a luxury? Nope. Neither do we. Thanks to NADA, cars became a mass consumer good, saving our granddaddies big bucks.
NADA is more than just a legacy. It's a visionary leader for the automotive industry. With their guidance, dealerships stay ahead of the finance trends and champion fair practices against restrictive regulations.
At NADA, your finance director will learn valuable techniques on safeguarding your customers' information and how to protect your dealership against fraudulent activity.
I also learned about fair lending practices, identity theft, red flags, and OFAC requirements.
NADA teaches us on how to hire, train, and retain quality technicians.
And proper scheduling is crucial to keep those technicians busy and productive. At NADA, we learn about and buy the latest equipment and technology to make it happen.
At NADA, your used car manager will learn the latest techniques on acquiring used car inventory, pricing and advertising to the market so that you can survive any disruptions to the new car supply chain.
Thanks to the NADA training, I can better navigate the used car marketplace.
Become a used car value guru with NADA's invaluable resources. And did we mention the celebs? From Ronald Reagan to George Bush, they've all made pit stops at NADA.
So why go to the NADA show? Because you can turn oh no into pro. With NADA, we've turned 5-star Ford into 6-star Ford.
Sean, that's not a thing.
With NADA, anything is possible.
Don't miss the auto industry event of the year, NADA Show 2024, driving the future.
Well, you heard the team there. With NADA, anything is possible. And we want to thank you guys for tuning in to us and for you guys for participating.
So the only question I have is, can we compete next year?
To be announced. To be announced.
Well, let's break some news. Let's find out. I appreciate you, Bobby.
Yeah, take care, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Great to see. And again, as he said, looking forward to what is going to come out of next year with the competition. We're going to take some time and we're going to reset the stage here, get some chairs up here, and then from there, we're going to go into having a great conversation about putting dealers in charge of their digital showroom. Now, of course, technology has been one of the strong themes throughout our conversations. Anything from AI technology to the digital marketing space to really just interacting with the generation that's coming ahead as the new potential car buyer. So we want to talk a little bit more in depth about that and really get a chance to see how the dealers can get better prepared in getting ready for that. So what I like to do is go ahead and welcome up to the stage with me Joe Akers, who is our dealer management consultant here with NADA. Joe, are you ready? All right, perfect. Come on up, Joe. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, so first and foremost, Joe, take a little bit of time, introduce yourself, tell everyone about your role with NADA, and then we'll kind of go into it from there.
My name is Joe Akers. I'm a 20 group consultant with NADA. After spending 30 years out in the field in the dealership franchise market, I came to NADA as a dealership consultant and helping dealers and 20 groups get better.
Nice. And so in that experience and in that time that you've been working with the 20 groups, what are some of the biggest or common things that you've seen or learned or been kind of engaged with over that time?
I spent a lot of time with digital, with dealers, and I think that surprising thing in 2024 is that a lot of dealers don't own their digital tools or their digital profile online. And I think that needs a change.
Okay, and so Explain for those who might not be familiar, what are you commonly seeing since they don't have the ownership? What's the common way that dealers are handling that right now? And then let's talk a little bit more about what they need to shift to or consider shifting to.
So the tools I'm talking about are as simple as their URL. It could be their Google Analytics, their Google Ads, their Facebook Ads, their Facebook Pixel. All these things are owned by a vendor who they partnered with, but they don't control it, and therefore they don't control the data that's involved with it. I think that's a risk.
Absolutely, and I would imagine too, it can be kind of confusing. You know, that brings a whole new expression to in the cloud, right? Because if you don't own it, you're not familiar with it, so you don't really know if it's being successful, right?
Well, that too, and you want that transparency.
Yeah.
Certainly the vendors can help provide some assistance in trying to gain access and control of those items, but if you don't own them and control them, you're at risk of not losing that data should you that a relationship break, right? You also want to have that ability to go and double check what they've done and identify exactly that everything's been done to your satisfaction. So you can make business decisions instead of relying on some third-party report.
Yes, I think that can make a lot of sense because if you're able to get in and not only see but understand the data, then like you said, you're able to apply it in proper ways that will lead to not only efficiency, but greater results and greater success.
Sure.
So let's talk about what you've seen from your perspective from those dealers that do own it and have integrated it. What are some of the common things of success or tracks that you're seeing from them?
I'd like to turn it around the other way.
Okay.
Let's talk about where there's opportunities that are not being grasped right now.
Yes.
And I think that, as simple as owning their URL.
Okay.
Oftentimes they do not. And if you don't control your URL, this is part of your property. It's part of your store ownership. You have to own it. And then provide access to your vendor, whoever your partner is, for your website.
Got it.
We can look at your Google Business Profile.
Yes.
Oftentimes, this is a social platform. So even though you have control of it, you don't own it. And so you have to be able to make sure that you're first responding to anyone's inquiries about what the price of your vehicles are, or that you're open or closed. Making sure that you build out 3 properties, not just one, and take full advantage of the free tool that you have.
Right.
Or we could look at your Google Ads account. Most dealers don't own their ads account. Their vendor owns it. They charge them, they send them a bill, but there's no accountability because they can't check behind them. They pay the vendor instead of paying Google directly and just paying the fee.
Right.
And I think that's a risk.
Okay.
And if they ever wanted to leave that vendor, they lose all that data. Now, some vendors will tell you it's proprietary.
Right.
However, I disagree, and I think that's a bad excuse.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the other thing that can limit, I mean, from what I hear you saying, it almost will be the equivalent of like you owning the dealership space but not having the keys, right?
Correct.
So every day you show up, you're depending on someone else to give you the keys for you to open the showroom floor.
Right.
And that's just not efficient, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
So what are some things that dealers can do? Because for some dealers, they only know that one way, and they've been introduced to, maybe they interacted with a vendor and they've formed a relationship or partnership with that vendor, and so maybe they don't want to break that or they don't know how to. So how can they make that transition to address some of those opportunity areas that you mentioned?
It'll take time.
Okay.
You have to attack them one at a time. Some tasks are going to be easier than others.
Right.
Recapturing your URL, simple. Your vendor partners will help, and they'll do a lot of these things for you, but you have to ask. They're not going to volunteer. And so what do you want to do? Do you want to control your ads account? Then you have to have that conversation. You have to set up a payment method. You have to take these other steps. They will help you in most cases, but not in all.
Right.
And then you have to decide, is it worth it, them controlling your business?
Gotcha. That makes a ton of sense. So understanding that the imperative importance of having that ownership and being able to set up those accounts, when it comes time, does NADA, do we have any support that we're able to offer for dealers that maybe have confusion or, like we talked about, that just don't know how?
Sure. It's interesting. We've just launched a new boot camp, and it's called a digital boot camp. It's 9 hours of online training, 3 different evenings. The idea being that everyone can log in from home after the workday, go on and learn about digital. It starts in the basics. What's SEM, what's SEO, and something like that. It then gets into the details on how to create an ad and what that space looks like. So you can have those bi-directional conversations instead of a one-way conversation with your vendor.
Absolutely.
We also have NAD Analytics. NAD Analytics brings in all of the dealers' GA4 data from their website and allows for a comparable composite. We use a composite financially for many, many years, but the digital composite allows us to share data amongst an entire 20 group, perhaps, or even your own group. So I can look at what the results are for my digital ups, not just my showroom ups.
Absolutely. And you want to be able to track both because as we've kind of seen time and time again, there's customers that will come in and they already have spent the time in the digital space before they even get to the showroom. And so if we're not prepared or have an awareness that maybe, hey, we did, like we talked about TV ads or other ads that run, maybe we did run an ad and then that drove them to our website. But if we don't have the ability to track that and have that awareness of it when they come into our dealership, we're kind of missing that ability to connect and understanding that they've already familiarized themselves with our space before we even were able to recognize it because we are missing that crucial piece.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's important. Yeah. So what about from building this out? Because I think sometimes what can be a fear or an anxiety kind of is cost involvement, right? Is it going to be more expensive for me to do it on my own versus contracting through the vendor? Am I going to have to hire someone to handle this? What are some things that you're seeing or that you would tell a dealer that maybe is considering it but has those concerns?
Look at each piece individually and try and determine what works in your environment. If you're a small store, you have 25 employees, you're going to hire a vendor to do a lot of these different things. If you're a larger store, you have 100 employees, bringing someone in-house can be very cost effective. Plus you have your person in-house that I can reach out to. It's like talking to your family member instead of talking to the neighbor about security, let's say.
Right.
And so because of they're your person, maybe they don't have the full knowledge base, but they can be your expert in-house.
Absolutely.
And so you can have these conversations and start to have an opportunity to maximize your return.
Yeah, and then, like you mentioned, even if you do decide to go the route of either learning the information yourself or hiring someone in-house, the resources that NADA provides will help you or that individual get better equipped to fully understand. So that way, it's kind of like the same thing. They always talk about car jargon, right?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of the same thing in that digital space is that once you learn to be able to communicate and speak that language, it makes you much more comfortable and confident when it is time to have those conversations about, hey, is what we're doing in this area successful?
And your dealer partners want you to know that so they can actually have a conversation. They don't want to have a one-directional conversation where they tell you what to do. They want to have a strategy meeting. But if you don't understand the terms, it's really difficult for them too.
Yes,
right?
That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. And then what about as we look out, because, the digital landscape is forever changing, right? And so that's kind of, I think, another thing that we hear with dealers and concerns is, okay, I know the digital space is very vast. I mean, it can be anything from just, internet web browsing to social media to all the other things that go along with it. How then do I kind of narrow in or understand what my focus needs to be in that digital space to properly prepare to take those next steps of ownership?
So whenever I go and speak, I always talk about my favorite advertising.
Yes.
Which is free
advertising. Yeah.
So solve the free stuff first, then start worrying about spending in those areas that can add some additional traffic or conversions or whatever you're trying to get.
Nice.
Because there's different goals,
right?
And they take different strategies. So decide what the goals are, what your benchmarks are, and then kind of lead down that path. But grab all the free stuff first.
Yes.
Google Business Profile represents over 50% of your organic traffic. Make sure that you capture that first.
Absolutely.
Then start adding the little stuff.
Yeah,
right?
start since it's almost football time, we can say start with the blocking and tackling, right?
Yeah.
That would be the first way to start.
Absolutely.
To kind of go there. So what about for those dealers, right? Because I think one time, one of the things that we see is once there's a pattern created, we stick with the pattern. This is all we know and this is all we've done, right? How do you encourage those dealers that are in that pattern to grow beyond that pattern of like, well, this is the way we've always done it, especially if maybe I'm part of a legacy and I've taken over, a store, and we've been doing it this way. We talked to some of our Century dealerships earlier, and maybe for 5 years, this is the way that we've done it.
Sure.
How do you encourage that growth in those dealers that need to look outside of what they've been doing?
I think it's real important that you set some kind of KPIs. You have to have some baseline that your expectations are for each one of these products. So if you expect to get a certain amount of conversions from your ads account, because you're trying to generate conversions, that's great. Just know whatever your benchmark is, and then try and improve on it. Which ads worked, which ones didn't,
right?
Which performed the best. Do more of the best performing and less of the non-performing, and make adjustments accordingly, but always be growing up, right?
Right.
Improving the number.
Yes.
When the numbers don't go down, or they go down with an increase in budget, you've got a problem.
Absolutely.
And identify it right away. Don't just say, well, we've always done that, it's just February.
Right.
That's the wrong approach.
That makes very good sense. I think a lot of what I hear you saying is that the important part is, A, you have to know, right? Because if you don't know, you can't grow, right?
That's true.
That's kind of the imperative part. And then B, once you know, then you have to make those decisions on what you're going to take action on, right? You have to determine those actionable items. But I think the biggest thing, and you said it, kind of alluded to it a couple times, is that you have to start with the end in mind, right?
Absolutely.
And that comes with knowing your marketplace. Because like you said, if I know, okay, my marketplace is heavy in this area, my end goal is to increase in, let's say, this online conversion area, I have to know that to be able to properly strategize for that.
Absolutely.
So is there any resource or tool that you would tell a dealer, like if they are unaware or they don't know the landscape of their area or that they serve or their community, are there resources that they can go to better learn, hey, these are things that you can adjust to be successful in your marketplace?
I think if you don't have the expertise about your marketplace, I think you do, realistically. However, if you don't know all the ins and outs of what's happening data-wise, rely on your dealer partners to try and help you with that information. They have it available too. But that's having that two-way conversation. So together you're making a business decision instead of just spending.
Right. Yes, because that can be nerve-wracking, right? It can be
certainly.
a little bit. It can cause anxiety because, and I think the biggest thing that we have to be able to do is say, if you don't know, you have to learn, right? And that's sometimes the hard part, is because we have those dealer partners and they will come to us and we look to them to be the expert. Right. And sometimes they'll just say, well, you need to do this, this, and this. And we don't understand what this, and this really is, but we don't say that.
But we don't ask either.
Exactly.
We just sit there and listen to the report and say, another one of those meetings, right? And so instead, ask the questions. Educate yourself. Or if you don't understand, make sure that you're both having that conversation. So here's my goals. This is what I want to get to. How do we get there? What's the strategy?
Yes.
And kind of narrow it down to, this is where I need to get to. This is what it's going to take. They'll tell you if it's unrealistic.
Yeah.
But you establish some guidelines, then you know what's attainable and what you hope to attain.
Yes.
And then we can figure out the plan from there.
Absolutely. And it sounds like, with our digital market space, we need to take the same engagement and energy that we do with our physical marketing space, right? Like,
absolutely.
If I walk in, I'm not going to stack, cars on top of cars in my showroom floor, because then now I have a floor plan that's unmanageable and unable to walk.
Certainly.
And so same thing when it comes to my digital marketing strategy. I don't want to have things that are stepping on one another that really aren't being successful or driven. I have to take the time to kind of get through and understand the weeds to be able to then segment them in the proper buckets of where they need to go.
Correct. And then analyze them accordingly. It's all trackable now.
Yes.
Makes it a lot easier than the old days.
Right. A lot easier than the phone page
my
days.
beginning days, right?
Right. Yeah. So with your experience, and let's talk a little bit about that, because you talked about the time that you've seen. Have there been any major trends that you've seen in time that maybe didn't exist but that are now big, that need to be on every dealer's radar?
It seems like the hot topic is AI.
Yes.
I don't know that we're quite there yet, but there's certainly decision tree AI. So something where it's kind of a big if-then statement.
Yes.
That has really generated time savings, cost savings, and it's a great consumer experience. So look and see if those fit in your, once you fix all the items we talked about, right?
Right.
See if those fit into the improving your customer's experience. Because we're always trying to get that better.
Yes.
And there's always things that we can do, and that's one of them that will help you a lot.
Yeah.
Whether it's shorting the time that your staff works on certain jobs, or your consumers trying to come in and schedule a service appointment or something like that.
Yes.
So all of those things together can really make it work. Now, I'm not recommending that you go out and go to ChatGPT and start posting any of your physical descriptions automatically.
Right.
The results could be bad.
Right.
However, there are certainly things where we can use it and take advantage of the cost savings and time savings you get. I think that's the biggest, the new item, right?
Yes.
Certainly a hot topic around the show.
Has been.
So we'll see how it all works out.
Yeah, and I think you made up a great point, is that we have to expand our toolbox, right?
Yeah.
You have to get more than just a hammer, a wrench, and a ratchet to get it done. You have to learn, like, oh, there's a new tool. I have to see this tool, examine this tool, and understand how can I apply this tool in my day in and day out business, right? I think that's the most imperative and important part. So we've got a little bit less than 10 seconds left. If people want to find more information or they want to connect with you, where can they go? Where can they find more information about this very valuable topic?
Yeah, so I work for NADA. Reach out to the NADA office. We have a little booth inside that you're welcome to come and visit. I'm in there most of the day. But we have many experts. We have 24 consultants here. We can ask, and we're specialists in different areas.
Nice.
So reach out, come talk. We'd love to see all of you.
Wonderful.
Right.
Well, thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it and the great conversation. And
right.
for everyone out there, I hope you understand the importance of getting that digital market space together. It's just as important as our physical market space. And if you have questions, as we mentioned, NADA right inside on the show floor, the pavilion is standing by to answer those questions that you have. And we hope to see you there. All right?
All right. Thanks
Thank
again.
you. My pleasure. All right, so again, NADA Live Stage, we're back. We're going to continue to move forward and roll forward because we have great things that we want to get to you. Great information, great content, great thought provokers as well. So hopefully, you'll take some things here that you're learning at the live stage and then be able to find it either on the show floor or in the NADA app, or just simply take it back home with you and apply it at a later date. Next up, let's talk about the tech age and the wasteland that can be happening. So we're going to talk about avoiding the digital, the bottom of it cut off. Avoiding the digital graveyard of unused software. And so to lead us in that charge and that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Margaret Henney. She is the Vice President of Marketing for COVID Dealer Services, Covideo Dealer Services. Sorry about that. Don't beat me up. I promise. We were all traumatized by COVID. I just forgot the idio in that, right? It shows that I'm human, right? So we're going to do that again. Margaret Henney, who is the Vice President of Marketing for Covideo Dealer Services. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you. Stage is yours.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining me here on this fabulous NADA live stage. I am so excited and honored to be with you guys here today as I figure out my clicker here. I would guess that most people that you hear speak on this stage, and really any stage here at NADA for that matter, are going to be telling you stories of success, notable wins, tales of triumph, so that hopefully you can replicate that in your own lives as well, right? Not me. I'm going to be telling you a story about a time that I failed. And it's because I'm a firm believer that there's as much, if not more, to be gained from our failures than from our successes. And the hope is that you guys will learn from my failure so you can avoid it and avoid the digital graveyard of unused technology. So as he said, my name is Margaret Henney. I am the Vice President of Marketing at Co-Video Dealer Services. We are the video messaging program for dealers. And it was about a year ago. I found myself with a growing team and a growing list of projects, to-dos and initiatives. And right at the moment, I was managing that out of Slack and emails back and forth with my team, Word documents, Excel, and it worked for a little while, but it was starting to get pretty messy, right? I needed a solution to help me out. And so I figured, okay, great. I'm going to find a solution for my team, a project management platform. I turned to something called Asana. Whoops, this way. I turned to something called Asana, and I said, perfect, I found the exact solution for what we're looking for. This is the problem that they solve. So I purchased the software, I handed it over to my team, and I triumphantly said, I've solved it. Wonderful, with this one purchase, we are now organized, right? Wrong. I thought that I had solved this problem, and unfortunately what happened is 2 months down the road, my team was not using the platform with any sort of regularity or any shared understanding really for how it should be used. So not only were we not more organized, I also had a team on my hand who was rightly frustrated with me. And the problem was, you know, I wanted to blame that on Asana, right? In fact, that would have been a lot easier, but it's a fantastic platform. And I could have blamed it on my team, but it wasn't their fault as well. And the fact of the matter is, because I didn't have a plan, I didn't have a prayer. And I'll say that again because I think it's really important. Because I didn't have a plan, I didn't have a prayer. And that's going to be true for every single tool, technology, platform out there. That is a hard truth. But if you don't have a plan, I'm here to tell you that you will fail just as I did. And I want to make sure that you guys don't fall into that trap. I'm going a little too fast here. I'll back it up. Now, has anyone else found themselves in this situation? Right? I can't be the only one, right? Whether that's as a leader or as an end user, we've probably found ourselves in a situation where we thought we had the answer, and all it took was spending the money to fix the problem. And unfortunately, as you well know, it takes a lot more than that. And so I wanted to solve this for people. And if I was a betting person, by the way, because we're in Vegas, maybe I am a betting woman, I would bet that all of you, or at least 90% of you, have had that problem. And in fact, I know this to be true because of some stats that back it up here, guys, right? 49%, almost half of all installed software goes unused every single year. And that results in more than $500 million wasted by US businesses every single year. In fact, this is such a problem, unused and underused technology, that it has a name. It's called shelfware. It sits there on the shelf, collecting dust, just wasting our money. So this is a real problem. And it's a problem that's not just for me in marketing. It's a problem that's shared by you in the automotive world here as well. And I know this because there is a 2023 study by Capital One, and it cited adoption of technology keeps just going forward as the most overwhelming area of go-forward operations for dealers. And in fact, some of those top barriers are reliability and performance of that software, budget or cost, and then ease of adoption. And this is a problem that's worth solving because, let's face it, software is an integral part of our daily lives at dealerships. When used and when used appropriately, it can make us more effective, more efficient, more connected, and better able to solve the growing and changing needs of our consumers. So I was frustrated by this. I wanted to solve this problem, not just for me, but for the dealers that my company works with every single day, because I'll be honest with you, the number one objection that we hear at Co-Video is not that dealers do not believe in the power of video messaging. They do, they know it. They know it can help them in sales, in service, in marketing. The number one objection we hear from them is the concern, will it even get used? And based on these numbers that we see, it's a really valid concern for them to have, right? So I wanted to solve this. I want to empower dealers because it is something that can be solved. And so I talked to, not only are we wasting money, by the way, we're wasting time, effort, and then lack of innovation as well. So lots to be gained from solving this problem. So I dug into best practices and some case studies. I talked to people who were doing it well, and I came up with 3 different pillars to help you avoid the digital graveyard of unused technology. Pillar number 1, set up for success. We got to start right to get it right from the beginning. So I'm going to tell you some of the things that you should be considering and questions that you should be asking before we even pull the trigger. The other one, drive adoption. Easier said than done, right? This is usually where the issues come up. There's a lot of challenges here. So we're going to get into some of the tactics there. Hopefully you can take some of those away and see some real change at your dealership. And then finally, we got to track the results. We absolutely have to know where we're starting. We have to track those metrics on where we're going in order to determine the efficacy. Right? Was this successful or wasn't it? And you might be surprised how many people are going with their gut on this versus looking at the data. So let's go ahead and dive in. We're going to set up with success. So number 1, set up for success. We are going to determine metrics that matter. When I say metrics that matter, by the way, we're not just talking about selling more cars. Of course we want to sell more cars, right? I want you to get granular and more specific about this. So for instance, if a dealer was looking at a platform like CoVideo, metrics that matter, their goal might be to drive more in-store traffic. So metrics that matter are increasing lead to conversion, right? Lead to appointment, right? One of those. The other one we're looking at is lead to show rate. So I want you to get really specific on those metrics that matter. The more specific you can get, the better in this area. Then, I want you to consider a partner versus a vendor, and I want this to be your mantra when you are looking at software. Are we looking for a partner or are we looking for a vendor? And that evaluation, a partner, is as important as the product itself. So some things that you should be asking them are, what does training and onboarding look like? What does support look like? How can I count on you if things go wrong or if my team needs you? And then I also want you to pay attention to how they interact with you during the sales process. Are they communicative? Are they responsive? These are great clues for a partner that you should be looking for. Here's another one that I like to do. I call it kind of like a red light, green light exercise for determining if they're a great partner. They should be able to give you their expert opinion. So say, hey, this is what's going on in my dealership. If you were in my shoes, what would you do? A partner will put on their consultant hat. They will think like they are a part of your extended team, and they will tell you how you should be using their tool to solve your unique challenges. A vendor will put the emphasis back on features and functionality. They will have a much harder time answering that question because there's no accountability after the fact. So pay very close attention to how they answer that question. The other thing, prioritize integrations. I probably don't have to say this to you guys. I know how important it is, but I want you to think about it. We need tools that play well with each other, right? Where we've got data going back and forth between them. Not only is this going to make it an easier on-ramp for your end user, it's also going to make sure that we've got an efficient workflow, right? Where we have fewer disruptions in place. We hear this from dealers all the time, how important it is to them. It's one of the reasons we were so excited at the beginning of the show to announce our most recent integration with DealerSocket CRM. So we're really excited to get our shared users up and running with that. Finally, in this area, I guys want you to get buy-in and input. Now, keep in mind, we're still talking about before we've even bought this software, right? A lot of times people wait on this until they've signed the contract. That's too late. I want you to bring in key parties early. Now, there is such a thing as too many cooks in the kitchen, right? So determine who those key parties are, but they're definitely leaders. And actually, they're going to be middle management as well. Who is leading this initiative? Because studies show that this group of people is the most resistant to change, and who can blame them? Because oftentimes that extra work falls on their shoulders. So bring in their valuable opinion and input early on in the conversation. I promise it's going to save a lot of headaches down the road. When we're talking about getting input from these individuals as well, or getting their buy-in rather, excuse me. We want them to understand the why. Not just the why for the whole organization, but the why for them. Make it personal so that they actually care about it. Try to paint a picture for what life could look like in an ideal world were we to use this tool. So for instance, if a dealer is talking to their sales team about using a tool like CoVideo, they might say, hey, right now it's taking 8, 10, 12 touches to get in touch with a lead. What if we had a tool that allowed you to get in touch with them with 2 outreaches? Might that save you time? What could you do with the rest of that time? Make it really specific, paint that picture, get them excited, and make sure that it's specific to them. What motivates them? What do they care about? All right, so the next area we're going to go to is driving adoption. This is the toughie, guys. In this one, I'm going to be talking a little bit about accountability, so foreshadowing, okay? But when I say accountability, I think it's worthwhile to let you know that accountability goes 2 different ways. Oftentimes we talk about accountability just for the end user, and certainly that's very important as well. But as leaders, trainers, and managers, we also are accountable to make sure that it's as easy as possible for them. Part of that is creating a plan ahead of time. That was my problem with Asana, right? I thought, great, I solved the problem, I bought the tool, here you go. No plan was in place. It was doomed to fail right from the start. So for instance, if we're thinking about our metrics that matter, that we determined earlier, right? If we want to convert more of those leads to appointments, we might say we're going to send a personalized video intro to every single one of those, right? That's our first tactic. The other metric that matters is we want to get more of those appointments set to be actual shows. So we're going to send a personalized video reminder ahead of all of those appointments. Now you'll notice that's my whole plan. I've got 2 tactics that I want them to do. We're not going to go from couch potato to running a marathon, guys. Let's try a 5K and see how it goes, okay? Because you cannot perfect what you don't start. So I really believe in keeping it small, keeping it simple, and keeping it focused from the very beginning. I also want you guys to temper your expectations when it comes to adoption. If we have the expectation of 100% adoption across our entire team or organization, I'm telling you, you're going to get your heart broken. Go for 75 to 80% adoption. You're still going to be best in class, all right? That's okay. So also under this area, you want to prioritize training. This is a great opportunity to rely on that partner we talked about earlier, right? Hopefully you've identified that great partner, not that vendor who's still here with you. You need training to be available early, often, and on an ongoing basis, right? It's not a one and done thing. And a couple little hints for you here in terms of training. If you want a tool to stick early and get some early wins, there are 3 groups that I want you to start with. And the first one is new hires. If you start them using that tool straight from the beginning, they've never known anything different, right? Get them using it, getting some wins that they can share with the rest of the team. That's an easy one under your belt. The other one is those innovators. You might have those people at your dealership. They're excited about new tools and technology. They love change and they embrace it. And they like to be influencers among their peers. Definitely get it in their hands, right? They'll take it and they'll run with it. And those are the people who are also evangelists. They love to talk about it. Hey, I'm using this great new thing. It's helping me convert people faster. It's shortening my sales cycle. Other people are going to start hearing about them and they'll follow in their footsteps. The other group in that area then is what I like to call the movable middle. Oftentimes we'll take a look at our team and we'll think about that as sort of a bell curve, right? Where you've got a small number of people that are early adopters. They're taking that tool, they take it and they run with it. You got a small number of people over here. Those are the ones that have dug in their heels and they said, you can't make me do it. I'm not doing it no matter what. Okay, that's fine. They'll come along later. Don't worry. The majority of your people will be somewhere in that movable middle. Spend the time trying to inch them closer to those early adopters and you'll get wins from that. If you're just working on those people that have dug in their heels, you're going to be frustrated. It's going to be a waste of time. Give them some time. They'll get in there after a while. The other thing is ensure accountability. Now, you guys have heard this a lot, but I think it's a great phrase. I think it resonates with people. You have to inspect what you expect. It's not sexy. It's simple, but it's not easy, right? We got to do it every day, all the time, over and over. And I know that it's a lot of work, but I'm telling you, it's the only way to get it done. Now, whether that's going to be on an old school whiteboard you've got boxes you're checking off, maybe it's in your CRM with reporting, maybe it's reporting through that specific tool. Doesn't matter how you get it done, but I will say it's better if you can make it public because it gets you some of that, that competitive drive, right? So if I see this whiteboard and Elizabeth has all of her boxes checked and I don't have any of mine, by God, she's not going to beat me. I'm going to get those checked off. So I like to make it public. I think it drives people even more. So the other one is embed it in the culture. This is important not just for adoption, but for the long run. We want it to be sticky, right? So the culture is getting it into your vernacular where you talk about it regularly all the time, not just at the beginning when you first started. Bring it up in your meetings. Hey, how's it going? Who's using it? Who's had some wins? That's another great opportunity. Socialize those wins. Oftentimes we hear about people who are winning with tools. We keep that to ourselves and we're like, okay, that's great. Don't be quiet about that. I want you to shout that from the mountaintops. Tell everybody. Not only are you able to then praise people publicly, which bodes well, but it inspires the rest of your team and lets them know, hey, so-and-so is using it and it's working and they're getting wins. That's going to get them to come along. I think it's also great if you can have some incentives or competitions. We've worked with plenty of dealerships who have done that and seen a lot of great results when they're just getting started. All right, finally, guys, we're on to pillar number 3, track results. I need you to get a baseline. So we talked about those metrics that matter, remember? So it's not just that metric. We have to know where we're starting, and we have to get specific about it. This is before implementation. What was life like before we started using this tool so we can determine what life is like after? So again, if our metrics that matter are that we want to improve our lead to appointment rate. Let's say we're sitting at 45% right now. We want to increase that by 10%. We're going to do that by sending that personalized video. Our other metric that matters is appointment set to show. Maybe we're at 60%. We want to inch that up by 5%, and we're going to do it by sending that personalized video reminder every time. Now we know where we are, where we're going, and how we're going to get there. Define a test period. This is one that I wish I could tell you what that magic sauce is, but it's going to be determined by those metrics that matter. So for instance, if one of your metrics that matter is on retention, 1 month of a testing period ain't gonna cut it, right? It's further down the funnel. It's gonna take some time to see those results. So make sure that you are aligning those two things together. Maybe it's 3 to 6 months, maybe it's 6 to 12. Just make sure that those are lining up with one another. And then we're going to implement consistency. This is another one of those that's simple, not easy. We have to stick to the plan and use it over and over again in order to determine efficacy. This isn't for the rest of our lives, right? This is just for our test period. And then we're going to take a look and say, hey, how did it go? But we have to use it. We have to use it over and over. We're not just sending one video. We're not just using our CRM one time. We're doing it over and over according to our plan. A coach, I think it was Nick Saban who said this, it may not have been, but he says, we don't practice until we get it right. We practice until we can't get it wrong. And I love that. I think those are words to live by. And then finally, we're going to evaluate the numbers. Okay, that partner that we chose, they're back in the conversation, right? Get them on the phone. Let's take a look at it. How are we doing? Did we meet our goal? Are we on our way to meeting our goal? If we maybe turned this dial or pulled this lever a little bit, made a couple changes. If so, talk to your partner. How can we iterate on this? We're seeing success. We want to do it in other places. Where else can we expand and do that more? And they should be able to answer that question and answer it happily for you. Now, on the flip side, if the answer is no, you are not getting to your goal, you don't see a path to reach that goal at any point, maybe it's time to cut ties. That's okay. There is value in failing early, but when you do this, I have to implore you that we have to be honest with ourselves. Were we implementing? Did we do it consistently? And did we follow the plan? So as a reminder, as we wrap up here, guys, for software success, to make sure that we are avoiding that digital graveyard of unused software, we're going to set up for success, we're going to drive adoption, and we're going to track our results. If this is something that you guys have struggled with in the past, I hope you come talk to me. I'll be standing over here on the side. You can't miss me. I'm in a blue suit. Come find me. I would love to talk shop with you. Hopefully you found some nuggets from this that you guys can take back. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Welcome to the new era of entertainment, powered by a community of over 1 billion people globally, engaging with an entire movie's worth of content every single day. That's 1 billion people with the opportunity to go from FOMO to showing the world who they really are. TikTok is where real makes its way onto red carpets and runways. Here, everyday people are creating and sharing the moments that drive culture. This is a global community of creators redefining, reimagining, and remixing entertaining content as we know it, only on TikTok.
Hello, I'm Brian Wayne.
And I'm Michelle Blakely. We're thrilled to extend a personal invitation to all of you to our NADA live stage presentation, Attracting Customers, the Battle of EV and ICE.
We'll be delving into topics such as covering consumer expectations, branding, and tailored communications for both EV and ICE consumers.
Plus, discover strategies to drive more revenue to your dealership. I promise you it's a session you won't want to miss.
We hope to see you there.
All right, some great information there. Now, don't forget, NADA has a ton of resources available for you while you're here at the show. Over in the North Hall, the EV Solution Center is open and ready to answer any questions or give you any information that you might need or want to take back home with you. And then right here in the West Hall, of course, the NADA Pavilion is open right behind me. You can't miss it. Look for the big red sign hanging from the ceiling there. And we have our team standing by, most of them in red shirts, so you really can't miss it. But it's a great place to go learn more about educational resources. We talked about the education escalator earlier. We also talked about of course, 20 groups and the benefits of those. So make sure if you want to take that information back with you, we have the resources available. And we even have some magazines and handouts here on the outskirts of our NADA Live living room. Next up, we are going to talk about bridging the gap of BDC to salesperson. And that's a big gap that I'm sure a lot of you have been in awareness of and also have knowledge of. So we're going to talk about that. And to help me do that, I'd like to welcome up Jennifer Suzuki, who is the president of eDealer Solutions. Jennifer, come on up. Where's she hiding at? I know she's back there because I was just talking to her. We're going to wait. 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 She's coming. I know. I already know. I was talking to her. Boom. I already have your mic ready for you. Here you are. All right. So first off, welcome.
Thank you.
And I know who you are because we were already talking. But first, tell everybody who you are, introduce yourself, and then we'll go from there.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jen Suzuki. I do a lot of service and sales training in dealerships. I've been doing it for over 20 years. But I've also had the privilege to be a guest speaker at the NADA Academy, where I see every student, every class. I've been there for 10 years. And a lot of the reasons why people like to, they like to pull information out of me is because I run alongside the frontline troops literally every week. I travel, I'm in stores, and my mission is always the same. How can I find ways to make more money with our service advisors and our sales teams? And so today I'm here, doing some live podcasts over at LotLinks. Yeah, I did about maybe 18 of them.
That's it?
Between yesterday and today.
Right, that's great. So we're going to talk about bridging the gap. So now that you've told us that you've been training since you were, 2? You said 20 years? Okay.
2.
All right, so let's talk about the gap, right? Because I know you already did your session, and from what I heard, it was standing room only, right? So that means there's desire and there's need for the education piece in that.
Yes.
What is some of the things that you're seeing with that gap that really needs to be addressed?
So let me just tell you what the gap is, because
Yes.
people may not even know what this means. But if you have a BDC sales department and their role is to set appointments, they're going to take internet leads, they're going to take incoming sales calls. Their mission is to set appointments. And a lot of times, with internet leads today, it could take months to put a deal together. I think many people know that. It's exhausting. People call in the store. They want a price right now. They want an OTD right now. They want a trade value sight unseen right now. And it's going to be real hard for people to get them to set an appointment if all we're doing is talking numbers straight up out of the chute. Do you know what I mean? And so they build these relationships. They chase ghosts. They chase people for months. And they finally talk to somebody, and the person tells them what they're open to, why they're in the car market, all the colors they want, all these things, and then we find out exactly how to sell them. It could take a salesperson an hour to find out all this information that the BDC is super good at pulling out, and then the customer comes into the dealership. And they fall in love with this nice person on the phone. Yeah, and we'll call her Stacy. And they fall in love with Stacy, and Stacy's writing emails like, "Hey, I can't look forward to meeting you." And I'm like, "Girl, you ain't gonna meet these people. Why'd you say that?" But it's part of the problems in the process is that we set these expectations that, the BDC is gonna be helping people. The gap is really where, sorry this is long-winded, but that's how I do things. I want to be real clear. The BDC is setting the tone and everything. They're building the relationship. They put the notes in the system, and then the customer comes in. They're like, "Ooh, I'm here to see Stacy," and they're like, "Stacy? She just sets appointments for our store. What are you looking for? I sell cars. What do you want?" Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That's the gap.
That's
the gap that loses you money. Yeah, because when that gap exists, then
Yeah, I mean, because
customers let down.
I've walked into the store, I'm looking for Stacy. Now I get Phil, and no offense to Phil, but now I've got to tell Phil my whole story again. Is there any Phils out in the audience? And if this is not,
and if it's not a good-looking guy, and they want Stacy, Stacy seemed like no.
Yeah, you don't know. And so now you've built up this whole rapport, like you said, you've built up this whole rapport with someone that you feel a connection to, and now you've built this virtual connection that you're looking to now make a physical or in-person connection, and it's almost like a bait and switch.
It feels like a bait and switch, and we already have the troubles that we have for decades, that people don't trust car salespeople. People don't trust car dealerships. And now, I've spent all this time with this chick on the phone who I told her my whole life story, and it's like it was for nothing. It was for nothing.
Wow.
Because I show up now and you don't know nothing about me, and then I feel like for all that you did to get me here is for nothing.
So it sounds like the biggest thing is a misuse of trust. And that's part of the gap issue. Because now I've given you a little bit, right? I've taken the time to answer your emails.
That's exactly right.
I've answered the calls. I've been engaged with you. And now I'm excited.
Yes.
Because I have somebody that knows me. I don't have to re-explain my story.
And then it's like, wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, and then I get there. So what do we do? What's the solution?
Okay. Let me give you a few tips. So first, let me just share something with you. I work with thousands of people throughout the year. I see hundreds of dealerships. I see a lot of problems, and I'm a problem solver. I literally can't wait to solve a problem. But I have two dealers that had this same exact problem, and just curious, anybody have this problem, the gap problem in your store? You do? Okay, yeah, okay. So they had this gap problem, okay? And one of the guys, his name's Raul Gomilla, and he runs a Kia store in Orlando. And this guy wasn't even ranking nationally, regionally, literally bottom. He took over the store, and they weren't cutting it. Anyway, they had this gap. So when I started talking to him, I said, "Look, first thing that we got to do is we got to need a process.
Right.
You don't have a process. They're just running by the seat of your pants. Whatever happens. There's no process. So if nobody knows the process, then nobody's going to follow anything, and you're going to still have a gap." Yeah. No, and look, when Raul started fixing this, let me tell you, today he's top 5 in the nation. Yeah, and this is one of the things that he did immediately to get a grip on this that has led him to an increased amount of sales. He's not the only one. I got a lot of people like this that have started here in this little moment. Write the process down. Write the process down. When you onboard people, and BS, everybody should onboard all salespeople and managers through the BDC. That is an extra that I hope you hear me on. All salespeople and managers should be onboarded through the BDC to understand what these people are doing and going through, and that they have a relationship. So when you get this process all mapped out, we onboard people, you'll explain to them, this is what when that customer comes in, we need to check them in. I'll give you an example. So when part of my process, it's written down. You can always message me. I have it all written out, right? I'll send it to you. I'll say whatever you want. But it starts off with, okay, put the notes in the CRM and give me like the deets on the important things that I need to know about this customer. Because the truth is that our managers need to check those notes, and they're not going to look at 50 text messages to figure out where the freak I'm at in this deal. You know what I mean? So the first thing is like, BDC, write me a little recap of Jen's got 3 kids. Jen needs a bigger car because it's only a 5-passenger. Like she snowboards, the kids ski, they need to have friends and equipment in the car. Like you're going to find out all this stuff about me because that's actually real. Like that's what I need a new car for, And I just 7 passengers is Jen's thing, but she needs So anyway, I say to Raul, make sure everybody knows they need a little recap section. When every customer comes in, now do not let the salespeople show them cars. It is illegal to show people at our BDC appointment a car at Hello. We need to check them in. They need to be logged into the system that says, yo, they're here. So our BDC gets paid. They're not getting skirted on their commission for that appointment. And now, so we start to get a process in place. So now they get checked in. Now they checked in. The manager's alerted. Manager gets hey, you made it. Okay. And now I got to make sure that the manager reads the notes, right? This is ideal. I mean, talk about customer experience on steroids. Like that is what we are doing here. We are literally making people feel valued and appreciated and wanted to welcome at Hello. I'm trying to write deals today.
Right. I think that's huge too, because if we think about it in a real world aspect, right? If you go over to someone's house for dinner, right, they're not just you're going to walk in the door and then there's a plate on the table. You're going to take time to build the rapport, to ask those questions, and having those bullet points and the checklist that you mentioned. And you can even go through from the sales side and confirm, and I think too, one of the things that you need to do that you mentioned in your BDC is there needs to be that warm transfer. Having that communication between your BDC to know, like, okay, hey, great, I've been expecting you. I see here that you're.
This would be a dream.
You have
this would be a dream.
The kids, you need more space because you snowboard, they ski, a couple friends, so we need a 7-passenger, right?
And you're the manager.
Right.
Because we know about the TO some stuff. We got a payment issue. We know what's going to happen. Switch car mode, that's another day. But that's the manager. That was the manager. That's the proper check-in. He just he reiterated what he saw in the notes. Like, welcome back, Jen.
Exactly.
Jen where's the girls?
Right.
7-passenger. We are on. Yes, now. Now we're making money.
Right, because now you're building more of a relationship. And so the bridging the gap comes into, just take the time to simply build the relationship.
Get a process.
Communicate. Have the information there. And like you said, with the process, make the process clear and concise. Don't over-inundate with, like you said, 50 text messages, but just those high-level bullet points.
That's right.
That can really help. Color, family situation, motivations for buying, all the important things. Okay, so
did they buy from us before or not?
Right. All right, so first step is the process.
Yes.
Then once I get my process in place, where do I go from there?
Next, it's just like I mentioned before. Nobody's communicating, okay? Here's the thing. Sometimes, and it just happened like first of the year, like times at end of the year, you guys do these like Christmas parties, or first of the year, we do like 2024 kickoff breakfast, get like the whole squad together. Well, I've showed up to stuff like this. And let me tell you something. A lot of times the BDC is like, who's that? I don't even seen these people. I'm like, how do you not know the salespeople? You are literally setting appointments. You're on the same team, and you don't know who these people are? That's insanity to me. How are you making money together if you don't know who's who? Because if you're going to sell the team and you're going to sell, the experience, but you don't know people's names, how's that going to work? And so, kind of going back to this, is get people together and communicating. People have to work together. Okay, I'll tell you something else. I go to a lot of sales meetings. A lot of times I show up at I'm there every Wednesday or every Thursday, and I get there early. I do some sales meeting stuff. I want to see what's up. It is infrequent, next to never, that I see the BDC in the sales meeting.
Wow.
I know, you know. But it's like, how do you know there's a problem if we don't bring the teams together to solve it? And we do have breakdowns. The BDC has gripes. They're like, the salespeople don't put the notes in the system, but I'm in charge of a B-back? So how am I going to, I don't even know what they drove. I don't know why they bounced. I don't know what payment you quoted them. I'm like, we should never be having to chase information from our team members.
Yeah.
You know, there's a million things that unfold, but here's the bottom line. You got to get the teams communicating.
Yeah, and it's imperative, because how can the teams carry out the play if part of the team doesn't know the play?
This is what I'm saying.
And so it's
what, are they, like an island or something?
Yeah, and so even talking about, so let's talk about practical ways, right? Because I know sometimes the BDC maybe is not inside the dealership, right?
Of times.
So what are some practical ways, if maybe my BDC is off-site, that I can bring them in to those sales meetings? What are you seeing from dealers that are doing this in a successful
I don't care
way?
if they're on a Zoom.
Okay.
You know, if that's what we got to do, I'm going to take whatever I can get to ensure that the BDC feels like they're part of this equation. A lot of times they don't feel like they're, so these people don't, by the way, they work really, really, really hard to get these appointments, and they feel like they're not part of the team. They don't matter. They're not part of the sales incentives. You guys know what I'm talking about. And so I would say they're off-site. Ensure that somebody from the team is there if it's within a reasonable distance. It doesn't have to be the whole team, but it has to have a representative. Let's put the rest of the people on Zoom so they feel like they're part of this meeting. I mean, when people are in a call center off property, they're not even part of our company. I would say we're using Teams. We're using Teams to ensure that everybody sees each other. They get a formal introduction of who's who. You know, sometimes we think, oh, the call center is going to handle that. I'm like, what are you doing? This is like your multi-million-dollar brand. Right? You're just going to leave it up to somebody to do whatever they want? Okay, no. We need to tell them what would be an ideal situation. But the bottom line is we need to find a way for people to know who's who, whether you're using Slack or a group chat or something like this, but there has to be a strong community. And you have to take the temperature. Absolutely. You know, you got to ask your team members, hey, is something not working? Is something broken? What can we do to fix it?
Yeah, that's huge, because of course, since Super Bowl's coming next week, that would be like the equivalent of having offense not knowing defense, right? Like having people that are on the same team that practice separately, stay in different, rooms, don't ever communicate. And then, like to your point, if you don't appoint an offensive captain and a defensive captain to at least bridge that gap, then you will have this problem that we currently have, which is the lack of communication, the lack of understanding.
That's right.
And really the lack of really synergy, because there's no accountability. There's no way to be able to say, like, hey, we're moving the needle forward together. Certain people feel like in the BDC, like, oh, I'm only part of the process. I'm not part of the team.
Or the solution.
Right.
Or even being asked to help correct things so we can grow and evolve as a team.
Yes.
And a lot of times they get left and kicked to the curb. They're some of our biggest assets. And I'll tell you, going back to Raul, and I have one more solution for you. But, Raul, I can tell you this. Not only Raul, but I think back to every dealer that has started to execute these solutions. And one of the things they have in common, and you could challenge yourself and ask yourself, how do the people in my dealership perceive BDC? Are they the champions of the dealership? Now, in my most successful stores and clients that I work with, they will tell you this: the BDC is the heartbeat of our organization. The BDC are the ones that are really like the big decision makers. This is like our managers. I mean, these people run the place. I'm not kidding you. And when we get to that point where BDC is that significant and being respected as the heart of the organization, that's when things start to shift and change, because, people are like, oh, BDC, they don't matter. Like, what is that?
Right. Because they're really the front face of the dealership, right?
They're the brand.
Especially if, like you said, we talked about earlier, they've taken the time to break those walls down, to have the email communications, to have the phone calls, to get the customer excited and anticipatory about coming into the dealership, only to be left out of the bigger umbrella. Right?
It's a hard job. I have done this job. I call customers all the time. The BDC is handling the most challenging of situations over and over and over and over. I mean, it is like banging your head. That's not a job I want to do. I've done that job. You know, that is a tough, tough, tough job. So what are we trying to make their lives harder so they bounce?
Right.
I mean, these people are going to get chewed up and spat out. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
You know, unless we really nurture this role in the dealership and really present it as it's a step up.
That makes
sense.
sense.
And plus, by the side note, I talk too much, I know.
No, you're
I'm
fine.
excited about this
That's why
stuff.
we're here to talk, right? So let's.
We should be promoting them to sales. This is going to be your best salesperson right here.
They already know and have the experience of building a relationship, overcoming the objection, and really all the things that you need, right?
Take blow after blow after blow, and they get right back up.
And they do the blocking and tackling, as they say. So let's talk about it. So I've got my process, right? I've bridged that gap of communication. Everyone knows who everyone is, and I've started incorporating them into my sales meetings, or whether it be Zoom or having them come once a month or whatever. What's my next step for success? What do I need to do next after I've already created my process and bridged the communication
Is such a good
gap?
question.
Where do I go now?
Okay, these things are easy too. I mean, they're not easy to get corrected overnight and everything. You know, it's like a whole team effort. But I can tell you this: the third thing is we got to use the CRM. The CRM is where all the money is at. It's the gold. It's essential. And it's essential everybody knows how to use it. I can't tell you how many times I go into stores and the managers don't even understand the value of the CRM. You know, they just check. They don't even check people in. You know, it's just like a tool. You know, and there's a lot of tools that people don't use, but this is a tool that you have to use. This is like how you make your money. Like, how are you going to remember all these people that contacted you 3 months ago that your BDC's been chasing? They've been a ghost. And then they start telling you stuff, like little pieces at a time. You don't put that information in there? I mean, I'm trying to build loyalty. So it's not even just going to be important for today. In using the CRM, use the notes, check people in. You know, make sure that when we have an exit strategy, the manager takes a TO, the manager's putting the notes in there, the salesperson's doing ending exit notes, you know, so that way BDC can pick up where they left off. We're a team together. But fast forward to you on the service drive, 2024 vibes, trying to pull people off the drive and sell them cars and keep your customers. Let's just target that real quick. How are you going to call these people and not know nothing about your own customer?
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Try to start over fresh and everything, and trying to sell them a car when they're not even in the market. I mean, there's a lot of value to using the CRM.
And if you think about it, right, I would imagine, and I'm going to ask this to everybody out in the audience, right? So let's take a real world practical example, right?
Okay.
How many of you have met somebody and gotten their contact information, right, for the first time? Somebody you never met before, you get their phone number, you get their text message, email, all that good stuff, right?
Last night at the club?
That could happen, right? But so what do? 9 times out of 10, you're going to put something in there that allows you to remember where you met them or why you have their contact information in your phone, right? So as an example, if you meet them at NADA, you might put Jen, NADA, booth 103.
Yes.
So that way, when that person reconnects with you, you can remember and go, oh, yeah, I remember we met and then we talked about this and then this was the conversation we had. But if you just put Jen in your phone,
it's so basic.
How many Jens would you have in your phone over the span of your career? And then you're going, Jen, I don't know which one.
Mm-hmm.
Or you get a call from Jen, and maybe it's an opportunity call, but you've only put Jen with no information. So you have no idea who this person is, and you look foolish because they may remember you. And how many times does that happen where somebody remembers you more than you remember them? And so doing the CRM notes and having that little time that it takes to just put valuable information in there makes you seem not only more personable, but more knowledgeable and more in tune with the customers that you're trying to serve anyway.
And memorable. That's
Yes.
the ticket. You know, it's a street fight out there. Everything is like dog-eat-dog right now. It's like, who's got the best price? Who's got the best value? You know, so it's like, how are you going to stand apart from other people? You know how you're going to do it? You got the notes in the system because you made it a thing. You made it a process. And now I start to welcome people back. You know, I know that you bought from us 2 times. I can fact them. I just made that up. You know, I can use facts in the CRM to be like, yeah, you bought your car from us in 2020. Did you get what you wanted? 2020 was such a tough year. This is my prospecting strategy.
Right.
You know, but again, where did I get my from the CRM? You know, I'm like, oh, 2020, yeah, they really wanted the roof. They wanted black. Guess what? I got many roofs right now and many, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna use it to my benefit to remind people that we care. You know, that we're a company that cares about people and that we remember people and we acknowledge loyalty and we remember things about, look, I'm going to have to send a lot of text messages to sell them another car. I'm going to have to send a lot of I hate emails. How about videos? We're going to send a lot of videos and we're going to make a lot of calls and leave a lot of, and I don't want basic. That is literally 2023 and beyond. I am looking for extra, 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 all things extra to ensure that I pop when I got an opportunity in front of me, get broke. That's what happened to me. I've been broke so many times. I tell you, I'm going to squeeze that opportunity. It presents itself. I want to see what I can do, and I want to use all of my tools to help me play the odds.
Yeah, and I think that's huge. And another point you mentioned, right, is how do you set yourself apart? Because one of the things that I think we can all talk about in our personal lives is that we make choices and decisions that aren't sometimes always the most cost-effective, right? And what I mean by that is we make decisions based on where we feel we're valued.
Yeah.
There's people that will tell you, I only wear
So
this
true.
brand, or I will go and I'll buy this particular brand. And I know I can get this same product
We've all
for less
done this.
expensive, but I like them because customer service,
That's right.
or durability, or quality,
Yep.
or all of these things
It's
and
the
factors.
feels.
Exactly.
It's the feels.
And so we can create that same environment and atmosphere in our dealership with our BDC and having the proper culture to where, yes, there might be another dealership 3.5 miles away, but they're not taking the same extra steps that we're taking.
You gotta
And
fight
so
for
therefore
this.
our value is going to be higher, and
That's
that
it.
all of those things will start to shine through
Yeah.
once we develop the process,
Mhm.
we have clear communication,
Yes.
and then what's the last one?
CRM!
That's it,
Fire!
CRM. Put the
CRM
notes
on
in there.
steroids.
Just put the notes in. Just
Aggressive.
bullet points, put the notes in. It's not hard. And I think, too, to your point about CRM, because sometimes what you hear from the dealership level is, I don't have the time. Oh, it's so much. I just don't have the time. We're so busy, I don't have the time. Well, if you make it part of the process, right?
Yeah.
Just part of what becomes the dealer culture, then
That's right.
you can always say, give me a moment. I'm going to go put the notes in. Give me a moment. I'm going to do.
Do some voice to text.
Yes,
You
there you
know?
go.
Find a
Create
way.
those notes and make it easy. So
Yeah.
we've got the 2-minute warning here before we get out of here.
Okay.
Anything else that you want to share with them, where they can find you, more information?
Yeah.
Anything you want to share?
Okay, thank you. Well, my company's called eDealer Solutions, and you can go to my website and contact me. I created this podcast 3 years ago, and it's called Dealer Talk with Jen Suzuki. It's free. It's on every platform, and I post every single week. And what I do with this podcast, I find it's invaluable, really. I do a lot of like solo classes, everything that I shared with you today. I mean, you're going to find an episode that you're going to be able to either listen to yourself to get motivated and think, how can I change the culture, or how can I address these things with my teams? I do a lot of training activities. I'm all over the place trying new things all the time, and I share everything that I do in my journey every single week in an episode. And it's not just solo. I'm interviewing the highest leaders in our industry, manufacturers, vendors. I'm looking for technologies that are going to make everybody's lives easier. I'm searching for something special with every guest that comes on my podcast, and these are going to be like extreme industry leaders. You're going to love it. I mean, there's going to be some big people in here, and I like to really find something that's going to make an impact in your organization, in your success, and most importantly, the team members. Because a lot of times, team members need extra tools. And so that's why I did it for free, and I get a lot of support in the industry with sponsors that help me to deliver this to you guys, and I hope that you guys will enjoy my podcast, Dealer Talk with Jen Suzuki.
Fantastic. Jen, thank you for your time and being here. Thank you for bringing the energy as always, and hopefully I'll see you again next year.
I will be here.
All right, let's give her a big round of applause.
My name is Colin Morikawa.
Billy Horschel.
Alban Valenzuela.
Sahith Thigala.
As Zurich Golf Ambassadors, we put the focus on achieving a better tomorrow,
both on and off the course.
That's why we're proud to work with Zurich, a global insurer aspiring to be
one of the most responsible and impactful businesses in the world. Together with Zurich,
we're always building
towards a brighter future.
Now, we're going to continue moving forward and having fun. If you were here earlier, you were witness that we gave away the Century Award. We had 3 Century Award winners earlier today, and we were excited about that. And so this next one is actually talking about the history books. We're bringing back some of our Century Award winners that have turned and transitioned into authors. So to help me and talk about that and have that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Daryl Holter, who is the author of Driving Force, Automobiles, and the New American City. And also standing in for his father, I have Evan O'Meara, who is dealer principal of O'Meara Ford North Glen Company. So, Colorado, sorry. So, gentlemen, come on up. Welcome. Let's give them a big round of applause. Microphone right there for you. You're welcome. No problem. Take your time. All right, so first off, gentlemen, welcome. Glad to have you here on the live stage.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Thanks.
Yeah, so first thing I'll have you do is take a little bit of time, each of you, introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your story or anything else that you want to share, and then we'll go forward from there.
My name's Daryl Holter, and I was the automobile dealer at Felix Chevrolet, which is one of the oldest dealerships. It was over 100 years old. I got into this because I was able to find the records of the Motor Car Dealers Association 1905 to 1920, and I started to do the research on what dealers really did at the beginning. And what I found was really interesting because I found out that the dealers were the ones that were the most important link between the customers and the manufacturers, because the manufacturers, there were hundreds of them, and they were all struggling. They had no money. The money that they got to build cars, their working capital came from dealer deposits. I didn't know that. I didn't know we were the ones that provided the money. We were also the ones that built the facilities for them, and et cetera, et cetera. So in the book, I tell the whole story of the important role that the dealers played in the first 30 years of our industry. And I think you're seeing some of the images from the book. There's 160 images in the book. Images that have mostly never been seen before. Wow. So that's the story.
Fantastic. And Evan?
Well, I wasn't really prepared for any of this. To tell you the truth, I got caught up in this on the fly. But the long and the short of it is my great-grandfather was selling cars in the beginning before there was franchise dealerships. And as Ford progressed, the Model T fell out of favor. And so they stopped being order takers, and they had to start to become salesmen. And he realized that, so he wrote a training manual for how to sell cars, and so literally wrote the book on how to sell cars, which is
it's great, right?
Kind of cool.
Right, it's absolutely. So let me ask you both, and Evan, I know you're stepping in for your father, so I appreciate you being here and stepping in and taking over on the flies. That's great. I think that's the testament. We talked about the importance of family earlier when we talked about our Century Award and how having your family support, even when times you need it unexpectedly, is one of the things that helps your dealership continue to be successful, right? Just generation after generation. But let me ask you both, because you talked about writing the book on selling cars, and you talked about the importance of the dealership. Have either of you seen that role change, or how have you seen that role change over the 100+ years that we've experienced in the automotive industry?
Well, the relationship between the automobile dealers and the manufacturers has changed importantly, and it began to really change as I take it up through 1920. Initially, because the manufacturers had no money and they were struggling to figure out how to make a car. And we were the ones that provided the deposits for them to pay for the parts. They didn't make parts. And we were the ones who figured out how to take care of the cars. There weren't manuals at first. There were no warranties. There was no credit. We were the ones who worked on finding ways to sell cars on credit. And all these things that we did as dealers before 1920 or 1925 were really, really important. And most dealers never knew about it. I never knew about it until I did the research and uncovered all this stuff.
That's interesting. Do you think there was a particular reason that maybe that history is unknown, or why it kind of doesn't get talked about as much? Because some of that, like you're mentioning, I wasn't even aware of.
Well, these are private companies that people have, and in fact, I have a friend, Greg, who's here from a third-generation family. A lot of times the records haven't been kept by the families. And maybe in my case, I had the Motor Car Dealers Association, the minutes of their meetings for 15 years, and I could see what they were dealing with every time they met. So I knew all about the role that dealers played, which, as I take it out, as I give my talk, I've given about 27 of these talks to dealers and other people. They're always amazed at the important role that we played. But as the manufacturers went from being, about 200 manufacturers to the big three, they consolidated their power as they got smaller, and they took a lot of these things that we used to do and handled them themselves. And I have slides where I talk about this.
Wow, that's awesome. It's amazing. And Evan, what about for yourself? I mean, I know you said your grandfather wrote the book. Have you studied the book? Have you seen the book? Or how engaged are you with the book?
I have. It's pretty cool. Some of the stuff is very relevant today. One of the things he says is you need to sit down and get and tell a story and get acquainted with each other. That still holds today. You have to build a bond there. Well, I had some notes in my backpack.
That's one of your images, yeah.
No, I think that's imperative. It's so funny that, having the insight that he had back then, just like you said, go from order taker to now actually selling the car, building rapport, just something as simple as that.
Right.
And I think how relevant that is today is we can look back to just 2020, right? There was a time in 2020, a short period, where for a majority of us, we were just like, oh, here, we got your order. It's coming in. It's going to be off the truck. Here you go. Thank you. And now we're getting back to where, like you said, we have to build out those relationships and the importance of it.
The other thing he stressed a lot was feature benefit. And that's the first thing you tell a salesman, right, is you feature and benefit. Why is this going to help you and make you and your automotive needs be met? And I thought that was really cool, too, that there's just basic salesman stuff doesn't change.
Right. It's
whether it's AI doing it or whether it's kid on the point, you have to do those things.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's important that people don't change, process doesn't change. You just have to evolve as everything around us change. Can you do me a favor? I know we have some of the slides going on. Do you see any there that you want to walk us through or talk about for us?
Okay, this is the cover of my book. It's the Coliseum, LA Coliseum. And that's Jay Leno, who wrote the foreword to the book for me.
Fantastic.
The next image this is the first automobile ever built in Los Angeles, 1897 in Boyle Heights. The next one is, okay, the first automobile dealerships were in bicycle stores on Main Street. There were several of them. You'll see this is Frank. This is Ralph Hamlin's. You see he's selling selling bikes. Now he switches all over to automobiles. So all those bike shops on Main Street become the main auto row in Los Angeles. And they start there, but they need more space. And so they start moving out. Now in 1910, there were 70 dealers in downtown LA, 70. There were 105 brands, including Babcock, including Ajax, including a lot of brands you've never heard of. This is when they moved over to Olive Street. They needed more space, so they moved to the west. This is Olive Street. There's 70 dealers there at that time in 1910. Now they move forward as they move to Figueroa Street, which became the historic auto row in the third one. 3 lanes going north, 3 lanes going south. In 1927, there were 52 new and used automobile dealerships on Figueroa and Flower. The dealers figured out ways to sell cars on credit. The manufacturers didn't do it. There were no retail consumers at the lending institutions, so the dealers would form themselves into a group. That was 1913. Only in 1919 did GMAC start out. That became selling cars on credit. By 1925, 70 all cars, new and used, sold in America were sold on credit. 85% of the cars in Southern California were sold on credit. This is a used car operation. You see the relatively small amount of capital they have to put into it. This is the person who came to USC to study accounting, and he started to recondition cars and sell them to make money. Every time he sold them, he wrote down the price of those cars, and he started to take it down to the dealers downtown, and this is the Kelly Blue Book. This is where it started. That was Les Kelly, who started as a 17-year-old at USC. Women were extremely important. They loved electric automobiles. There's a 1902 electric automobile by Studebaker on the left. The electric automobiles were losing market share, so they started to cater to women. And you see on that second image, they had roofs on it, they had windshields, they had glove compartments, they had all important things. This is the most important woman in this history period. She did a number of things in the automobile club, and she wrote the bill, which was the first omnibus bill for vehicles in the state of California. This is this is a Chrysler. This is a Packard manufacturer dealer who became very, very important and who was the first person to start radio in Los Angeles. These are some of the dealers and what they did. He was a radio expert and brought radio to us. Next came television, and Don Lee, the Cadillac dealer, was the one who started television in Los Angeles, and he was very important with all of his ads on television. I just got one or two more, and that's it.
I'll take your time.
And this is Winslow Felix, the dealership that my father-in-law bought in 1955. Winslow had the relationship with Felix Chevrolet. His name was Felix, and the cat became the mascot for the dealership, and it was one of the largest dealerships west of the Mississippi for Chevrolet. And after that comes, that's Winslow Felix putting in the ground for the dealership he built in 1935. He died in a polo accident in 1936. This is Paul Hoffman, very interesting, came from Chicago, got a job selling Studebakers, won a contest. Mr. Studebaker asked him what he wanted to do. He said, I want to be a dealer. He became a dealer. He became vice president of marketing. He became president of Studebaker. He was named by President Truman to run the Marshall Plan after World War II. These are some of the dealers. These are some of the things that the dealers that I found out in the Los Angeles area. These are some of the things they did and how important they were.
That's amazing. That's great there. That's amazing history there. And I think we can really see why all of that history needed a book, right, Evan? Like these are all the reasons that we needed a book for both situations. And so having this now, and I think you mentioned some of the key elements that were imperative, and I think you both have talked about it. It's still the same thing. It's still the relationship between the dealer and the community that's really driving the businesses forward today, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, it's more than that. Right now, the dealers face a challenge from manufacturers that want to get rid of the dealers and work around them. And my argument has been that the customers need the dealership, that the dealership has a role to play in working with the customers. And we should cultivate that and develop that. I think it's very important. I have a next-door neighbor who has a Tesla, and he has trouble getting the service taken care of on it. Yeah. And so I think there are things that we can do and we need to do as dealers to protect our position and to make sure that we continue to be the most important in between the manufacturers and the customers.
I definitely can agree with that. And Evan, let me ask you, because I know that you're stepping in for your father. And so grandfather wrote the book, father, then you. Tell us a little bit.
My great-grandfather.
Great-grandfather. Oh, wow. I skipped the whole
You missed the guy.
Missed the guy. Sorry, Granddad.
Right.
So, but that speaks volumes, right? So let's talk about going back of your experience and when you see kind of this history or just know the history you have personally, how does that impact you or your perspective on the automotive industry as a whole?
Well, it's not sure how to answer that. It's cool when I think about the way back in the Wayback Time machine. These guys not only had to sell the car, they had to teach you how to drive it. Like, for real, if you're coming off your horse, like, and you need a hand crank and you do it wrong and it spins backwards and breaks your arm off like that.
Yes.
And that's still, to what he's saying, there's a relationship between the dealer and the consumer, 1,000%. And I don't think Tesla model is going to end up working. It worked when they had the only game in town for electric, and was the only one worth buying. But now every manufacturer has multiple electric cars, so his edge is gone, and so I don't see that lasting. I guess I think the dealer will end up prevailing. To answer your question.
Yeah, I understand. And then what about you yourself? How did you personally end up in the automotive industry? Was it something that you always knew that you were going to do, or was it something that was just part of the family business and they kind of were like, no, this is what you're doing?
Neither. I had no desire to be a car dealer at all, and through some things that went wrong or right, or I don't know, I ended up starting to sell cars, and it's pretty funny. My first month, I sold a half. And I don't know if you know or not, a half's not a good job.
Right.
So I was going to quit after that, and I decided to give it one more run. And ended up getting 9 out by the 15th, and then my band went on the Warped Tour for a minute, but ended up really liking it. And the car, it became easy and got good, and there was some nepotism for sure, but I moved my way up the food chain, and now I can't imagine not being a car dealer, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And then tell me how you went through the process of, you found all of the history, and how did you go into the process of really being able to cultivate it and end up putting it into the book? Like, what was that process like?
Well, here's what happened. First of all, I had a phone call from the California New Car Dealers Association in Sacramento. I had been the chairman of the group, and I was on the board of directors. And they said, we found a box of a lot of old stuff we were going to throw away. And somebody said, you better check with Daryl because he's a historian. See, before I was a dealer, I was a historian at UCLA. But I went on leave to help my father-in-law, to help him after he found out that he had cancer and after the Rodney King riots and all the devastation in LA. And I worked to rebuild the dealerships. And we went from 5 to eventually 8. And I worked with the whole area, that Figueroa Street, to build that up into the, and now it's revived. There's 14 dealerships there now.
Wow.
So that's how I got involved in it. But I had this information of these minutes, and the minutes told me what the dealers were dealing with. I mean, every time I read their meetings, I would see, well, they're dealing with this problem, they're dealing with that problem. It told me, actually, all those founders of the Motor Car Dealers Association, those were all actors in history. They were making history without necessarily knowing it. And I know they were making history because I read their documents and I put it in the book. And that's why these primary documents are so important. Anybody from NADA in a city that has records that go back can find out about this. Because what I found was that when I first looked at all those records, I said, whoa, this is incredible. This tells me what they did in LA. Now I want to find out what they did in New York. What did they do in Philadelphia or Chicago? Guess what? No one has written about the merchandising. No one has really written about how it was done. Maybe now your book will tell a little bit about your area. But for the most part, that history is unknown. And it can be found if we can find the documents.
Yeah, and I think that's amazing. And the fact that I love that you talked about, both of you individually, a different aspect, but your passion, right? Your passion for being a historian, your passion that you developed, because like you said, you had wanted nothing to do with it, but now you couldn't see yourself doing anything different.
Yeah, this is the only book that I ever wrote where I didn't really know a hell of a lot about it before I wrote it. I didn't really know exactly what dealers did before 1920, and now I know. And most dealers don't know how important they were in the very beginning of our industry.
How long did it take you to put that deal together? How long did it take you to write that?
About 6 years.
Wow. That's great. Yeah, I think capturing that, and like you said, it's being able to tell a story that has not been told for so long, because there's so many pieces to what we now know as the automotive industry that we don't know how it got here, but you know that it's always evolving and it's always changing, and we're seeing that daily. And being able to look back, let me ask you, have you seen or noticed through reading the notes are there any things that you've seen, because you talked about the problems they were facing, are there any problems they were facing then that you can see that are still existing now?
Well, I mean, the relation between the dealership and the manufacturers, the OEMs, is extremely important. It's always shifting. And the more we understand about the history and the evolution of that, the more we can understand about how we deal with it today. Because that's the thing about history. History is, one of the important things about history is it allows us to understand the origins and the sources of the problems and issues that we face today. If we know where they came from, we know a better deal on, we have a better way of dealing with them going forward into the future.
Absolutely. And let's play, I know you're a historian, but let's both for a moment, let's all put our thinking caps on. Where do we see, because now we do have better ways to keep track of history, right? Jennifer and I just talked about CRM and being able to keep digital notes and all that. Where do we see the industry going in the future? Are there any things that either of you are looking forward to, or that you kind of have that you're excited about where the automotive industry is going currently?
Well, I was on a committee for electric vehicles before the pandemic for Chevrolet, and I mean this turn to the electric is an extremely important turn, and it's not going to be easy, and we're up against incredible problems having to do with infrastructure and a lot of other things, and those aren't easily handled. But I know from the history of the electric car, for example, women loved electric cars, and men said they didn't care about electric cars, but they didn't like them because they couldn't go very far. But a lot of them said, well, I don't care if my wife can't go very far. I don't want her to go very far anyway. Which, I don't know what to say about that. But the point is that if I juxtapose those two photos, the electric automobile of 1902 was one thing, but the electric automobile of 1912 was something different, because the one in 1912 had all the elements that women wanted. They wanted a windshield to protect their hats. They wanted a cover on the top. They wanted windows on the side. They wanted a glove compartment for their gloves. They wanted upholstery. They wanted the car to be lower to the ground. If you juxtapose those two positions, you'll see how that electric car changed from 1902 to 1912, and you can see what the gasoline propelled vehicles copied from the electrical ones. All those things that we see in those cars were initially introduced by electric cars who were going after the female market.
That's very interesting. Evan, what about you? Anything that you're excited or anticipatory about coming up in the automotive industry?
I was going to tie on to what he was saying. That's funny you say that they put all these extra things into the car that people wanted for the electric car, and I think the electric car is going to find the same fate that it did 100 years ago. I don't think it's going to make it. I think the ICE engine is going to destroy it again.
Yeah, there you go.
It may happen. That's what happened.
Yeah, you never know. History could repeat itself. We'll have to see. We'll have to meet back here in 25 years and see how it all went together.
I don't think I'll be here.
You never know. We've got a lot of good fountain of youth things now, vitamins and everything. Well, listen, I want to thank you both for being here. Thank you both for being a part of history and really helping illuminate things that we didn't know, but then also probably teaching a lot of people how to sell cars, right?
Absolutely.
So we do have some handouts. It looks like they're over on the side of the stage for anybody in the audience that's interested. We've got some handouts that I'll put on the front so you can grab those and take those with you as well. But gentlemen, again, thank you both for being here. We appreciate the time and for you being here with us.
Nice
Absolutely.
Sorry, I hope I didn't talk too much.
No, it's awesome. I had nothing to say.
Well, as I promised, I do have some handouts here, and this actually is Ford Story, Sell Fords. This was the booklet that Evan was talking about, so this is a great handout. It is a free resource. I'm going to bring it out here in front, so anybody that would like a copy, I'm going to take a copy myself because it's very interesting. I'm going to take 2 copies. But yeah, feel free to grab a copy, take those with you. But guess what, NADA? Guess what? We did it. Another successful day. I want to thank each and every one of you for hanging out with us here at the NADA live stage, and of course you virtually watching. We want to thank you for being here. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for your presence, your questions, and your involvement. We look forward to seeing you here tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday Fun Day, right? So we're looking forward to having you back tomorrow. We're going to get started. Have a great day full of activity and excitement. If you want to know what's going on, check the NADA app. We have the schedule posted there. But if you don't want to check the app, just show up. We'll be here. So thank you again. Have a great night, and we'll see you all tomorrow.